Greetings Tankers, I'm Yukiboo, or as you may notice, Zombie Boo, and this month I'm going to go through the specials and events taking place in November in this episode of the Monthly Rundown. XP Fever returns for the last time in 2019 between the 16th and the 19th of November. It's going to have some tweaks from the previous times we've done it, so you definitely want to make sure you catch this special before it's too late. Episode 9 of Frontline will be between the 18th and the 25th of November. This will be the last episode of the year. We'll also be having a week of tournament streams between the 18th and the 23rd of November, sponsored by Paysafecard. The top of the tree for November is the E50M, the Tier 10 German medium tank. It's a bit underrated in the grand scheme of all the Tier 10 mediums, but this is a dependable workhorse. It's a bit on the heavy side, but that makes it perfect for ramming missions. This medium line of tanks has some absolute gems in there, with both real-world iconic vehicles like the Panther tank. You'll also get really cool higher tier vehicles like the E50 and the E50M. These are great tanks at dealing damage as well as wiping out your lighter mediums and light tanks, or even those heavy tanks that are sitting still if you can pick up some speed and you want to get those ramming kill missions done. The rental tank is going to be a little bit different than the usual Tier 8 premium. This time we're going to go with a Tier 6, the Panzerkampfwagen 4 Smalterm. I think I said that right, but I'm never sure with these things. At Tier 6, this thing looks very familiar to the old Panzer 4. It's a very nice long-range sniping pest that's more likely to annoy your enemies into submission than carry games through raw damage. Our Halloween special is a little bit late this year, but it's still going to be in the first half of November, so keep an eye out for updates on the special events, game modes and other things taking place this month. The battle for Halloween continues. We'll release more details at the end of the month all about the Halloween event mode. Until then, I'm sure you're really eager to know all about the special events, modes and missions taking place for the weekend. To start, there will be a ×2 crew XP special. All you have to do is place in top 10 by XP on your team in Tier 4 plus tanks. There will also be a chain of missions requiring you to do things like be in the top 12 by experience, deal a certain amount of damage, and earn a set amount of base experience. Completing all of these missions will reward you with some personal reserves, decals, and emblems. On top of this, you will also be able to get some barrack slots and chocolate, of course for Halloween, as well as a Black Widow style for your US tanks. Remembrance Day on the 11th of November will be surrounded between the 9th and the 12th of November with an in-game special event, discounts and missions commemorating this special occasion. Starting the event off right will be a ×5 XP for your first win, as well as some awesome in-game discounts that will tickle the fancy of most players. I also strongly suggest you keep an eye out for news and updates on this special for something maybe like a free code hidden in the article. The missions side of the special will need you to be among the top 7 XP earners on your team in Tier 4 plus tanks 3 times per day to earn yourself some large consumables. If you play 5 battles in Tier 4 plus tanks, you'll be able to earn some personal reserves and some more large consumables. Crippling Blow is a new special on the EU taking place between the 23rd and the 26th of November. It's going to be very different from usual, so make sure to give us your feedback and let us know if you want to see more of these events return in the future. The event also has a ×2 crew experience for damaging or destroying 5 enemy modules in a battle in your Tier 4 plus tanks. On top of this, there will be a mission for a large consumable for dealing 750 damage in your Tier 4 plus tanks, and you can complete this for up to 3 times per day. The final mission will reward a personal reserve up to 3 times per day for destroying or damaging 30 enemy modules over any number of battles. To make quick progress of this mission, you want to either take a nice derpy tank like a KV-2, relying on RNG to guide your shells, or you can go somewhat higher tier, rolling around in a Death Star or the Portal of Doom to rack up those damage modules very quickly. And if derp isn't your way, Deadeye will do the trick to help you get more modules damaged quicker. And if that's still not enough, you can always play some arty. Black Friday is the event many of you are waiting for. Between the 29th and the 3rd of December, we will have special in-game goodies and discounts taking place, so you definitely want to make sure you check those out. The event has some in-game discounts and crew-related discounts to help you retrain your crew ready for the festive period. If you haven't already, now might be a good time to recruit those Christmas crew from last year. The missions for Black Friday will start with dealing 2k damage over any number of battles in your tier 4 plus tanks to earn a small first aid kit up to 3 times per day. And if you manage to complete this 6 times, you will earn some personal reserves and some emblems.
Thanks for watching the monthly rundown. Make sure you subscribe, comment. If you don't, the dead will come for you.
Hello everybody, welcome to day 2 of the Paysafecard tournament, sponsored by Paysafecard. I'm Iki with the video content manager for World of Tanks Europe, and by the side of me is the one and only, and on rare occasions sat beside me. Who are you?
Oh yeah, Swift Motion. Oh no, sorry, that's that guy.
That's that guy.
The Killzor, I think my name was last time I checked.
The
And
Killzor?
Yeah, they've decided that we love each other so much, we get to spend a little bit of quality time together.
We cannot hold off any longer than doing this. So Daki, or the Killzor, is going to be sat beside me and part of the analyst desk, and you're going to be in some very capable hands, breaking down the games and going through some of the key points and highlights from the matches taking place today. And there's going to be a fair few of those taking place. In particular, we're going to have the tournament branch hopefully coming up on screen now with what the results were for yesterday, if all goes well. We're just waiting for that to come up. We're waiting for the tournament branches to show the results from yesterday. And then, so you can see the results. We saw a very close game between DV and MVPS that was a little bit of an upset for me. I'm not sure how you felt about that one. Yeah,
I think all of us kind of, including myself, kind of picked MVPS there. Sadly, MVPS not starting strong whatsoever. They lost the first 3 rounds. They did recover then to win the next 3 rounds, right? But then couldn't close it out on Karelia defense. So nonetheless, Davy second did deserve to go through there. They broke Karelia and they made an upset there. And they could be later joined by Davy first as well. So that's going to be interesting. But before that, obviously, today we have great matches as well. In the rest of the bracket, there wasn't really any surprises, I think. I mean, Nomi lost against Davy second. The MVPS second losing against PVS, a little surprising, but you know, we didn't really know what to expect from MVPS 2.
Okay. Are you expecting to see a lot of that reckless Polish aggression, as Keyhand put it yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, when MVPS 1 plays against MVPS 2, I do really expect MVPS 1 to bring the aggression, because obviously they should be the better squad coming out from MVPS.
Okay.
If that's true, we'll have to see.
Okay.
Right? But I think they can honestly just bring it straight to MVPS 2 and beat them on individual skill.
And so we will have the predictions from our analysts and casters coming up on screen when I can eventually pronounce words properly. That will help today. I think it's going to be an important skill for me to develop very quickly. So we'll have those as well, but I'm sure the thing that most of you are really looking forward to, and especially some of our players with the rewards they have, are the winners from the giveaways. So we had some MVP voting yesterday, and we had 5 winners of €100 to select, and there they are.
It must be a mistake, because I'm not in there, and I think I was great, so...
And so the players from the teams that won €100 yesterday, based on the votes for MVP, were Old Kings WDYM. I'm not sure how you pronounce this. I was corrected on this. Apparently, my pronunciation is off with this. And then Koma, I believe, was voted for this one mostly because of that break on the camera.
We'll never hear the end of that, sadly. Giving Koma that MVP will probably never... He'll probably in 5 years be... Remember that one time where I won MVP? I do.
And then we have the followers. So everybody who followed our channels yesterday, we had 5 people to select to also win €100. So these from chat, which is Pouchy, Dominic Belik, Bendy, Christian Tudor, and Sasha Belik, I believe that is. I think I pronounced those okay. And for those people who voted for the MVPs, we also chose 3 random winners from those. Saber, Eric, Korn, Tved, Robert Marcinek, I think that is. My pronunciation coming through strong there. And so we have all of those people receiving €100 from yesterday. We will have those giveaways taking place again today. I'll be activating those shortly so everybody can get those in chat and sharing them there. And then we have, so I know you've already thrown these on screen, but who's your favorite to come out victorious today?
Well, first match, I voted for MVPS.
Okay.
Unbelievable, right? I voted for MVPS on the first match. We saw MVPS versus MVPS, and I pick MVPS.
I mean... I can't see how that could possibly go wrong.
Exactly, but my prediction a little bit more harsh than the others. Going for a strong 4-0 there. The other ones having some faith in MVPS 2. I believe that an MVPS 1 will come back strong today and show us what they're made of. That's why I think MVPS is on the 2, is on the chopping block. Yeah, I fully expect MVPS 1 to come in strong. This is obviously their last chance for both these teams, but MVPS 1 has a lot to prove here and are supposed to go kind of far in this tournament, at least. So that's why I expect them to really bring it all now and show us what they're made of.
Okay, so I will be asking everybody's opinion on whose vote you believe is going to be correct. We are 10 minutes in front of you, so I'm going to have to wait for this to activate, and then hopefully I time it just right that when this is on the stream, you'll be able to click on the stream and then vote for the person's prediction you think is going to be the closest. So we've gone through all of the winners that I think we've got to mention. We've gone through the tournament tree, we've mentioned all the winners on there, and all that is left is that we now kind of warm up, pass you over to some very capable hands with a slightly different and new duo. That should be really promising. Very sultry toned Key Handy and the very analytical, capable and charming Steel Mojo. Awesome duo of our casters taking you out on game 1. I'll see you right there.
Hello guys, welcome to the second day of Client Rivals Paysafe tournament. Really big kudos to Paysafe for actually giving all these awards to the players as well as to the observers of the stream. Key Handy will join me here today. We're gonna
for the first match only.
For the first match only. I really actually hope that the second team of MVPS, the juniors, will actually gather up. We have some info. They're a bit struggling. Maybe still in the school, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. The production just told us they have only 10 players ready right now, so we are going to try to hopefully get them some more time so they can maybe actually fill a full team, because nobody wants to see them just getting walked over because of not having enough players. Yeah, here we can see the squad from the MVP second team actually.
They actually have one Z German. I thought they're like completely Polish.
As far as I'm aware, it's a Polish person living in Germany. So
all right.
Basically, yeah. The in-game chat language is going to be Polish, of course. Same for their first team.
So it's German like Shokish is German.
Well, I think Shokish has dual citizenship. I'm not sure about Tiger. But yeah, in the lineup, not many upsets. Like you probably don't know all the names. Like obviously you have Ketsai, who's the captain as well. I think he's in-game leading. Barkis was putting on a show actually yesterday on Cliff in his STB. He was, I think, pulling 4K damage games there. Other than that, not many well-known names. Baobao maybe, but yeah.
I just remember Rizek in STB doing like those games on Cliff, but he was in Invil, so it doesn't really count. Yeah. He even got one of the rewards, I think, for constant damage and things like that. It was interesting to watch a couple of games yesterday. Some changes meta we saw, especially the use of STBs, as Ducky mentioned before, that they will be more and more used. Invil actually used even 2, which is something I haven't seen before. I even haven't seen Progetto used, and we've seen it on Sand River, if you remember. Once it was chasing the EBRs and keeping the flank off for Invil. So quite some tanks that we didn't expect, quite some tanks that we expected a lot, like 279s when something goes wrong. Hey, if they come 10, it's like spam them more and more. Only thing, like unfortunate for some teams, you actually have to have the tank, and it's not easy to get it. Like you have to finish the missions as for a 260 and so on. It's not like a campaign tank that's actually easier to obtain than any of those, because these you can get only yourself. And we can see the MVPS one team, like Sankinor, everyone knows him as FC, Yolo Warrior, Quaken, Pavel, Mumek, and so on. Like there is quite a lot of really renowned like Polish players. Kokos is the name I always remember.
Yeah, I mean, also then you have people like Yolo Warrior, well known. He's probably going to pick light again, Piotr 40k. And yeah, I don't know. All in all, like the player names are better known. I think they are also supposed to take the win by far here. Ducky's prediction probably being a bit off with 4-0. That seems too harsh, but we are just being told the players are ready, so the games should start shortly, hopefully. And yeah,
oh dear. Well, MVPS took coming here from defeat yesterday by PVS. They lost 2-4, and MVPS won on our surprise, coming with defeat from Davy 2. 3-4. That was a big surprise actually, especially the start when they were losing on Cliff. That mighty 2-0 that looked like really so one-sided that I thought it's going to end up with a 0 at one moment. But they came back and it went all the back to the tiebreaker. But the problem here, you can obviously, unfortunately see, guys, there is a problem in a juniors lineup. There is only 10 of them as far as I can see.
Yeah, let's hope they bring some funny shit and just, you know, bring some I don't know, surprising stuff. Maybe they'll be able to secure at least one win to say they didn't drop out 4-0.
Well, time for the first game to roll. Himmelsdorf, seniors versus juniors, but seniors have slight advantage in age, experience, and even numbers. It does seem like a really one-sided game. EPR is immediately spotting the middle. No one is shooting him. Hello! Oh, he's wheeled. Never mind.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he just went through to see what they were doing here. Yeah, he's going to maybe penetrate the E4 with HE. Yeah, he has it low. There we go. He's putting in a nice shot. YOLO Warrior, as I said, very well-known player in the EBR as well.
Well, when you play with 10,000 HP advantage and you have 5 players on top of that, you really don't have to hold back. There is a massive rush going on 8 line and 3 line parallel. Here MVP has to actually manage to take up Lodi, who's one of the secondary field commanders in MVP S1, just to make it a bit saltier, but there is big rush in the field also. One might call it the kamikaze YOLO swag rush.
Yeah, I don't know, like with 5 players advantage, you can just pull that off because you can just overwhelm the enemy. As we see here in the 8 line, they're just going in everywhere, actually in the 3-4 line, which they completely control, like the MVP's first team. They're just going over, they're just rolling over them. Players dropping left and right for MVP's second. There's really no chance for them to hold this rush.
There is a whole lot of red dots coming here and very few of those purple ones. I thought Fame has actually dedicated purple color.
I think it's darker bluish, to be honest.
I'm sure you're correct. We will see when the time comes. Were you nicked for your color of the clan? What a mystery. Vampire, one of the last guys surviving here. He's actually, if you remember, Ans from yesterday, the first guy to get taken out on a mighty rush that MVP a second did.
There didn't look good there. Oh, actually, the money trying to hold them back, trying to hold the red flood from coming over. But yeah, Piotr is behind them and just no chance for MVP second.
How, Mr. Indian? What can you do there? Even being an Indian god doesn't help you when you are so much outnumbered here. So it is 1-0. Oh, what a big surprise here. What can you do?
Unfortunately. Yeah. I really feel bad for MVP's second because
I feel bad for us casting a match where there is such a deficit in players. But what can you do, man? Like, it's their responsibility to read the tournament rules, which were known weeks ahead, and know that everything is from 4 p.m. So if you're in a school, maybe you can ask your teachers like to actually let you go.
Sorry, teacher, no mass today. I gotta go.
I gotta play my seniors. Well, it was a quick game, nothing to be expected. I really hope they will actually gather up some more players for the next ones. There is nothing really to analyze here except like MVPS just pressed W and went forward and shot them with sheer numbers. One would expect you can create a professional crossfire against that, but not really.
Yeah, I mean, being an MVPS, they all know how to press W, right click, left click.
I'm sure Ducky will have a way to analyze what have they done. They could have done better. There is actually some damage done. There are guys who are trying like Vampire. Let's see the penetration ratio there, man. Oh, no,
765 is actually
Did he blow someone up?
Probably, like 5 times 440, that's 2k, 2.4, like he must have blown some, or maybe a fire.
All those Germans so good at counting, man. You can always rely on them. That he definitely blew someone up.
Yeah, or maybe he fired HE for the memes. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, also, I don't think. What kind of HE will pen 279, man?
In the back, it's actually not that hard to pen it with HE. But yeah, then again, I don't think MVP's first team used their actual tactics because they probably don't want to reveal them to any other teams who might be watching right now.
I don't know, man. You are the one who called them a YOLO squad yesterday.
Well, you can YOLO left. You can YOLO left, you can YOLO right. In the end, if you catch enough tanks to kill them before the rest of the enemy team comes and catches you trying to kill the ones you just YOLO'd, then you're fine. Then that's the way how YOLOs work. It's just like a card house falling down. Once one side collapses, the other one is bound to as well.
So there is a technique behind the YOLO. Do tell, please. Do explain.
W, Cobra, давай, 2-7.
Я не знаю, товарищ. Это невозможно.
Okay, I was in Belarus, but my Russian goes no further than this.
Well, you can have like those generic sentences from every game, you know?
Yeah.
And just copy, paste, repeat, and hope you don't say something dirty.
Rush caps.
Stream safe.
Oh yeah.
Stream safe. Well, I don't know, maybe we'll get 1 or 2 players more from MVPS too, but it doesn't look like that much. Maybe they will decide to play a new format 10 on 10.
I don't know.
Wink,
I
wink.
mean, being in the same clan, maybe they agree to it, but then again, MVP's first obviously wants to advance, and they are not going to lessen their
Man,
chances.
if you gather your 15 players and other team doesn't, you really don't have to give a damn much about it. Like, there is no deficit rule in a rule book. Like, you can participate with less players. There is just like you can't participate with more than stated 15. So that's about the limit it gets. And in this tournament, you can use every tank, so that's why we see so many Chieftains, 279s, and things like those, because they're just like
there are
so
no
strong.
restrictions, and that's actually what the...
Oh, mighty new tactics coming in here.
There's no restrictions to the tanks, and that is...
There is something really wrong. So
yeah, I think the sides might...
The sides are messed up, guys. Like what you see on purple side, Sunkinner, though, that's MVP S1 actually, and MVP S2, the juniors are on the left. The ones with 2 Jack Panzers and so on. So don't get confused about that one.
Yeah, but still, like
the colors are also messed up, but that's gonna get fixed. Baby problems,
maybe some people looking for the doubles on strange tanks. Like I see a Jack Panzer, which you normally don't see.
You can get the double in training room. That's a new one for me.
Oh,
I'm gonna do it every day. I'm gonna do it every day from now on. I'm gonna just line up clan members, 15 of them, kill them, get pool medal, and things like that. Actually, things like. You know why you can't get medals in Clan Wars anymore?
They probably got rigged. Like I know there was some
people were actually doing that. Like I think the first pool medals, like with 14, were gained by people like that. Because it's actually quite hard to kill 14 people in one round of battle, especially when they start with 5-0 all the time.
Obviously, I know there was one German FC, well-known FC called Hami back in the day, who rigged his rather nice Heroes medal. Where you actually
I wouldn't get really surprised by that. But here we have a progress by MVPS1 again over the courtyard, and our guys from MVPS2 are trying to trench up and make some crossfire and maybe make some nice blow-ups here, because they are a mighty TD setup here.
Yeah, but as you can see on the hill, the Batchet against the Sheridan's not gonna last long. Yeah, it's
someone
basically...
shoot Yellow Warrior on Spawn, man. He's been having his dead crew members all the time.
But as you can see here, yeah, somehow T57 on heat, making short work of the Jack Panzer, and then Lodi in his Chieftain just using the wreck of the Jack Panzer really well.
As my good friend DJ would say, like, it's everything about the angling. Well, angling doesn't really happen with Jack Panzer, who's like a big box. No matter how you watch it, you will always find an angle to shoot it. Ketzai and Tiger trying to do some damage here just for the pride of it, but it doesn't really work, man, because everywhere you look there is like double amount of players.
Yeah, I don't know. MVP's first, just making short work, over pushing everywhere. Just
Lodi had to be killed here. I can see that. He's a dedicated player to be murdered if not killed by the enemy.
Yeah.
So one young Lodi had to die.
Actually, Infinity, I think it was dropping off the... no, it was some Blue Batchet dropping off the hill.
That was a Vampire, I think.
Yeah, Vampire. Yeah.
I mean, like we have a saying in Serbia, someone had to pay for all this fun, you know? So that's how it goes when the mess happens.
You don't get medals in training rooms, but you actually have to pay the ammunition and the repair costs. So.
Is it still like that in a game?
Yes.
That's so dirty, man. I used to spend like millions for every training for ESL back in the day.
I think they're doing the same thing
right now.
Like
between 2 and 4 millions.
They're probably having to play T8 strongholds every day now because they want to play the tournament. But then again, the prizes are so great that you are probably willing to spend a bit of in-game.
But only if you actually manage to get out. Like what these guys are playing for at the moment, since they both lost their first match in a tournament, they actually fell down to the loser bracket. This is what we were talking yesterday about double elimination, guys. So once you lose a match in upper brackets, you fall to the loser one. So you have a second chance, and one team can actually emerge from all the mud in the loser brackets. And he can actually
come back like a phoenix out of the ash.
And he can come back to the finals. So yeah, the funny thing that can happen actually in this tournament, like you can see the match 16. You can have 2 teams there, and one can lose, and he can play the final of a loser bracket and come back and play in the next game again against the same team.
Exactly, and that's very likely to happen, as you have the 3, I would say, favorites to win the tournament, probably being Invil, Davy, and Fame. And one of the matches between them is going to happen in match 16, I think, or also maybe in match 12. We also we already probably have Fame going up against Invil. I don't know what Trust can put up, but one of them is going to go to the lower bracket, and then in match 16 you probably have the winner of Fame and Invil playing against maybe Davy first. I'm really getting ahead of myself here, and yeah, so that means that out of these 3 clans, 2 probably are going to go to the lower bracket. 1 is going out there, and then you have a rematch on match 18.
Yep. Falling to lower bracket is not
it's
the best thing, because like you can, whenever you lose a match, you really lose it. But on the other hand, the only restriction you have when you actually enter, if you win everything on away and you win, if you go to the final match, is because when maps are picked, you usually have like a toinkos, you know, that's done by admin in the start, but here you don't, because the guys from the winner bracket automatically win it.
Yes.
So they will get to choose to ban or pick a map first, whatever they want.
I mean, you got to get something for not losing any match until the finals, right?
But that's pretty much the only advantage they have.
Yep.
And in reality, if you dug yourself from a grave of loser bracket and got all the way there, that's not such a big minus.
No, no. Like losing one game isn't that bad. You still have your chance in the losers.
Especially since in a final it's best of 9. It's not like best of 7 here. In best of 7 you can see a maximum of 4 maps, and we have 7 maps in map pool. So that means that 3 we will never see. They're automatically banned in the start. Here, when you have best of 9, you will just see 1 more map, because it's first to 5 games, first to 5 wins.
Exactly.
And you can just ban 2 maps, so 1 each, no matter what. So it will just influence more like in what order will you pick the maps and things like that.
Yep. So you can maybe put your strong maps at the front and then be up, and maybe hope to take some games on your weaker maps and shut the game out that way.
We'll see.
Who knows?
It's really far away. We are still on a far left.
Yeah, we are still at the
branch,
beginning. Only day 2
on the
of 5.
bottom of the jar, man.
Yeah.
So there is still a way to go. Anyways, there is plenty of matches even coming after this. I hope those teams will actually have the players.
I sincerely hope so as well.
These guys are still with a 10, unfortunately, 10 dedicated.
Yeah.
It's not even a dirty dozen, man. So, like,
it's 2 digits,
be
but
that's not playable.
No, that's the only thing, the only positive thing you can say, basically, that it's 2 digits for the players for them.
Well, we're shifting to Ensk here, guys. MVP seniors against MVPs juniors, of which half of them are still at school, apparently. And we are watching the first side, is defensive side of MVPS 1. We saw yesterday that a lot of teams played aggressive rush, and actually most of them from this side won. It appears that the upper side of the map is quite better, especially for pushing the green side, but this is the old school decision making. Let's go the Vice City, and we brawl there. Mumek paid the first prize here with his EBR. He died.
Actually, 22 seconds in, so that's good for the prediction games for everyone that picked early.
That's the fastest death on a tournament so far. I can vouch for
22 seconds, holy moly.
He broke all the possible records that can be broken here.
Maybe he picked it and he wanted to die, who knows? Maybe he's rigging the results for himself.
Yolo Warrior and Pavel, so we have 2 more. We have actually Pavel and Sheridan, man. That's something you rarely
Spotting
see.
Advantage definitely on the MVP's first team side. Yeah, they're actually in the cap here. The brawl in the city doesn't
You
matter.
cannot rig 3 gun marks in training room with M60, bro. Not happening.
Yeah, but the brawl in the city doesn't matter as much. It's more about the cap pressure being built right now, and as you can see in the 4-5 line, you have a 60 TP and a 260 preventing actually the team, the guys from the MVP's second team.
I can see Czech is trying to do a reverse side grab with his 2-7 siren. Didn't really work out, and he was even set on fire.
Yeah.
On top of everything. Darko is falling now. There is a small push by Bialy and Quaken from the side, and the majority of the force entering from the front entrance to the upper camping area. There is 6 guys from MVPS juniors trying to hold up there, man, but it's just too many of
They're just
everyone.
getting overwhelmed here. I mean, you can also see they're in one courtyard, and at every entrance there's players of the MVP's first
Angling
team.
doesn't work when you shot from every possible angle.
It's just yeah, I mean they have 50% more to work with, basically, and they probably also have the higher player skill, so there's not really a chance for MVP's second team. I hope maybe that they will somehow magically make new players appear, but
For the last game, I seriously doubt it also. Like they dropped yesterday by losing by PVS 4-2, and they have to play the major team of their clan in a first match in a loser bracket. It's just like how it happened. It's just like random bracket creation.
I mean, no one expected MVP's first to drop to the lower bracket right away.
Even if it did, it's just like how it happens, and that's it. You can't influence that on a tournament. Like, there is no restriction on how many teams can one clan have in a tournament, because you had 4 slots who can qualify, 6 invited ones by previous success on a tournament, and you had 4 on top of that that play the qualifiers on 11th and 14th. So if some clan has like 6 active teams, yeah, you can apply your 6, man, like whatever. And if 4 of them pass the qualifiers, you might have had like 5 in a tournament.
I remember Davey actually trying to slip in a 3rd team, but it didn't work out. Like they couldn't, I think they couldn't get
having
the
enough teams and enough capable teams. It's a
different,
it's a different vocabulary, you know.
Yep, that's obviously the case.
Like, I don't know, like if there are players on the servers who still remember Patok clans.
Like oh yeah, that was
Patok had like 10 to 15 stuff, and they would put everything on the same landing and lose in first rounds.
Yep. Now the fighting against the Pato Alliance back in the day in Africa was horrendous, because they would sit beside each other and then they would give each other covers, which wasn't forbidden, of course.
Back in the day, if you just needed to delay some landing, if you were in good terms with them, you just asked them to put everything on your landing, and the landing would be tomorrow.
Yes. Like not even 1 a.m. but like 3 a.m. and by that
it was
time,
ridiculous.
Yep.
It was ridiculous. But one might say that Pato had like a success of a camel against a tank, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Maybe camel would fare better even. But they had a desire. They had a great desire.
I mean, they succeeded in the way that probably they had the community with the most players. Who knows? Maybe that was their goal.
Man, it was them and Bia, I remember. Bia was like a Czech clan, right?
Bia, yeah.
Like Bia had like 5 of them at the time.
Brothers in arms.
Yeah, we had to fight over Italy once, like with all 5. Jesus Christ, that took a while. Anyways, we are almost at the end of this game. Like it's best of 7, so that means who comes first to the 4. We'll end this match. 3-0 is here. I mean, what can the juniors do, man? Like,
no, they just
you can just like go down with a smile, more or less, or with a less of a smile, and tell something to your teammates. But
to your clanmates, even, who knows?
But that's gonna stay within the house, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably not gonna be bad blood there. Hopefully for them, we will see.
Oh, I don't think like MVPS1 will really care about it. It's not their problem. Yeah. They had all the 15 guys here.
As we are going in the probably last match, though, yeah, you can see MVPS second, bringing out the artillery here, while MVP's first is just trying to finish it off here with serious tanks. I mean, yeah, what is there to say, really?
It's that rigged matchmaking, man.
But maybe we can see...
How did you get like 6 artilleries on Himmelsriss, bro?
Oh, back in the days when you could have 10 arties on every side. Fortunately, that's not the case anymore. But yeah, maybe we can see which arty does the most damage in this game. Maybe this.
Let's see which arty survives until the first reload. First time.
Obviously, the T92
I mean,
at
the
the
best map for arty. It's like a most beloved map for all the arty.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that big, so you're guaranteed to hit, basically.
Let's see, will the arty connect on YOLO Warrior here?
Oh, Tark's still not reloaded.
He's doing the EBR dance among them. I actually see Ducky chase arty in the randoms, just like a YOLO swag kill.
Yep.
That's playing dirty. I bet the guys love it for that.
Obviously. Most of the players probably...
I'm going just with the sentence like, what goes around comes around, you know? So if you wanna click, you have to be ready for a dirty balance of a game called DBR. Like that's the only balance for all the massive tank destroyers and arties. On the other hand, I cannot say I'm happy with one guy spotting me 100 kilometers per hour that I cannot even track.
Was that actually a pen on the EBR?
I think he lost like 600 HP, man.
Yeah, well, probably even more, but yeah.
I have no idea who even shot him.
I don't either, but yeah, I think they are trying to find the last guy.
Cat's Eye is deep undercover with his budget.
He's doing some cheeky stuff.
He's deleted even from the map, man. CIA hit him.
Oh,
they're gonna do cap or lose pressure here.
Yeah, 12 seconds here as the clock ticks down. I mean,
9 seconds till the end of this magnificent and unpredictable match, which we never saw before, the Clash of the Titans, seniors versus juniors.
Yeah, I don't know. What a shame for MVP second, really.
Man, at the end of the day, everyone gets what they deserve on a tournament. So if you can gather and you can play consistent, you do. If you can't, this is what happens.
Yeah,
like you need to have all kinds of dedications for a tournament. You have to have dedicated players who will show up, tactics, skill, planning, whatever, man. Like so many segments. If you fail on one of them, you're just not gonna make it.
It's gonna fall apart, as we just saw here.
Well, sadly, MVPS the second lost. Not really unexpected, given the circumstances. What can you do? We were obliged to do the match for you guys, and maybe they had a chance to show with additional 5 players, which didn't happen. So this was the conclusion of it. Yeah. What can you do? At the end of the day, I'm pretty sure like MVPs will not be picked from this match. We were picking them from the previous matches based on like damage, assistance, and things like that. And you saw Ducky said like who the guys were, and we took just one because of his special contribution breaking the camp on Karelia, which we really thought
that
deserved
a
nice reward for something like that, because we didn't want to see undisturbed campers all the time on that map.
Yep.
So at least he gave people idea what to do about it.
Anyway, I think that's it from us. We are probably...
we will see. I still like to watch myself on camera. See this beautiful.
I mean, I also like watching you on camera.
Someone told you before that you have a favorite color of the shirt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I miss. I mean, maybe we
make you blush, man.
I see nice myself right now. I'm blushing, obviously.
They were complimenting. He had look at this lovely face that goes with this shirt now. I'm not the girl, man. Talk to her.
You still look good.
Thank you very much. Anyways, guys, I think our desk is ready. Duck will probably have a lot to say about the gameplay here. And
I'd love to see him analyzing that. Yeah.
And let's see how that goes. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back. So yeah, we had a chat already, and Ducky does have absolutely tons to say about that match.
Unbelievable amounts. That was just like, MVP at second. They thought they could win with 10.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it didn't work that way. Who would have thought that would happen? I do want to remind everybody that, end of the day, prediction is prediction. And I said 4-0, which means that I am right, which means that I won, technically speaking.
I mean, to be fair, the chat did vote your face as the best prediction out of all of it, which was pretty interesting. At 71%, Daki's face was the best prediction according to chat. With 29% actually voting for Kihan's prediction as the as the one there. So Kihan's gloating there with a celebratory. That's why we're looking off to the side with his prediction there. But Daki's face coming in as the best prediction from chat for the there. Not even the 4-0. It was literally your face.
No, I can live with that. I can live with that. Chan and me have a special relationship. Oh, and before I forgot, I had to say happy birthday to somebody in chat as well. Yoop, happy birthday. I gotta do these kind of things.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, I lose people. You know what I'm saying? But no, unfortunately, right. They didn't have the players to play. That is, I mean, they obviously had players, but just not enough to fill a full squad, and that's just the way it is.
Yep.
MVPS move on with a just dominating performance, really, if you want to talk about it.
I mean, for Kihandi, I'm sure he's happy with that reckless YOLO hero aggression coming from the team there and really paying off.
At least he'll be right
MVPS
one time today, which is, a success compared to yesterday.
Wow. So much bullying.
Small steps, small starts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Kihand prediction with the aggression coming in and actually paying off there. I believe that is. Kihan's right here is just glowering at us to the left with a big grin on his face, with just calling him out here a little bit, but there we go. Bless him. I have seen in chat people asking about who the winners were for all of the MVP votes previously and the winners from yesterday. So hopefully we can get these on the screen for you shortly, and then we'll make sure everybody can keep an eye on that. But I know basically out of that there's no one really to pull out an MVP from such a short match there. So hopefully on the second one we'll have full teams and be able to pull out an MVP from that.
I think the 11th player from MVPS second was the MVP.
Okay.
They didn't have an 11th.
Invisible person. Maybe it was the Observer.
The Observer?
Maybe it was the Observer.
Nah, we ain't giving Phil any credit. Not today, not tomorrow, not any day actually.
Okay. Why not?
Because of Phil, listen, because of Phil, I'm playing Ghost Town in advances, and I blame Phil for that. That's it. He just lost all his credit with me for the rest of his life.
Okay.
Unless, of course, Phil, if you're listening to this, and there's this thing called credit boosters, right?
Credit boosters.
If those were to magically appear,
mm-hmm.
then Phil could be the MVP.
How much do you like credit boosters?
I love credit boosters.
But aren't you a gazillionaire in game? With all the games you've played, don't you have credits coming out?
Do you know how much spamming gold ammo, like a proper Unicum, costs per game?
I thought it was HE.
That's for always doing damage.
Okay. I thought HE was the key. That's what people have told me.
Yeah, that's if you're mainland.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Sadly.
So yeah, hopefully, and I'm not sure that they've quite heard me yet, but there's no winners to come up on the screen just yet. So what we're actually going to do is make sure you check out in chat and follow the Gleam links to enter into those giveaways for 100 euros that is awarded to one random person that's selected in for voting for the MVP. You'll also win 100 euros if you follow our social media channels and the Paysafecard channels for today. That person will be chosen at random. We're choosing 5 of those for today, and that happens every single day. And you'll also see in chat a particular follower goal for the week. And this one is where at the end of the week, if you follow all of those, we will choose one lucky person to win 1,000 euros in Paysafecard vouchers.
Hideki was going to dance as well at some point, you know?
Apparently you're not the only person to suggest this, which is beginning to scare me.
What
do
you think, like, Iki, you know, if you reach a certain goal, you know, you and maybe Zoltan or Phil, you know, just like a Just Dance stream or something, I would think that would be quality content. I'd watch that.
Okay.
I'd watch that. I think everybody would really
Okay.
I think that would be great.
Now I am curious if I ask chat who they'd like to see dance more, me or you.
That is not a fair question to be asked.
So who would you like to see dance more, me or Daki? I'm pretty certain I know the answer for this one.
Yeah, but like Juan said, if I'm gonna dance, I think we're gonna need a bigger lens.
Wow, that's not that's
That's
not
what
true.
Juan said,
That's
alright?
not true.
It is true. It's what he said.
That's not true. I don't think that's true.
It's definitely what he said. If the voices are telling me, you know, it's really weird sitting here. You know, sometimes you hear like a voice in your head, but you know, the voice in your head is usually wrong.
Okay.
So in this case, it's wrong again.
Okay. I mean, I hear lots of voices, so I can never be certain.
It's true.
They all have like different sounds.
Yeah.
Some male, some female. You're never actually sure who to listen
Just don't
to.
trust any of the voices, Nick.
But not even yours?
I mean, if you want to trust me, sure.
Oh, I'm always trusting you. And so we have. I'm going to try and poke again for our winners screen and see if we can get that one up on there, so everybody can see who the winners were from the giveaways yesterday. The voices are now listening as well as there. So
the voices have listened and they have delivered. Thank you, dear God, for listening to me.
And so the MVP winners from the teams yesterday were Old Kings WDYM. We have Rizek, I think I've pronounced that correctly.
Rishek.
I
think it's Rishek. I could be wrong. I could just call him Risi, to be honest.
Rizik.
Risi. You know, just.
And so he's there, and then we have Koma took your province.
Koma loves being called Choma.
Any particular reason?
No, because I call him Choma and he doesn't like it.
Oh, okay. So Trauma.
Choma.
Everybody in chat calling him Trauma. I'm sure this will end really, really well.
I mean, I gotta like balance it out, right? Because now he's always gonna be like, "Hey, Daki, remember the time when we talked about the Karelia camp and you said I couldn't break it that way, and then I broke it that way and I won the MVP?" Yeah, because I remember.
I'm sure you. I mean, Keyhand particularly appreciated that. He's a huge fan of seeing that. Were you as impressed over that?
Yeah, I was, especially that it worked, because I didn't believe that it would. I think we sat on TeamSpeak discussing for like a solid hour, 2 hours. That doesn't work that way. There's no way that works that way, and then it does, and you got a message after, and it stated, minus obviously the profanity that come out through to my address. Told you it would work, like 2 minutes after, it's like, dude. Oh, okay.
Okay, and so those are the players that won it. We also have a clip and play of the day award going to for people that kind of clip out a particular moment. And I know for me, I had one particular moment from yesterday that I'm not sure if we've managed to keep a hold of, but I definitely want to find it, which was the EBR on Cliff with the awesome climb down and baiting in the enemy into
baiting
crashing
Risi
twice.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't take much for Rishek to be baited, but
Wow.
What?
So,
what?
Shots fired.
I mean, he's still kind of, he's still kind of young, and you're at that age, You believe more, It's only after that you realize that you can't trust faces like yours that look innocent on paper.
Wow. So you've never thought and chased down a tank from the cliff and thought, I've got this, and then I haven't got this as you're halfway down.
But I've never ever failed. That's the difference. I've always succeeded. And even if I didn't succeed, it's only for content.
Okay.
Right? You gotta imagine, right? If you jump off a cliff
Mm-hmm.
and you succeed on stream, it's great, right? But imagine if you go for the jump and fail. Now that
Yeah, I've done that.
that hypes the people.
That was when I found the bug live on stream.
Yeah,
So
that
was
was
great.
Yeah. That's just. It's just. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know how it happened, but it is fun. I remember jumping off the bridge on Mountain Pass and being like, "Oh, that's the only way to live," and living, and then dying. Obviously.
Oh, you didn't win?
Nah. I mean, I made it to the floor, and then
That's
I died.
anticlimactic. I was expecting a 1v15 victory.
1v15 victories. Yeah, maybe if I was starting to play Tier 1 again, but I'm not there just yet, you know?
I think you could do it. I believe in you, Daki. I remember your WGL days and the carries.
Those are some... Unlike Carry Barry, I think at least I carried once or twice. That may be the difference.
I remember the NA games in particular, where there was some serious carrying going on over there. Do you miss those days at all?
Yeah, sometimes. Why not? I mean, they were fun times, and I would say I think the most part I miss are not the matches at this point.
Okay.
It's the meeting with other people, with the other teams, and hanging out. And then that is the most the fun stuff, especially like getting to go to really nice places. Since I got to go to Japan, obviously I got to go to China. I got to go to a lot of places in Europe, which is really nice if you think about it, right? So I think, if anything, I miss that the most, like the hanging out with the people, meeting new people, meeting people again that you've seen before. Those are really the memories that stick with you. Obviously, some matches stick with you as well because they were dramatic or they were nice to win, but I think the meeting of the people was the best.
Okay, and would you say this is the same as going to the offline events?
No, because I get to hang out with you, which is...
okay, I mean...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that not as much fun?
No, it's just way more fun.
Way more fun.
You misunderstood. You immediately took it like I was going to say it bad. It's obviously so great to hang out with everybody except for Juan. Everybody else is just amazing. Like 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10s everywhere. And then there's like Juan minus 500.
I mean, I still remember Gamescom with showcasing the very first Steel Hunter mode.
I dominated that mode.
And I remember
we dominated that
trusting
mode.
you every single time.
Look, like, you know, I loved that mode. I mean, it was great for me because I got to actually be good at something for once. And I got to use you as my trusty ally.
That was just wow.
Yeah, I got to use you a little bit, you know, like, it's great because it's like an extension of my own health points that I don't really have to care about.
I will not forget the... You can do this. You got this. You handle those 3 guys. I'll take care of this one. And I still managed to come out on top, and you were like, eat, yo, eat, hi. And then just a giant shell in the back of the turret.
I mean, you know, like, in the terms of, like, the rankings, it's like winning, and then it's like friendship, right? When the win's on the line, the friendship goes away. It's just the way it has to be.
And so you told me, but I still tried to trust you the whole time, unfortunately. And a slight mistake there, but it was fun still.
It was fun. It was fun. That was a really enjoyable stream. That was a very fun stream. I'll say that much.
So you're looking forward to doing it again?
Wait, are you? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, if it comes back, obviously we don't know when.
Some people may know.
Yeah, of course. You always know more than me. That's not. I was standing in front of Zoltan's desk, and he's like, "Oh, I can't say the thing because Daki's standing." And I'm like, "What thing?" And he's like, "Oh, I can't tell you." And I'm like, I wasn't even listening. We
suddenly have to develop all code words when we have these tournaments around with people in the office. And
so I just walk over there, stand behind his computer, and not say anything. And just stand there for a little bit and see how he reacts to it. I'm not sure if he would like it, but maybe I can find out more. I'm willing to trade these secrets for codes.
Codes or credit boosters?
Why not both? I mean...
or positive points from Juan, apparently.
If Juan can bring me... If he can deliver me credit... He may just be my... Listen, have I told you that Juan is just an amazing human being, right?
So even if he's able to get you these credit boosters...
Only if he gets me credit boosters.
Only then? Not more?
Yeah, only then. Only then.
Okay. So now we've had a little live down memory lane. I remember voting for you for MVP when you were casting once, and that went really well because I think you actually won it then, unfortunately.
I remember when you were just a viewer.
Yes, just a viewer, and you were a fellow.
And now you just abuse me.
I never abuse you. Never. Not even in Steel Hunter when you snipe me and stab me in the back
Now you
numerous
just send
times.
me threats on Discord.
Well, there is that. I do remember as well the fateful moment where I managed to get inside your head, though. That was glorious. When you felt that I'd managed to get all of the people that we had volunteering on the Super Test server to come and gang up on you for the next few games.
No. If we go back to that stream from Steel Hunter with the Super Testers, there was like 5 of them, right? I'm fighting somebody and the other guy is like driving past them and comes. That was intentional. All right, I've never seen more blatant focus in my life.
I just got in your head. I didn't say anything. I had no control on any of this. I just managed to get inside your head.
I refuse to believe that.
Absolutely 100% true.
I refuse to believe that.
And that's why everybody loved it afterwards, because I had nothing to do with it. I was the one getting bullied before then, and then all of a sudden it stopped happening, and then you were getting bullied instead, and it had nothing to do with me, which was great. So we have the bracket for those people who may be just joining in for the progress of matches so far and what they can expect to see today. So we had matches 1, 2, 3, and 4 yesterday, and then today we've just had match 5, which was an unfortunate rollover with the lower bracket.
Which means that we obviously lost our first team in the tournament, which is MVPS second. They are out completely because they lost in the lower bracket. After this, we have, now, coming up shortly.
Yes.
Shortly, we have Nomi versus PVS. Nomi respectively going down against Davey second and PVS going down against MVPS.
Who's your vote for this?
I went with Nomi because I just feel like overall they should be the higher quality of team. So I went with Nomi there. And then after that we have CSA versus Davey, right? And then followed up with Trust and Fame. Now, a lot of people may know Trust and they were like slightly different name as TRVST,
yep,
which is also said as Trust. Then obviously it's kind of confusing, but the players in that team are not the same ones that were in Trust, because a lot of those players that were in Trust are now in Davey International. I know it's very confusing. It's very confusing. It's the good old switcheroo. But you may recognize a lot of the no-hit people, which were in Believe, of which a decent amount also played some of them were in Trust. And a decent amount of them also played in Believe in the previous tournament, so they're not unfamiliar with this. I will say that last time it didn't go that well for them, so we'll have to see. So I wouldn't put too many hopes on Trust just because of the name. I'd be fairly cautious there with saying how that would go. But Davey versus CSA, last time these two people played in the last tournament, it was a tiebreaker, which Davey was losing up until one point and then pulled it back around and managed to win it. So that, if history repeats itself, which hopefully it should, because then it's entertaining, right? Then these two should be clashing it out and should be... There's no way that CSA doesn't pick up a few rounds, no matter how they play. They're good enough as a team. They have pretty much the same players as last time to take rounds off of anybody.
Okay, and then the next one, who are you thinking?
Between Trust and Fame?
Sorry, DV and CSA, we mentioned that. Trust and Fame, yes.
Well, you know, just because this is, I'm like surrounded by famers with Barry and what's his name? Kihan. Yeah, that was him.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Shots fired again.
Yeah, I didn't notice he was here yet. So yeah, because everybody voted for Fame, I decided, to put some faith and trust and say that they're gonna win 4-2.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't really think it's going to happen, but it's like kind of also not nice when nobody puts faith in the underdog. And if the underdog wins, there's still an opportunity for Fame to go through the lower bracket, right? So it's a little bit of a bit more of a fun prediction, not 100% serious.
And you get to say, I told you so.
Yeah, and if I win, then I'm the only one that's right again. And if I lose, then I'm like, well, that was a fun prediction. Covered in both cases.
Now, if I remember
smart.
If I remember correctly, with the DV versus CSA, wasn't that one of the more larger clips that we had from the tournament finals? Where you had over 1,000 views for your lyrical spitting rap god fast-talking skills, if I remember correctly. There was a few of those moments in that tournament where you absolutely nailed it with your awesome
the
skills.
faster you speak, the less people pay attention to what you're actually saying. Therefore, I sound like I'm a genius. So I can just like say words, words, and try and form sentences with them. And sometimes it works out. And that's the greatest part when it works out. It's really nice.
Okay. Well, it seems to be that everybody loved it.
If you want to hire me for a World of Tanks ramp, contact my manager. We'll figure out a stage name.
Who's your manager? Is it Phil?
No way, because Phil will take half the money. Who would be my manager?
Juan.
Paulo.
I vote Juan.
Juan?
I think Juan would make a good manager.
Juan would undersell me. He'd probably make me pay money.
I think Juan would make a good manager for you.
Paulo Fonseca, all right, on Twitch. That is my manager.
Right, sorted. And then we do have the predictions already from our casters and analysts that should pop up on screen shortly for the next game, which is PVS versus Nomi. We have one person with faith in PVS from what I can see on the screen over there, and then Nomi voting out strong, which is, as you mentioned, that was the...
I'm starting to get this trend that Kihan just likes being wrong. Because even Kihan can't magically think that PVS is all of a sudden going to beat Nomi.
As a 4-3 as well. He's expecting a 7-game slog out of this.
Let me see again. So Kihan with the 4-3, Barry with the 4-2, Mojo with the 4-3. They put a lot of faith in PVS. And I'm going to be honest, when I saw Invil play against PVS, I kind of lost a lot of that faith.
Okay.
And I still think Nomi should be the better team on paper. That's why I'm not giving that much credit to PVS here. I don't know. I could be wrong, obviously, but I don't feel like this will be a super close game. I don't think so. I think Nomi should be the better team strategically, tactically, obviously, and also in player skill. And if either one of the two is on point, then they should beat PVS.
You're not expecting maybe an upset from this?
No.
No, absolutely no faith whatsoever. No, not even a small niggle of doubt.
I have no doubt.
No
I believe in the voices inside my head that tell me.
That's good. And so, guys, in chat, it'd be good for you to let us know your predictions and who you think is right. Hopefully, I can get around to this time and being able to put up the smart click again and get the numbers. I'm wondering if you can win this prediction again by the landslide voting that was last time, with 71% of votes on Daki's face.
I told you, me and Chavi have a special relationship.
And this is kind of why I was happy to not have it up on stream for now and just looking at numbers. I'm thinking, what would chat do? Just think about Twitch chat in general. What are they going to do if we click on the screen for your vote? And then it's like, of course, they're going to click on Daki's face. It's going to happen. So
I'm wondering why you even thought that I wouldn't win that vote.
I mean, I thought maybe your vote would get some clicks and maybe some votes, but none. It was just your face. There was nothing on your vote.
I mean, if you're asking this, you can ask the chat to fill it with my face, and you'll see how that one goes as well.
Well, I've already seen part of it when they are there, but absolutely, we should very much expect Daki's face to flood chat in about 10 minutes from now. I can see Panzer Maiden saying that she expected better from me than trusting you during the moment as we're reliving this.
It's really a shame. I mean, Panzer Maiden, she also streams, and I try and help Panzer Maiden into smart gameplay decisions, life decisions. I would say like I'm a mental guru for that person. And sometimes you give people so much and they just don't seem to acknowledge what they have and just rebellious against
Well, my favorite out of Panzer Maiden's chat, because as people have mentioned, you should definitely check out our channel if you haven't, it is the !SU-18. She loves that command.
I didn't see this.
You haven't seen this command?
I haven't seen
you
this.
should definitely go into her channel and type that in. It is amazing.
I've actually not seen this. Not that I recall, at least.
It's customary if every time I go in there, it's just !SU-18. Perfect. Every time. It's her favorite command.
Are you telling me you love early? Yes.
Always. I mean, I have to follow from my inspirational character that is Phil.
Phil. Look, I've spent a lot of time with Phil, and I've tried to get him out of his devious ways, and he just doesn't want to listen, dude. He just doesn't want to listen. It's just unbelievable.
Watching Phil's 3-mark arty games is just perfect. Even though the other day he
perfect?
did. Perfect.
The word you would use to describe that is
okay,
perfect?
So Dr. Nix is perfect.
Oh no.
Phil is a
Nix is on my blacklist, right? Just because of
you did mention this previously. But Dr. Nix is seems to be a cool guy as well. He's always down for those extra arty lines and premium arty and all the rest of it. He was in chat yesterday.
Do you want to know, remember Black Market?
Yes.
You remember when the left was sold?
Oh yeah.
I bought one.
I remember.
I bought it so somebody like you couldn't buy it and play it.
I already have it.
Somebody like you, all right? That doesn't mean just you.
Okay. I mean, I was very surprised that you didn't sell it straight away. I was very, very surprised.
I mean, I could if I wanted to, but there's always the option to recover, right?
But I do remember from the black market your desire for the golden Type 59 too.
Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. I was sitting there, and I'm like 25. I'm like, I didn't have that much, dude. Now I'm forced to like mark every terrain and be like, Phil, I need a rental, please.
You know what the most disappointing part of that was? That no wargaming staff was actually allowed to be part of that black market, to be fair. And so you sat there with all this gold and a golden Type 59 that you can't click on, and just having to wait. And then I'm watching people like you streaming with the gold there and just going,
I didn't.
I don't want it.
I didn't.
I don't want it.
I didn't. I think I had 17k.
Okay.
So I didn't. And then the premium store wasn't working. So it was.
Yeah. We did foresee a lot of people clicking the premium store.
But not that many.
But not quite that many that quick. So that sold out in under 2 minutes. And
yeah.
I can't give the exact numbers, but there was a substantial amount of people clicking on the premium store all at once, and so it didn't go very well. So good memories of the black market. So we've got that, we've got the predictions, and I'm going to share again and make sure everybody knows, follow those Gleam links that we have in chat. So these are for the followers. Make sure you click on those and check those out. So we'll be choosing 5 of those per day for 100 euros. We have a weekly follower where you can win 1,000 euros at the end of the week, making sure you click on all of those social media channels for Paysafecard and the World of Tanks channels. And also Voting Now MVP games, where we will choose 100 euros to one person who votes for their MVP and award 100 euros to one of the players who comes out with the MVP. We do have some smaller giveaways with 40 euros for the clip of the day and the play of the day. So I already awarded, I can't remember who it was on the EBR now, sorry, with his amazing EBR descending skills.
I think it was Monster Yellow, but I'm not 100% sure.
I can't remember the exact name, and I don't want to say it wrong and then go somebody making a name like this going, where's my 40 euros?
Where is me money?
Yeah, it happens quite a lot with everything.
Oh, no, where's my money? You promised me some, mate.
All the time. All the time. Where's my stuff? Where's my gold? Where's my free stuff? Where's everything? If you want to double check if you have won any of those with the Gleam links, maybe you don't get to catch our channels. I'm sure we can get up those winners on the screen shortly again for you. Make sure you log in and check out those Gleam links where the winners will come up on the screen and you'll be able to check those out on the widget itself. So you'll be able to see if you've won that. One of the reasons that we have people being able to win that, and we ask for the details we do, is because this is actual real money, where we'll be sending these to you that you can spend, hopefully, in the Wargaming store on the World of Tanks.
Wow! Wow, the sneaky, wow, dude. Sell out in the chat, boys. Hashtag sellouts. He actually did it, dude. I didn't think you... Wow.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So hopefully you'll spend those Paysafe cards there with varying degrees, but 100 euros will go a long way getting you towards those gold values and those premium.
Yeah, what can you get with 100 euros in the Wargaming store?
Well, Keyhand has told me that his favorite package to get is, of course, the Fort Knox.
The Fort Knox. Yeah, what a surprise.
Apparently that his go-to package for spending those euros.
I'm not surprised, because the only way Keyhand can win out the game is if he shoots gold ammo, so he needs a lot of credits.
Wow. Poor Keyhand is just getting constantly abused here, and he's kind of looking there, not really listening to much of it.
It's kind of getting hot in here. It's like Keyhand's being led on the barbecue, just like slowly being roasted. Dude. Like,
Poor Keyhands.
Yeah, it's almost there, boys. Like, give it like a few more hours and we'll have roast.
He's not really paying attention, just stood there chilling out, drinking his tea and coffee. And then all of a sudden, Daki just catches him at the corner of his eye and just like, here's some roasting, here's some fire in some shots, and just take it. And then all of a sudden, everybody goes in the office goes, wow. And Keyhands, what's happening? And so he stood there with his gigantic height looming ominously.
He's making the watching.
Yeah.
Listen, Kian, I've never been less afraid in my life than the moment when you told me to be afraid. Okay, that's kind of hot. Not gonna lie. 408, by the way.
So we've got those. We did have the winners upon there again. We had those. I'm sure we can show the bracket again once we've done all of this. We do have some interesting games coming up today. Daki had some strong claims coming in there, but the surprising prediction for match 5, or no, it should be match 6, not match 5, was Nomi versus PS and PVS, and apparently Keyhand is the odd one out, thinking that PVS is going to be able to pull this out, and I'm wondering if maybe Keyhand knows some secrets that nobody else out of the casters and analysts do. Although I do seem to be abbreviating casters and analysts to canalists. Canalists. I'm not sure where this has come from, but for the last 2 days...
Soon he's going to be calling us cattle.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's not because Barry is from Wales that he's a sheep, alright? I've said this to you before. That's just bad.
Are you just going to roast everybody on the teams?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about my answer for a few seconds, and then I remembered we're still here tomorrow, Thursday, and Saturday. I'm like, that's a pretty high possibility, yeah?
Just barbecue.
I think been very nice to you so far.
Yes, actually, it's better than you were at Gamescom. So yeah, so far it's been fantastic.
That's just everybody except for poor Juan.
Poor Juan.
Look, I'd say I feel bad for Juan, but I'd be lying.
So Juan, for those who don't know, is one of the cool men and part of our video team behind the scenes that you don't tend to see that often, who speaks in our ear and has some cool moments. And poor Daki has been roasting Juan quite a lot.
Me, I've been roasting Juan.
I
haven't even told the story yet. The story of where I'm sitting in front of the camera. Juan walks over to the camera, looks at me, right? Listen, it's not funny, all right? It's not the last tournament, right? I'm sitting there in front of the camera, just like looking at something. Juan walks over to the camera, looks up at me, looks at the camera, looks at the back, is like, I think I'm gonna need a bigger lens. I'm like, Juan, I'm right here, buddy. And he's like, no, I meant it for the frame. Sure thing, Juan, sure thing. Nobody believes you, all right? Nobody, especially me, believes you.
Just incidental roasting going on.
You know, you could just be honest, right?
Yeah, just poor Daki. Just poor Daki. So we have those coming on, but we're going to show you a couple of trailers, and I'm not sure if we managed to get a couple of clips for the videos from yesterday's games to be able to throw them together for you. But we will be going to a short break while we get the next teams ready and get going. Make sure you click on all those social media links. We'll be checking out the chat. I can see Daki's face is now arriving in the channel with all of Daki's subscribers. If you haven't already, you should definitely check out Daki's Twitch channel. A bit of a plug going on there. There you are.
Beautiful.
Now just convince all of your subscribers who win the Paysafecard to go to the World of Tanks shop, spend there, maybe.
I think you can donate to my channel with Paysafe.
That might be a way to go.
That's a joke, by the way. Just kidding. I love you, all right?
And so we'll cut to a break shortly. We will be right back. Thank you everybody for sticking with us, as we the first game was a really quick one, unfortunately, but we're coming in for the next team, so we'll have the schedule come up shortly, and then we're going to cut to a short break with some videos and some trailers, and then we'll carry on with the giveaways. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
trick-or-treat, Commanders. Halloween's fast approaching, and so is November's Twitch Prime package. Are you ready? You better be. Care Package Juliet, which features new rental vehicles, a unique pumpkin-headed commander, and other bonuses, is here. As well as the treats in this month's package, you can get your hands on the Captured King Tiger. It's got the best armor at its tier and will protect you from ghoulish forces. Its gun will help you fight off any enemy, even if it's something straight out of your nightmares. As always, there's a collection of missions with great rewards, specifically for the Captured King Tiger to take on. Care Package Juliet is even more interesting. Get your hands on 2 new rental vehicles, the Tier 7 American tank destroyer M56 Scorpion and the Tier 8 Chinese light tank M41D. If you like what you see, you can purchase them at a discount while the Care Package is active. A unique Halloween commander, Patrick O'Treat, with 3 perks: 6 Sense, Repair, and Jack of all trades. 1 day of World of Tanks premium account. 10 missions for ×5 XP when victorious. 6 give me something good to hit emblems. A collection of 15 premium consumables. And the trick-or-treat medal unique to Care Package Juliet. To get all this, click Claim Offer on the dedicated World of Tanks Twitch Prime page. Link your Twitch Prime and World of Tanks accounts, then click the Authorize button to redeem the offer. It's that simple. To get the Captured King Tiger, you'll need to claim the special offer separately, but only once. Now let's get your loot. Already in the game? Just exit and log in again. Visit the official website to learn more. Good luck on the battlefield.
Welcome to this episode of the Tank Academy. I am Ikibu, and today I will return as your tank instructor. Today necessary. The main gun options on the M4 are the 105mm HE derp cannon and the 76mm high velocity gun. The 105mm is great for delivering devastating high single-shot damage to lightly armoured targets, at the cost of low velocity rounds, making sniping very difficult. HE shells can deal damage to even heavily armoured targets. But I advise you take some heat rounds just in case you find yourself in a position to take advantage of a weak spot and guarantee high damage. The alternative gun is the 76mm, a classic high rate of fire and penetration cannon with average damage. Great for sniping. You should load mostly AP and APCR for more armoured targets to ensure you keep your damage consistent. The suggested equipment for the M4 is the reliable combination of a gun rammer and improved ventilation. The remaining slot will depend on how you prefer to play. Either a gun laying drive if you prefer to take the 105mm cannon, or binocular telescope if you prefer the 76mm. If you're saving credits, you can take the binocular telescope, toolbox and camo net. These are free to demount and place on other vehicles. I suggest for consumables the standard setup: a fire extinguisher, repair kit, and a first aid kit. These consumables will help you get out of trouble in most situations. Alternatively, the bigger and better versions of these consumables can be taken, but they're more expensive and not advised for new players who should focus on saving credits. On the battlefield, the Sherman should focus on flanking and supporting. Take advantage of your fantastic 12 degrees of gun depression. Hide your hull behind terrain or obstacles to stay safe while punishing your opponents. This hull down playstyle will be consistent for all the tanks you will play along the line. Should the enemy start giving you all of their attention, use your speed to relocate to safety or remain grouped with your teammates. Like any medium, your focus should be supporting teammates. Exploit open spaces to flank your opponents while using your great view range to spot enemy positions. Alternatively, use HE rounds to detrack your target in the open, allowing your teammates to punish them, especially when fighting against higher tier tanks. The M4 leads to some fun tanks along the heavy line like the Tier 7 T29. The medium line holds some gems, like the Tier 6 Easy 8 Sherman and the Tier 8 Pershing, leading to the pattern tanks at Tier 9 and 10. We hope you find this guide helpful. Subscribe for more guides and for all official World of Tanks news, and I will see you on the battlefield. Fun fact, did you know there are 12 vehicles based on the M4 chassis in the game? Hello everybody, welcome back from that short break with some cool videos. I can see in chat we're mentioning with ads. What's going on with ads? Well, I mean, we are giving everybody a chance to win those Paysafecard vouchers, and we have to help you know where you need to spend your money. So how are you doing? I'm not sure what's happening with the sound in the video going on now, so hopefully everything is now working. And so, welcome back. I'm Ikibu, the video content manager for World of Tanks Europe. This is the one and the only...
Roskilat.
Who's that?
That's my name backwards. That's what I called my CC account.
Okay. I did not know this.
We smart.
Sometimes.
It's still the killzone,
okay.
but backwards.
Just mirrored.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's for people that have like 2 IQ, like me.
Is that account still a Unicum?
I mean, I guess so.
You sure?
Pretty sure.
Okay. I wasn't sure, because I know with CC accounts they're not usually tracked with these, so you can never know. So, okay. We do have a code to make sure everybody gives away, and you should definitely want to check with those. But we definitely want to be showing that code to everybody, because this allows you to share it with all your friends and then bring everybody to the stream. And while we do this, make sure you get into the next game, which is with PVS versus...
Nomi.
And yeah, good luck, guys.
Well, welcome back to us. This is me with my voice now. I was really starting to flip out. Wait, why am I talking like Iki? It sounds like kind of awkward. Well, still Mojo, Kerryberry, the better half of this cast for sure.
Well, hopefully. I mean, I'm joining you in on the caster's desk today in the hot seat, so we'll see what we get here with Nomi PVS.
Yeah, it's not your first time, man, so it's gonna be very, very cool. Well, these guys are matching out. We already know in a loser bracket. Yesterday, Nomi lost after a tiebreaker match, and it was quite tight. And PVS, well, they had a first victory over MVPS, the juniors, but then they met Invil, and that was that. Let's just call it a day there. They're starting off, guys, on Prokhorovka first. We have a defender, which is PVS. PVS actually played Prokhorovka yesterday. Never.
Good as well that we're seeing an STRV. I think that might even be the first one of the tournament. I don't remember even seeing one.
Well, we haven't seen Prokhorovka yet, so
yeah, exactly.
STRV kind of comes with it.
Because as well, now you've got Nomi, who obviously played yesterday. They've actually picked different maps to what they played yesterday, because...
No, we didn't see... These guys didn't play Prokhorovka. I don't think anyone did.
They're playing a different map now. They're bringing out Prokhorovka because obviously they've played maps yesterday. They played like the Himmels, the Ensk, and now they're trying out new maps so that people can't kind of counter their strategies. So yeah, this first time as well that we're seeing the STRV. And
there's actually only one map in the pool they will play that they both played yesterday. It's Sand River. Everything else is fresh, new, and we will even see live Oaks first time today. But anyways, defender playing with 3 EBRs here. That's quite aggressive by PVS. 1 RT only, but that's okay for Prokhorovka, more than okay, because actually 2 RTs here are quite important.
Yeah, and you can see that EBR is also going straight down the 2 line, and it looks like that PVS also just want to push this out. Now you can see they've got kind of a cluster of tanks at B2, lots of 260s as well, so that those fast mobile heavies and high destruction taking a lot of damage, but also doing 2 shots as well, so kind of even trades are on the EBR. And you can see now that Nomi are also quite aggressive, both on the opposite sides of the map, so it's kind of who can take this control quickly.
I can see massive push by Nomi actually to take other side of the rail. Entire force except 1 medium is there, even their single RT. They took the 268 probably to kind of baffle PVS, thinking they will leave the tanks on the forest line. And I think they're going to try to get some easy pickoffs, maybe here Wodkowski here alone, and maybe the Chieftain Ichuk, because there is not really many guys covering them. If they manage to take those guys for free with only minuscule damage done by RT, that's going to be a big impact on this game actually.
Yeah, we've seen this strategy before in the past, you know, lots of 907s, and they kind of push down the 8 line. They take this kind of little riverbed in the corner, and they see what they can catch out. They're actually going to catch out 2 tanks, I think. Ichuk there's in his chieftain, but he's isolated now. He's alone. He's against about the entire team of Nomi, and Nomi have now got the eastern side of the rails, and PVS have got the western side of the rails. So, I mean, Nomi, actually the HP is fairly even. I mean, Nomi have taken 2 tanks on this side, but the HP is not in their favor, despite having a tank
advantage. HP is in PVS favor, but they lost 2 guns, and also both of their EBRs out of 3 are on half HP, which is kind of significant. We have most of HP loss was on Tomek, 907 that they for some reason left on other side of the rail. Maybe he loaded late. Who knows what happened?
Yeah, we'll never know.
We'll never know about that. But now Nomi actually has a second obstacle to go over now. now they have to think of a way how to actually aggressively cross the railway and not lose too much HP, so actually they can deal with the tanks that are now entrenched in cooldowns on the other side.
Yeah, you can see both teams are actually in a similar scenario. You've got the EBR from PVS at B5, and you can see actually on the other side of the rails down at J6, you've got Dean Abras there in his EBR as well. So it's kind of now the battle of the spotters. Who's going to be able to snipe where they're actually hitting, because they've got these EBRs and sneaky little bushes around the map. And you can see that along the rails that they're getting lots of spots out, but not too much damage being traded in return.
I think the main problem is actually because even if Nomi sends EBR over to spot where the lights are, the follow-up of damage will be quite hard, because they cannot really climb the rail because they don't know where the enemy exactly is. They don't want to lose much HP by peeking over extensively. But I think those guys from the hill, we eventually have to come down. There is a total of 3 of them because they are actually on attacking side, and I don't think PBS will try to counter-attack them with 12 guys while they are actually having a time and as ally for them because they're defending guys for 6. But now we have Miku trying to find out where the EBRs are, and maybe the guys can then peek out and try to do some damage. Monster YOLO, who we saw yesterday on that magnificent fall from the cliff, fall that ended up without damage, actually ran away on time, and Miku just took 1 shot for that pleasure. But there we go, Arty shot actually connected.
And that Arty misses there on Miku. I mean, 200 versus 50. I mean, it's only, both these EBRs are kind of a one-shot for the artillery, and if one of them dies, this could actually open up kind of this southern side of the map. Because PBS, they only have 2 907s covering. They don't have too many guys down here. It's kind of all up to the 3 spotters that PBS have compared to Nomi's 2. And if one of them die, that would be 3 versus 1. This is a big advantage to have multiple EBRs over the enemy, especially on Prokhorovka, where they're so influential.
There you go, they send Me over the rails here to take over for EBR because they cannot afford to lose it that easily. And he will just try to make additional pressure on those EBRs. There is a marking of Arty already there. Oh man, when you see that circle, it's not good. Miku is now trying to see where is that EBR, but he missed a chance because Monster actually ran away from that area of the map. But that gives a big signal to the forces of Nomi, who are now steadily rotating over that side. So it does look like their main push will actually be from the lower side and middle. You cannot do one without another.
Yeah, they initially spread kind of all the way along the rails, and yeah, they're now gathering up towards the south. You can see them moving that 268 V4 down. They've only kind of got 1 tank in the north now, Nomi. And it looks like, as you said, that southern push is going to come out soon. Miku is doing some active spotting around the ridgeline, but what's kind of interesting, I find, is that PBS are defending along the 3 line. You can see their heavies. They're not in that bush line on the 2 line. They're in front of the bush line, and they're on the 3
like
line.
in a little dish, we used to call it, like back in a Gold League when people would go there, because there are specific angles you can like shoot there from when you're in a forest. But it does look like it's gonna be a massive push here by Nomi. They're gathering almost everything they have on the lower side. This is not something I would expect. I would expect them to leave at least 1 sniper on A6, couple of guys on the middle that will push parallel with them.
Ooh, that's a big shot and a fire, I believe.
Was completely taken out of the game, but we have EBRs pushing for initial spots from the southern line. Snipers are lining up behind. So if they manage to take out someone without losing Dean, that would pay off, but this was really bad, man.
Yeah, I'm not too sure this is going to work. Nomi now already 4k HP down, but as I mentioned earlier, PBS only had 2 907s in the south, but now PBS have kind of filtered out more to the south. They've got multiple 260s in the middle who can also shoot south if they do get a spot. And Yamekaisu, I think he's going to go for that spot now as well, because Miku's only a 1-shot. If he dies here, this could be crucial, because Nomi will then not have a... Oh, I think this is the engagement that I was talking about. If he manages to die here now, Nomi don't have any kind of spots ahead of him, so their heavy tanks are just going to get spotted in the field, and they're going to get absolutely deleted from those 260s, the Chieftain, the 907 that are sniping, and even the Artemis. This is not looking good for Nomi.
That was close, man. I still don't understand. Like, they try to take some attention from the enemy by sending a lone Chieftain on the other side of the map, like the solo guy on D5, and there is still a bunch of snipers here waiting, trying to take out Onyamikazu or anyone else, but frankly, now they have bunch of guys with no HP left, like Sokol, Darko Easy, and so on. Like Tomek is from the start of the game like that. They lost Matriarch, who crossed the rail. Honestly, they're squandering tanks now.
Yeah, in combination with not just the HP, it's the tanks. As we said, Nomi have lost both of the EBRs, which is just... I can't stress enough how important an EBR is on Prokhorovka. This is why PVS bought 3, so that it's just kind of the most that teams would bring. You know, you kind of got one to spot the middle, one to spot either side of the map in that scenario, and EBRs are so crucial on Prokhorovka, and the RT doing 3k damage. Maybe that is, as I said, in conjunction with the EBRs, you've got loads of spotting across the map, so the RT can just constantly have shots, you know, where his EBRs are likely to spot tanks, and he's racking up damage.
Honestly, like after that opening where they took out the 2 tanks from PVS, it didn't look like Nomi had a really good plan what to do after. It was not fluent, it took them a lot of time, and as far as I think, after all that hustle, it took them 8,000 HP they lost to actually start the push.
Yeah, and it's almost 10k HP up, 9k HP now, 10k HP, because Nomi are just having to push in. They kind of run out of options. As we said, they're on the attacking side, but they didn't gain any sort of early advantages, so now they're just kind of taking a last stand push. They're trying to push in with that 268, but they don't have any map control. They're getting shot in the side, and the 268 is now just caught out in the open, and it's just one piece of the puzzle just slowly falling down here for Nomi. And PVS, actually, they haven't lost much HP in the last 3 or 4 minutes.
Their entrenched position here is doing a quick work on them, like Team and Fakir are now pushing on Sokol. I actually saw Panzernik in a game. I didn't see him yesterday for Nomi, and that might have been crucial. He was one of their commanders. But today, it's not helping so far. But it's only first game, man, so it can go much better later. Aronek and Darko, they're not gonna last long, man. Like, there is so many people left in PVS team, 10 guys, 10 guns. There is pretty much nothing to do here.
Just closing the game out, but it's always funny when RT does manage to actually slam dunk the EBR. I always find that a comical aspect of the game. But yeah, this the RT left and just, oh no, now the RT is dead, and just Darko is just gonna push over the rails. I think he just kind of wants to end that game there with 35 HP with 35 seconds left as well.
Well, PVS won their first defense of a day on Prokhorovka. We saw yesterday they are, to be honest, way better in defending than attacking. Also, what I noticed by PVS plays, they like to spread around the map a lot. And that can be quite a weakness when you face teams like Invil, as example. When we saw them face off on different maps, they like to have a big map control. And we even saw them spread 2 tanks on the other side of the rail now. If some, I don't know, more decisive team than Nomi play this, they might have actually used it, because even the defense of PVS, when we watched it now, was quite stretched.
Yeah, as you said,
there were gaps in that defense.
They managed to take 2 tanks at the start, Nomi, but the HP wasn't in their advantage. They took the tanks, so I wonder
but even that HP was lost all on one guy who was, to be honest, for that kind of play on wrong side of the rail. For some reason, I saw him around the cap all the time, and I was like, what is this guy even doing here?
See the damage he has. We mentioned that STRV coming out with 4.5k is always a good pick, and actually Panzernik was in his 907 there.
He was in today, but I was talking about yesterday. Can I see undersigned, like, was that damage all over 300 meters? Yeah, part of it.
So actually 4 or 5 shots, you know.
So he had some shots that were under. Okay. Well, top damage dealers, obviously RT for PVS, and the rest is pretty much the sniping crew.
Yeah, and a lot of 0 damage there from Nomi. I mean, 4 tanks, 2 chieftains, 2 907, 0 damage. A lot of damage at range as well from the STRV. You could see he was on the hill a lot of the time, and then I think he went
I think he
down
did
into the
pretty
rails.
much entire damage when he went down and when they pushed in, because he had sniping on a bunch of guys that were just focusing on heavies. And probably that last damage that he did, like 1k, was when they already approached him. Like, that was not about 300 meters. It was nothing big to see here. I think their biggest mistake was how they approached with spotting and covering those spotters. There was not enough aggression in it, and they gave away their hand, and they didn't even rotate after. I mean, that few steps costed them like 8,000. They had like 18 to 19k before that moment, and by the moment they actually chose to push, because they really had nothing else to do, they had 10.
Yeah, I mean, that southern push is always difficult. You have to push over such a large distance from the rails to the you have to really get to almost K1, K2 until you can get safe.
That's why I thought like they will push parallel, like middle and that, and they will do the move like this and try to cut off the other side of the map, but they sent like one chieftain here, they wasted one EBR before, and then they lost a medium who was covering EBR. You know, there was like slow moves, like you're feeling out opponent, and opponent is shooting you entire time, man.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen, as I said, we saw that opening strategy from Nomi before, where you kind of push the 907s, you push a few kind of like chieftains or tanks with good turret armor just in the middle, just to kind of absorb shots from the other side of the rails, and you use your 907s as kind of like a pushing force just to clear out all tanks on that side, and then you turn around. And they kind of waited about 2-3 minutes, and it was in those 2-3 minutes, if they'd have maybe just turned around immediately and pushed the south, it might have worked better, as you said, if they could have used their chieftains then in the middle to absorb some kind of fire from the 260s. You know, maybe they can engage in a close range brawl in the middle, and then over the south you kind of have that free run, but you have to create that free run by taking the fire in the middle.
Yeah.
So maybe just bad execution.
The trait of best teams is playing fluent all the time. Like you played on a stage against Tornado when Fame won, and you really know how it feels to play against the best and to actually do it. You cannot have half moves.
Exactly.
Like when you want to do something, you need to do it decisive, everyone goes behind it, and it happens. Or it doesn't, but you did it anyways.
Yeah, you need to be, especially on point, you need to be moving very quickly. Like I said, they waited 2 or 3 minutes to do the same move that I kind of thought they were going to do. I said, you know, actually PVS...
Yeah, when they gathered up, I was like, okay, they're going for it, and then nothing happened for a while, and I was like, what?
Yeah. But like PVS originally weren't expecting that. I said they only had like one or two tanks in the south, and if they'd have turned around immediately, it probably, well, it would have worked better than it did, because let's be honest, it didn't really work.
They would have a fighting chance, like a couple of guys covering from middle and a couple of guys in the forest. By the time everyone else reached, they would already get in some positions to fight. But like this, it was just like slaughter. Well, it was just like a first game, so like it's still best of 7 guys entire week, except like the final day on Saturday is best of 7, so that means who first reaches 4 wins, he gets the match. And since this is a loser bracket match, who loses here, he's done with the tournament, guys.
Exactly, this is only the second day of the week of streams, but you can already see now Nomi and PVS are kind of fighting for their lives in this tournament.
Out of the 5 Polish team we have, out of 10 teams in this tournament, actually 4 were fighting.
Ooh, yeah, just one non-Polish player sneaking in there, Tomek down at the bottom there, but everyone else here is Polish.
Damn, I have no idea how would I read that other after Tomek. MVP. Yeah.
Just sometimes just better not to try, you know.
Yeah, this I would not even be able to butcher it properly. Like, God forbid to say the name. Maybe he can like pronounce it for us, you know, letter by letter in one moment. But anyways, I think the second game is ready, guys. Now they will swap sides, of course, and we will have PVS now on attack side, and Nomi will have a leisure of defending Prohorovka. Since it's a moment to fall out from the tournament, you don't really want to give enemy a break so early, you know, by giving it 2-0 for entire map.
Only 1-279, I think, yeah, one on Nomi's team. I wonder if he's actually going to the position, I think, in the last game where we said one of the PVS chieftains was caught out kind of at B8. It looks like that's where the 279 was heading. He's heading in that direction. We'll have to wait and see, but again,
usually
both
people use it like on that B9 actually on island, right?
Yeah, well, you can angle the armor up. As long as you're above someone in a 279, it's very difficult to actually damage it. So I think that's where he will go. But both EBRs going to the hill here. It looks like they're going to try and catch High Destruction out. Maybe do 2 for 1. High Destruction actually missed his shot. So I mean, both these EBRs now should kind of take time to make their shot, but they drive into each other. I mean, that's unfortunate, but
and no connections from the middle.
Yeah, I said you could see what Nomi were trying to do. They're trying to send 2 EBRs in the same position, and it's just kind of gain that control. And I guess they want to deny PVS the hill. But actually, they have a pretty passive setup here from Nomi. You know, you can see this is fairly standard with STRV at A1, multiple tank, like 2 chieftains, A2, A3, and kind of the 907s, which are your mobile force, just in the middle of the map on the rails, and they're ready to react to any threats that PVS might have, whether that be on the 1-2 line, down the middle, as they obviously are already there, or might be a hill push. But as I said, those EBRs denying control of the hill to PVS initially.
This is a fairly standard setup for some defense, as Barry already said. 279 in that B9 position, a crucial part of this defense. But I see that there is Chieftain in the back of him. Usually he's closer for sniping, but they don't have forward spotting, so I guess that's why. One EBR taking a passive position in a forest out of the 3. One taking active spot on the middle by Nomi. And the third EBR, is he that on B0 in some bush?
Yeah, I think.
I would really like to see that if
2 tanks at B0, I think.
It's probably Miku.
1 EBR, maybe one a one EBR at B0, and then the 279 is supporting them.
Yeah, he's in that bush.
Sneaky little bush there, right on the red line.
Yeah, he's only there for a sole purpose to see if any enemy is coming down from the hill. He'll never see anyone peeking, of course. But if they start going down, like the 907s will have some targets, 279, and there will be some possible rotation from the forest side. On the other hand, PVS looks like they really want to just like kind of feel out what's going on, which is their standard play style from what I've seen so far on the tournament. Soccer is taking the punishment from the RT, being the solo chieftain on the middle, and I don't even know why they have a chieftain there since they're using EBR.
I was going to say the same. I mean, it's fairly standard, and as you can see, you've got EBRs kind of one on the left, one on the right, one in the middle, just to maintain vision. And as long as you have the EBR in the middle, you don't need that chieftain. You can see he's already lost 900 HP, probably to the artillery, because he's just sitting in the open. You got Yamakaisu there just constantly spotting him. So usually what I'd like to see is you just bring that chieftain back. So if you want to play him in the middle, fine. But if he's not going to play an active role, he should play a passive role. So he should find a bush is what usually I would do around the C5 area. There's often a bush where you can just sit behind a bush. You won't get spotted, of course. And then when you want to play an active role in the mid, maybe you want to use the turret armor of the chieftain, maybe make some aggressive peaks. Then you can do it, but he'll be full HP.
The HP.
Exactly, that's the big difference, because you just maintain his HP, and you will probably see that later in the tournament. It's just these little differences that kind of make some teams better, because they will look out for things like this, where they won't want to throw away just the odd 500, 1000 HP at the start, because that can make a big difference in the overall outcome of the battle.
Yeah, that's a, I believe, difference in quality of a team, because this is a matter of timing. They sent 2 EBRs on top of the hill, and he had to cover the middle while that was going on. But while they were coming down already to take over the role, he should have went way earlier back, not after losing 900 HP. There was no reason for him to stay that long. That's the
actually thing. This rotation is quite interesting. 2 of the 907s from the middle are already predicting that there might be a push. I can only assume there might be a push from PVS, and we can actually see that they've got 5, 6, maybe even 7 tanks down the J2 area. So it looks like Nomi kind of have some intelligence on what PVS might be doing. They're kind of making a prediction play.
Well, I think they're guessing because there is 2 chieftains on the middle, and you don't really want to push the 0 line, leaving a couple of heavies there, because they're prone for a counterattack by enemy, and you can lose a couple of tanks for free. So I think they're guessing just based on that there is more of the PVS force in the forest. Otherwise, you would not leave those guys there. There is also, when the EBR drives, he can probably report that he is spotted on some angles, not from the middle, but from, as we can see, Monster YOLO from the forest. And they're just simply doing the calculation. Okay, these guys are probably going to try something later here. PVS is playing super passive, just artillery game, but that does not go in their favor. Vic Mensa already lost a bunch of HP on the middle from the RT himself. Same like we had Soccer lose previously from Nomi. And every second that passes by, it goes to the Nomi favor, because later you attack, you are denying yourself any option of chasing someone or a later part of rotation. Like, that means you will be forced to do kind of a one-way strike. And what happens then.
Yeah, exactly. This is similar to the last game.
This is so ridiculous, man, when I watch these wheels.
I mean, I think he's got his wheel back now. But yeah, this is similar to the last game in that in the first kind of 5 or 6 minutes, there's no early advantage taken by the attacker, which is really what you should try and kind of almost need to do on Prokhorovka, because if it turns into the stalemate, as you said, it always favors the defender, and especially on Prokhorovka, because you have to just cover so much distance to actually get to the enemy tank. So, I mean, for example, if they try and push to A2 with this force at J2, which is the only move that I can really see coming out here from PVS, the Nomi tanks are going to do at least, 3,000-4,000 damage just before Nomi can, before PVS can even fire back at them, because they won't even be in range. You have chieftains on a hold down. Good luck with that.
Just gonna come back to something I saw on the map. I think that PVS was blinding in one moment to try to find the guy that was on C1, because he lost some HP there, and I saw a bunch of reloads in the same time by PVS, 907s from the forest, and we have Monster YOLO who closed in, but he was now spotted, and while we was watching that, he was actually deleted, I think. Yeah, Monster YOLO died, and they lost the EBR that was spotting the forest. It's one of the 3, and it's 3 minutes, 15 seconds till the end. This is not good for PVS. They still don't have information where the enemy is exactly, but Monster YOLO can pretty much say how many guys shot him.
Monsiolo has died, and as you said, this isn't good with only 3 minutes remaining, but this is now kind of triggered the attack from PVS. They're going to push down the one line, but there's only, what, 4 907s and 2 260s, so there's only 6 tanks there, and as we mentioned earlier, 2 of the 907s from the A6 position have rotated to A2, so I think you actually have 3 tanks in the corner. You have an STRV, a 907,
I think they have
multiple
way more
chieftains, and I think this could be a slaughter, but we're just going to have to find out now as PVS push down the one line with the 907s in first, and 260s are actually lagging behind. This is also not very good coordination. Timing is off here, I think.
Oh man, like PVS is going down the Kazna butchery lane. They're gonna end up so miserably here. 6 tanks against pretty much more of them. Like, you don't need even 4 or 5 to hold off this kind of amount of tanks from you. They already lost one of the mediums and the other one is gonna fall any second. There you go, Wodkowski is now second in a line. Gigi Costa third on a target. I mean, Nomi is not even taking damage for him. Just Tomek is going forward a bit for a joke of it.
Exactly. There are those 2 tanks, A1 still unspotted. STV, the 907, constantly farming with, like 4k DPM there. And actually, the Chieftains are going to re-push this now because they realize that they've got the advantages. They've kind of soaked up the pressure. And now there's only 2 260s. The ones who lag behind, they're now going to get killed. There's only 1k HP left here on the 1-2 line. And I mean, this is a very easy hold from Nomi.
It was like really one-sided game. Like it didn't look like PVS actually had a brilliant idea what to do. They're still in the game. I mean, those stranded chieftains that were completely useless the entire game are now getting taken apart by EBRs. Nonetheless, that's like really humiliating death. And the other day, Donate Yolo has a couple of 100 HP, but he's saved by the ramming speed of high distraction here.
I mean, he took more damage, but I think the kill is the most important part there. Or he might have been the EBR killer if he just managed to make that shot on Dean. He would have got 2 quick kills in quick succession there, but it's not to happen. But I mean, it's all for nothing as the fire also. I mean, that's just a bit of a BM,
he even raised his gun up, man. There is nothing else to do just but to finish the game. Donate Yellow is the last guy to fall. And we have even Steven 1-1 after playing Prokhorovka for the first time in a tournament. I mean, this map is a favorite for some guys, but some guys don't like it or play that well. But we can talk more about that after we see actually who did what on this map by damage-wise when it comes to it, because I would really like to see actually what was the spotting of the EBRs in 1-1. 4k damage done by Aronek.
I mean, last game he did 4.5k, so he's having a good game on
Camilo was the middle driving spotter, 1.9k. Dean Ambrose was 2.4k, he was in a forest. And Miku didn't have much job, he was the guy that was keeping the 0 line safe. But no cigar for this game.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, EBRs are so important. You can see both EBRs.
Maikasu actually did quite a lot of spot, but he was the one spotting the forest during the push, and he died in that moment, as far as I remember. So I guess most of the damage was done then. And I think he was the active spotter on middle holes.
But between 3 EBRs there, I mean, 2.4k spotting and 1 did 450 damage. I mean, 3 EBRs and they don't even...
no, they didn't pay off.
They don't contribute to their team positively. I mean, they
you can see the damage done by their mediums. It's minuscule. It's not existent. Like those 260s and mediums, 907s, they were just deleted from the game. The only guys who shot anything were chieftains, but that's like late and sporadic damage, not the focused one.
They were the slowest tanks out of this setup, so they kind of they survived the longest just out of the scenario that they had, because they pushed a lot of their tanks down the 1-2 line, and then the chieftains were kind of just in the middle, and they weren't the tanks that pushed. So basically, they did a bit of damage, but nowhere near enough. But I think just in general, PVS, as you said, they didn't really seem to know what they might be doing. They had
it was sluggish.
A very defensive lineup.
Both attacks were sluggish by both teams. You can say it like that. Nomi had some opening, like fast opening, but then they didn't know what to do. And PVS didn't look like they knew what they want to do from the start.
Exactly. But I think personally for me, that's probably worse, is that PVS, they kind of just wanted to sit. I guess they expected, as has been mentioned multiple times, it's like this high progression that we sometimes see from these Polish teams. Maybe they expected them to push down the 1-2 line, but as you said, it brings flashbacks of the Kazna push down the 1-2 line. I didn't want to say it, but you did, because
it's kind of like a tradition now.
I know, but having played with some of those players myself, it doesn't go down too well with them. Those are Vietnam flashbacks. They really hurt, man.
Man, like I already made G.I. Joe joke once in stream, so let's not go there. Frankly, after a couple of years, they will take it better. No problem there.
Yeah, I mean, time is the only thing that heals the pain,
If it happened only once, it would not even be a joke. But if it happens 4, 5, or 6 times, it kind of becomes a meme. But anyways, what's funny for us, can be not that funny to other people. We can talk more about bans actually here while the teams are preparing for the other session. Like we can see that Nomi actually banned Karelia. I mean, talking about why they maybe picked Proco. I mean, Nomi lost Karelia really in a tiebreaker to David 2, and I think that was probably the prime reason why they chose
exactly
we
why
don't want to play
they
that.
banned it, because each team has kind of one ban, and
one team actually has 2 and one team has 1.
So it's interesting then that in their first ban they decided to ban Karelia, the map that they lost yesterday, and that might be, as we said,
in a tiebreaker, like, and the one that actually draws them to loser bracket. But the teams are ready, so we're gonna come to that later. And we can see the second map that we didn't see yet again is Live Oaks. I like that map, so I don't know why some teams avoid it. Maybe they were saving it for later because everyone was banning it yesterday. We can see quite a lot of chieftains on PVS side, pretty much similar setup on Nomi side. Let's see the spotters, 2 EBRs for Nomi, 2 EBRs for PVS, but we have 2 artists for PVS. PVS is on attacking side. Playing with 2 artists can be quite risky sometimes.
They're on the defending side, I think, so...
Oh yeah, you're correct.
I mean, it's 2 RT. It can work well on Live Oaks. As you said, Live Oaks, I think, is a good map because there's room for a lot of like new players, new little strategies that we don't often see. I mean, in the last multiple of the last tournaments, you see that. I remember actually playing one of these where we tried out a new strategy, playing in Fame. Oh, multiple shots! Wow, those were good shots.
Almost the entire team of Nomi. Oh, again, collision with the teammate. Come on, man. There is team damage here. There is team damage here.
This is a common theme, though, where EBRs just drive into their own tanks. I don't know why, but the 279 now making his way into the city, and actually some city play from Nomi, which you don't see this too often, where tanks kind of just spread around in the city.
If they go here, they by evil, man. Like side wheel, best wheel, no. This is the best way to take the damage, bro, when you peek. You should know that by now. Single artist shot here coming into Volmada in his 279. A really defensive setup here by PVS. Pretty much sitting back. I don't think even this is too hard to break. How they're all again split all over the place, man.
Yeah, but
there is so many openings here.
PVS have kind of... They have that 2 RT advantage, as you said, but I don't really know where they're going to be able to use it because they've decided to take a fight where Nomi can hide in the city. They have hard cover pretty much everywhere, and I don't think these RTs are going to be able to make that advantage, so this is a bit peculiar.
Volmada is here more or less just to buy time. So he's a sacrificial lamb. But then you have a line of chieftains here, but all of that can actually be spotted and farmed. Very hard from the tanks, just by single RT, so I guess they can rely on the fact that there is only one RT working the job, and Miku already lost 2/3 of his HP for Nomi side, so they only have 1 EBR with full HP. So that can hinder them a lot. But current setup by PVS, I don't like it, man. If Nomi leaves a couple of tanks up, they can actually do a massive push from the lower side and keep the sniper line pretty much ready there.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what... I guess PVS is just going to kind of absorb pressure here. You can see they've got their chieftains at E1, E2, a few more chieftains down at J3, and a few of their other tanks just sitting at J6. So I think they're just kind of happy to absorb the pressure. And you said they've got that double RT set. It looks like they're going to try and draw this one out over time, but they're not really getting any spots across the map. I mean, they also have their Leo and EBR in the same position at G5. Maybe they could have also used that EBR more aggressively in the middle just to get some extra spots up, because as you said, they've got that RT advantage, and I mean 3.5 minutes have gone here, and I just don't see that working with them.
I don't think they can do aggressive spots because the lineup of their tanks, how they're set up, is really defensive, and even if they see something, RTs could work, true, but they could actually lose an EBR super easy, like it is now. So I think they're afraid of that more than of not doing the damage with artists, but that kind of negates why you even pick 2 artists then in the first place. Exactly. When if you're gonna play like this kind of setup is then okay, we play with 1 RT and we play with counter rotation with the rest of the tanks. That should be the kind of technical way to see it.
And Nomi are actually pushing in with, they've got 4 tanks kind of on this water side around the 0 line, but that's not going to be enough if they do actually want to over push this, which it seems they might be trying, because I mean, we've seen that Dean and Miku have actually backed up in the EBRs now. Mensa actually doesn't get penetrated there, but he did get tracked, but I think he'll be able to get safe. Yeah, Nomi won't actually be able to push this out. They've only got 4 tanks that can actually fight on here. And as you mentioned, PVS, I think, have 5 or 6 tanks waiting, plus the 2 artillery. So this won't work too well for Nomi, as the RT now starting to make their advantage count with the 2 RTs.
There will be a really blind angle for RT as they approach that fight. RT cannot really chuck the shells down in that ditch. So it's going to be useless when it comes to the fight. It's going to be just tanks versus tanks. But the fact is that PVS has more tanks there, but the rest are then not really good how they're set up. And they can be pressured easily from a couple of angles. So I think they're just working at the moment, sending like Matriarch to proxy spot and see what's going on before they actually, you know, put their feet down in the water. Okay, Donatiolo was also spotted because it can be seen below the rail. They know that there is a camping ground now in these little storage houses. But these mediums, Undersigned, Votovsky, and Yarever, not spotted until now. And there we go. EBR is trying to flush out to see what's going on in the middle. He's going full speed there, driving the circles. Dean Ambrose, the guy who had 100% HP, he didn't find the Leopard though because he retracted already.
That's what I was saying, though. I mean, Dean has managed to take that. He went right through the middle of the map here, you know, cut it in half, and he's got some early spots out. So now Nomi have a lot of information here. You can see now they're going to use that information to their advantage. They're pushing the 260s on the water side, and actually, this is looking pretty good for Nomi because I think that these tanks in the south here, you can see exactly PVS are having to push out in the southern side now, and their early advantage with the number of tanks they have is actually going to be deleted here because Nomi are kind of waiting for them now. The 3 tanks here, 3 907s, are just going to have to push into the open. And you got a 279 above them, so good luck penning that.
Yeah, 279 will hold there. He's just there to buy some time. Panzernik and Sokol are covering him and maybe RT, so they will have to probably keep pushing there, to be honest, because they are losing the other side of the map. We can see a big fight in a city. We should see what's going on with that 279 and Chieftains on a hold on. There we go. Walamada is already dead. That's the main push force of Nomi. Nomi has a crossfire there from that little dip and the hill. Ichuk, Fakir and Kawasaki, I don't know, going to last that long. RT can do some damage from the distance on these guys, but the loss of them is going to be massive strike for the PVS force because they still have to deal with the guys on the water side, and it's not going to be that easy for them.
And they still haven't killed that 279 in the water side. We saw him on 500 HP about 30 seconds ago. He's still just surviving there, and Kawasaki now going down. Tomek is going to pushing. They might even be able to spot out the 2 RTs from PVS because they haven't got anywhere else to go now. They've holding on to the south ever so slightly, but the north is entirely lost, and you can see here Miku might be able to spot Costa or the other CGC, but I mean Yamakaisu as well in his Leo. This is looking pretty bad. I mean, the HP is fairly even, but I'd say Nomi have some good positions. I think the most important thing now is to see what goes on in the south, because you can see that PVS are making that final push. They're using their Chieftain, the 297s, trying to push in. They've only just managed to kill that 279, who has survived for a lot longer than he should have.
Man. Like, you could see the Miku ZBR, mighty armor at service. I guess the guy who shot him got a message like armor not penetrated. When I hear that on EBR, it's like unbelievable. High Destruction is trying to make kind of a spot for the rest of the guys, but it doesn't really matter because Nomi is pushing in. The difference in HP is not really great, but there is way more guns for Nomi's side.
This is such an important fight, and I don't know why Sokol has decided to leave his 907 alone. I guess he realized that he wasn't in a position to help his 907 in time, but now he's isolated, and I think he's going to die, and I think if Sokol dies over there, this is the game here. Now you can see that Nomi don't have much HP. They have almost half the HP that PVS has. And while they had an opportunity to win this, I think they just didn't execute it well enough. You can see they're pushing in here now, but the HP shouldn't be in their advantage. Everyone's pretty much a one-shot on the side of Nomi. Everyone is actually a one-shot.
Neo, every HP they have is on team here. 907s are coming back to pick up, but Leopard is still alive. Like, he is not on really high HP, only 300, and they should really deal with him. But what can you do there, man? Okay, he's down and a team is left in the middle of the Nomi tanks. They can only rely on a DPM and maybe him not penning a shot, but Tim has a steady hand, man. Soccer is trying to finish him off. Double cap going on in the back. This is the only thing that can actually win them the game, and it was a correct move. Triple cap will come any second now. They will have to YOLO 1907 from the right side. It's going to be a bit tricky because Soccer is going to try to stop him. But if they do that, they can actually prolong this game. Problem is Vodkovsky is on 2 HP only with a dead gun. So everything done has to be done by VRS. Sokol ends up on 1 shot of HP. 7 seconds to go. 6, 5. If he resets, they will actually have a chance at the game. Oh, they'll be looking just for
resets there. You can see that Wojtowski just managed to get a kill there. Even with his broken gun, he just managed to kill one of the one-shots. And it'd be interesting now to see if this 907 can pick it up. If he can kill the Chief Chieftain, he does not manage it. That was actually a very close game, and even up until the last moment there, if the 907 had managed to kill that Chieftain on Nomi's side...
Was he penned by Artie now or something? Like, I don't know, man. Like, this was super close, super tight.
I think he got shot up by everyone at the same time. I think Artie maybe splashed him, the EBR managed to pen him from the front.
Man, there was just 3 guys alive. Like, 907 kept Chieftain and Artie. There was no one else to shoot him. That was super tight, man. They should not have come this close. I think that Nomi had a much better game, which they kind of squandered in a late game period. Like, the plan was okay. It's just the execution, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the game could have gone either way, I think. Nomi made good aggressive players. I like the EBR and then the 260s kind of playing around in the middle and the water side. That was good from them because they split the map in half. They isolated the north side, which is what we've seen a lot of the time, is how you can... there are some maps where if you can do it effectively, you can kind of split the enemy team's defense in two, and that is
What was damage done by that 279 in defensive part? I even saw he was with broken open nerfy, almost 1800.
The most important thing there is 4.6k
block.
19 hits received. I think he was just angled up, so obviously when he's angled up and above the enemy, you can't really penetrate that upper plate. And you're going to hit 1, 2, 3, or 4 of the tracks there.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday with Ducky about it, because like 279 is tank not everyone has, but he has 4 tracks. So actually when he goes like up like this, all you can see are tracks and maybe micro gaps between that you cannot really hit.
Yeah, I mean, I think they buffed the kind of... It doesn't obviously have a lower plate. It has this kind of tiny kind of bottom part. I guess it's the bottom of the hull, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like I think it's super like RNG to hit something like that.
I think it's been buffed to like 50 or 60 millimeters a couple of months ago, so
so you needed a buff.
Yeah.
Damn, it was such a weak tank before that.
Yeah, it got buffed a couple of months ago, and since then, that kind of one weak spot of it, I guess, or the main weak spot, other than obviously on the turret, kind of got eliminated.
Well, all in all, it was like interesting game to watch. Tactically and everything, like how Nomi did it. Even it was a drama llama ending, so it was okay for us. Tough break for PVS there, but they could have played it way more active from the start. I would say that.
Yeah, we've seen on the defensive, well, actually in all of the games, even on their attacking side in Prokhorovka, they do just like to kind of sit back, and against a good, decent team like Nomi, they're not going to be able to just do that, because we said Nomi managed to split them right down the middle. They cut their defense in half, and this is what happens if you're just going to sit back. That's why I said I would have liked to have seen maybe like EBR in the middle, but maybe they didn't realize that they could support him, because if they'd have...
Yeah, they were way laid back to support him. That's the main problem.
Yeah, I mean, they could have played it differently. So.
Can we see actually the RT maybe again? Like they had double RT. I would like to compare that to the Nomi RT. That actually had a big impact.
That was a key feature of the lineups, and then, as we said, I don't think it did work in their favor, but maybe we could see that. I mean, let's have a look here.
Yeah, Nomi did like 2.4k
on 1 artillery, and 2 artilleries
1.4. This is like 3k combined between 2 RTs. That's nothing special, man.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi's RT did 2.4, as you said, and
did almost like 2 then combined.
Pretty much he did the role that 2 of the PVS artists did, so yeah, it didn't really work for them, as I said, but I think that was more just from their approach to the game. Is you can bring 2 RT in fine, as you said, it's a bit of a risk, but if you're going to do it, at least try and play for the artists. If you want to then play that long game as they did.
Can you imagine that you had one more 279 around the cap now?
Exactly. Because actually that was so important. You had 1 chieftain from PVS holding on in that corner. If there was another tank with him instead of maybe an artillery, as you said, because it didn't work for them, I would have then said they should have gone on to win that game. But they didn't, and we're now here switching sides, and I think I'll be Nomi on the defense. So a good opportunity to maybe make it 3-1, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I also think that there was a bunch of things that could have been done different, but that's over now. PVS now on attacking side. Let's see how they do. Do they spread as usual as they play, or they will try something more proactive? Livox is actually a map you can play on many ways. Like you can do the rotations, or you can do a really fast initial push immediately. Miku is doing the center spot. Dean Ambrose is doing the upper one. We have 2 EBRs for Nomi, 2 for PVS. Double RT for Nomi in defense. So pretty much similar what actually PVS did, but with a different distribution of tanks.
Yeah, exactly. Nomi on the defense with the 2 RTs, you said, but they're using the EBR in the mid like I suggested last game, I think.
With a bunch of guys covering it initially.
Yeah, exactly. Just a different approach. Obviously, you can't just put one guy in the mid and hope he's going to survive. You need to cover him, but that is what I said I like to see. But also from PVS, they have both the EBRs on the north side, on the AB line, and their entire team, all their combat tanks are on the southern side of the map. So it's kind of a smoke screen in the north. He sent both the EBRs to deny the information that
Team
Nomi
was
can
really
have.
lucky now, man. He was not perma-checked. He managed to de-check himself to hit that repair on time because half of the Nomi team was sniping him from that G3, G4 position. They took the fast approach from 9 line to get below there, which is okay when no one is spotting you, but when you have enemy EBRs, it's super risky. It can pay off if there is a fight on that side, but
I'd say
since they knew there is no fight, they should not have done it.
I'd say this is a bit strange. You said PVS sent all their tanks onto the south, or all of their combat tanks pretty much onto the southern side with those EBRs kind of denying information on the northern side, but the 260s now, they decided to push kind of around that lake in the middle instead of go along the 0 line, which allowed them to get spotted. You said they've lost about 1.5k damage here, but they did now kind of want to go back. You could see that even when they were spotted, they decided to turn around. You can see that the PVS push, which I thought was going to come out right at the start of the game, is kind of the tanks have now dissipated around the map. You've got 3 chieftains who decided to rotate all the way back up to A0, and their 260s are just holding, but they don't have the gun oppression to use that ridge line in front of them, so they're just getting covered by the 2 907s, but I don't think that's really a great distribution of tanks. You can see now that
I think they want to use 260s to shoot something in the middle. They're going to probably push a light and try to clear the light of Nomi from there, so they will snipe below the bridge there. But the thing is, Nomi is kind of reading them like an open book, and the enemy rotation that they did and send those tanks on A0 is already intercepted. They have a bunch of guys waiting already there. So the rotation will not come that easy. They will actually have to earn it. Slight advantage in HP by Nomi, just because they did good sniping on the start. Matriarch took some RT damage now as we speak on his medium, because they were spotted in the city. Monster Yolo found a cheeky bush here to make things a bit more spicy, but it's not gonna end up that significant, because Nomi will just go a little bit more back. As you can see, they actually put faster tanks in a city, 907s, not the heavy tanks. That means if they see something they don't like a massive push, they're just gonna bend their tail and run.
Yeah, you can see again the Nomi on the defense, but they're starting to aggress through the city. You've got Monster Yolo, as you said, he's found that sneaky little bush, but I think Nomi seem to be well trained. They started to blind fire one line of bushes. I think they're now using their artillery to see if they do even manage to make any hits on those EBRs, but they're slowly moving up. Dean Ambrose here is moving up bush by bush, and I think he's going to now realize where Monster Yolo is hiding if he does get spotted here. And I think he will. Yeah, he gets spotted right now, so if they're well trained, and it looks like they are, he might be able to figure out exactly where Monster Yolo is, and they could lose one EBR just to blind fires.
I hope he doesn't trip himself that he is spotted from some other side, you know. But they know there can no one be from, there can be only one in the water, because they already cleared that in the start of the game. So they know no one can actually approach from there. That leaves only the bushes on the upper side of the map, but there is not a small number of them actually. It does look kind of flat, but there is quite a bit of a number of bushes there. Pancenik is actually trying to clear it, but he's missing the line of bushes. You can see he's actually shooting down the road. If he shot like couple of centimeters on the right, he would actually connect.
Yeah, I mean, they've kept blind firing one side of these bushes, because you obviously have one line of bushes on one side of the road, one line of bushes on the other side of the road, which is clearly where Monster Yolo is, as we can see. But I wonder when they're going to give up on shooting the line of bushes where Monster Yolo isn't. How many shots do they want to put into one position and then realize, actually, maybe he'll be in the bush next to it?
Well, who cares for them? Because every second that bypasses in this game is okay for them. Like, they're already 5 minutes into the game, and they lost none of tanks, they lost none of positions, and PVS did nothing to win this game.
Yeah, this is actually similar in kind of approach to the game as we saw in Prokhorovka, where PVS are on the attack, and they're kind of just sitting back. They've got a few tanks on either side of the map, and they're waiting for something. We don't know what, and we might find out as this game goes on.
I've been waiting for you all night.
Do you want to give us a solo there?
No, man. I actually think you sing much better.
I wouldn't put money on that, and let's just not find out. You know, we'll leave that up to everyone's imagination how good my singing might or might not be.
Yeah, let's keep it to the entertainment by broadcasting this match. There is not much to do here. That is the only problem with it. 279 is holding his position on D8. This is actually quite good position for 279. We've seen it in a lot of tournaments. Dean actually took some additional damage here because waiting paid off a bit for PVS, but that's not going to be a crucial thing. The only thing that can happen is if they deny spotting to Nomi. But there you go. Because the golden line is broken, there is a half match over already. 6 minutes have passed. Now PVS is actually pushing that A line where they were waiting for such a long time. They actually retracted all the mediums from the lower side of the map, and they're doing this with a massive force. Nomi actually should clear the city and run away as fast as they can, man. There is no reason for them to brawl here.
Yeah, but as you said, they've got their 907, so they are actually running away now. Only Oscar is staying up there, but he's decided to run as well, and that
Come on, Oscar, side armor, not the best armor.
Shot. About 7 guys, I think, were stunned there. 2 of them are still stunned. They obviously don't have their med kit available, and I think this push is going to be too slow from PVF. So take now 2.5k HP down, and the 907s that were in the city have decided to run away, and I think they're going to get out almost for free. 1 or 2 might take, another 1 or 2 shots as well, but other than that, this is going to be a good trade, I think.
This is okay play by Nomi, man. They did everything expected from them. They read all the movements. They were in position to shoot. They were in position to run away. Now PVS has those extra 260s to clear the waterline. We can see Miku exactly got what we said already. 260s will do that job on him. But that should have happened like 3-4 minutes ago, man. Not now.
Exactly. That's the issue, as we said. If you do put that EBR in the middle, as soon as you're going to give up the control of kind of that, the 2 hills at on the D and the E line, or D1, D2, you have to then move that EBR out because you can't cover them anymore, and High Destruction makes advantage of that. It makes advantage of that by pushing in, but this is kind of too slow. I mean, 2 minutes 45 left. PVS have only just managed to get up to the D line, and they're not really making any inroads to the actual defense of Nomi.
Yeah, Nomi will now just like line up for sniping, take control of some parts. 260 in the water can actually be a big problem there, man. Like Yamikazu, if he's pushed, he will not have a great cover by his teammates, but there is not a significant push by Nomi there yet, because they are more focused around their cap, so they can support these chieftains in a hole. Yamikazu should fall. I don't know even why he went on that side, because all the job those 260s have is to survive and counter push in one moment from the back. But 2 minutes in, Open Murphy died. This is an open and exposed position. You can get shot from several sides, especially by those 260s in the back. That's the biggest problem of it. So it was a mistake to leave a 279 there. Soccer and Darko will be the next, but their job is just to do some damage and provide cover and buy time for the guys sniping the back. Again, even if this is cleared, they have to clear the K line then, and after that, the rest of the tank spotting, because they need 33 plus seconds to cap uninterrupted.
Exactly, as you said, time, I think, is the most important thing here for Nomi. Even if it doesn't look like they're going to lose their cap, they've got the 907, or 2 907s actually just behind the buildings. They will be able to cover any tanks that do move into the cap. I think Undersigned should die on this cross here. Oscar actually misses a shot, so he might be able to get safe, actually, and that could be a big factor in this game, but I don't think it's going to allow PVS to win, because you said Nomi have got so many tanks now on this K-line. If you look at K6, K7, a lot of 907s, Chieftains, even the 279, they're pretty much safe, and there's only 70 seconds left.
There is still potential here for PVS. If they manage to cut off Evil and Hoodie and kill them, that means that the cap cannot be seen anymore. They do not have Arti on safe position, Nomi, but they have way more HP. So what they should do now, honestly, in my eyes, they should bloody counterattack the tanks down immediately. Like this very second, and cut off any advantage that PVS might have if they start the cap. 47 seconds, that means triple cap is needed. Absolutely needed. This counterattack has to come on Walamada and Fakir. They need to die.
Yeah, this is the final repush. You can see there's 35 seconds left, and you've got 4 tanks even in the cap. So even if they kill one, there's still going to be another one putting on that triple cap pressure. There's 15 seconds left on the cap, and actually I'm not too sure. There's one 907, I think, will actually be able to get there. That looks like Panzernik. And you can see all of the PVS tanks moving away, so it's only down to Panzernik, and I think he's double-tracked in the open there. You've got the 279 behind him, and there's 2 seconds left, 1 second left, and they've just managed to do it. PVS managed to somehow sneak this out, and I really didn't think they would.
Oh, seriously, man, like they had everything under control, just one bad move at the end, and they actually slipped the game through. Seriously, double cap on Livox, both sides losing pretty much the same way, just this one was a sloppier way, but still, nevertheless.
And they both came down to the wire, they both came down to the last 30, I think, in that game, last 10, 15 seconds.
It's just like those small reactions in the last moments that they actually decide the game. Well, Amada is example, taking the hold down in that position with 279, that they cannot dig out on time. They needed time to push. They should have been aware of that. They should have been aware that if Evil Oscar dies, they will actually throw the game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying as well. I said that Undersigned, he made a cross. He was a 3-shot, and you had 2 907s. You could have killed him on the cross, but Oscar missed 1 shot at least, maybe even a 2nd shot. And I said that was a crucial factor potentially in turning the game, and eventually it was, because Undersigned and I think Itruk then managed to push out the southern side. They managed to kill the 907. I think that was Oscar then behind the building. And I mean, after he was dead, they could then cap for free. Or not cap for free, but they could put tanks on the cap and they wouldn't be spotted until Panzernik eventually closed in. But it was too late.
Man, I think I put my chips on Nomi in this game. I can't remember, was it like 4-2 or 4-3, I bet? I really can't remember. And I thought, like, if they take this Live Oaks, that's actually the bet, because the next is Sand River, and it's really hard to take both games there. But now there is a potential for a tiebreaker here, and very... God knows what happens in that game, because it will be the Cliff. Cliff is a tiebreaker.
Exactly, we've got good maps coming out now. We've got, well, Sand River, you said, from PBS, you'd expect them to use their defense wisely, as they seem to have a very defensive kind of strategy, a very defensive mindset going into these games. So, I mean, I would say that they've probably got a well-prepared defense on the Sand River. But then you also go into Cliff if we do eventually go to a tiebreak, because, as I said, with Sand River, usually expect most teams to win their defensive side. It's kind of
none of these teams played Cliff actually yesterday. So no, actually PVS played one game, but Sand River was played by both, and PVS even played it twice. So Nomi had quite a lot of time to see what is PVS doing, unless PVS changes something significantly since yesterday. They're gonna be kind of seen through, man. Like if you copy past their tactics day after day, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, that could be a key feature, especially in this kind of double elimination format, is that...
Like how many taxes they could have prepared for it.
Exactly, because teams will be playing maybe in the upper bracket one day, then in the lower bracket as we now got today, and if they get seen out their strategy in the, so for example, yesterday, they've got to be kind of intuitive. They've got to be creating maybe just not an entirely new strategy, but they've got to be changing something up, or otherwise, especially when they get later on in the tournament, if they even do, they're going to get found out by the better teams, because, again, whoever loses this game is out of the tournament today. This is the lower bracket game. So, I mean, they're both fighting for their lives, and this is a good game. I mean, 2-2. We're now going to Sand River, as you said.
Yeah, Nomi had yesterday against DV2 1-1 on Sand River, and PVS was like a bit different. When they played first time, they won 2-0, but it was against MVPS Juniors, the second team. And then they met Inville and they expressly lost 2-0 on Sand River.
Yeah, but as you said, Inville, I think, are kind of in that upper caliber of teams we've got here. So it's not too surprising. I mean, they might have lost to Inville, but they still have a good chance here against Nomia.
I mean, we can call Inville a joker for this tournament, like coming from unknown, but they're far from unknown clan. They're here for a while around now. It's just like they made a bit stronger setup lately in the last couple of months. And we already said they're one of the 3 only clans on European server that broke 1800 ELO margin. So
yeah,
it's like Fame, Devi, and them. That's the only clans that's seen those numbers.
Yeah, it's a big kind of like maybe even confidence booster for them, because I've noticed that a lot of people have been kind of backing Inville, but I think let's get into the game with...
well, they are a Polish powerhouse, so...
Well, I mean, there are lots of Polish powerhouses here, but yeah, we have PVS versus Nomi, and
you know how it goes. People root for the strongest always, man.
We've got 2 260s. PVS seem to like their 260s. We saw 3 in the last game, 2 in this game, and I haven't seen too many in the other games. So maybe
PVS is attacking here, and they used it on Sand River yesterday also.
Yeah, they obviously like the speed on their attacking rounds to use a 260.
Double RT, 3 EBRs on attacking side for PVS here. Double EBR and double RT for Nomi in defense.
And you can see Nomi are doing this strategy very often with 2 EBRs going on one side, again, trying to just overmatch any potential EBR that they do find. Whereas PVS, you can see they usually take 3 EBRs, as we saw in Prokhorovka.
Who shot Monster Yellow there? Was he the upper spotter chased by lights? Yeah.
Most likely, yeah. It takes about 400 damage. Actually, no, it's a bit more than that. So
this is a similar approach we've seen yesterday. A double push by a light on this side, followed up by chieftains and everyone else taking over the K line. But this time we don't see any northern
this time
number of tanks there. Nomi pretty much left the base
a
wide
big
open.
Push from Nomi, exactly as you said. They've left the base. They're making a big push with all their chieftains on the southern side, and this is a good position if you do manage to get your chieftains here, especially unspotted, which at the moment it looks like they will be able to, because Monstiolo is backing off. Dean Amber is obviously gaining that positional advantage here. He's kind of got control of the ridge. He's got extra HP, and these chieftains are actually, it looks like they're just gonna stop here. They're not gonna push up to where Dean is and be aggressive. They're on the defensive side. They don't need to make these high progressive plays, so they're just kind of taking control of the K line, which is very important. And we saw that yesterday, that once teams do manage to get control of the K line, it's very hard to then actually push into the base, because you can see they've kind of got the entire K line, all their tanks spread out along the K line, few in the base and one at the J0 position, which is very important as well.
Important thing to note is it looks like PVS actually rewatched their broadcast of the match later, because we were saying they had one heavy stranded, if you remember, on K1 that was constantly fired by RT, one of the chieftains, and then two in the back. That guy just died for nothing. In this game, they don't have it anymore. They're keeping the two guys up on F1. But as we already said also before, they should not be that easily spotted and farmed in a start. That's also a bit of a mistake. And Vic Mensa, again, has half of HP. And I don't think he should. Like, he should have been way back.
I mean, that's twice I think he's got caught out. We mentioned also in Prokhorovka, I think, where one chieftain was kind of just in the middle of the map and he got caught out. But Yamakaiso, I think, gets away there, repairs his wheels. But I'm not really liking this approach to the attacking rounds from PVS. As we said, they like to kind of sit back and I guess use their RT advantage. But in this scenario, they don't have an RT advantage. It's 2 versus 2.
Yeah, but this is not actually bad. They cannot blindly push in if they don't like. We already said like a bunch of times, to push a Sand River like that from the very start, it requires tremendous coordination by team. And I think they want to use the guys from the upper side of the map to approach, play the cooldowns and pressure from actually middle and up, and just have these chieftains here in cooldown to have additional crossfire on the base. So this approach is way better than what they were doing yesterday and way faster. I guess you learn on your mistakes. No tanks were lost for either of the side, but I would say Nomi lost a bit more on spotters, because Dean is on 400 HP and Miko is on 650, and you don't have anyone below 500, so better shared HP on PVS spotters this time.
Yeah, and those EBRs on Nomi's side aren't in the greatest of positions either. They're not, maybe they've lost their HP, but they're not managing to find like those sneaky bushes.
Look at this. This is already a big approach here coming in from PVS from the northern side of the map. 260s are already in a small village below the base. Now we have this clustered of the chieftains. They're just holding the positions, but this is the real play. Now we have a chieftain on upper side on F5, 6. He should have an additional angles to shoot. EBRs will provide some spot, but look at this. Nomi retracted entire team back to the K line, man. They have everything way back. So I guess they are judging like we can keep the cap safe with a couple of guys, and we just want to go and pressure maybe on a K line, man. They can actually overrun these chieftains here. If they do it with enough force, they will win the game in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting that they have the 279E on the right on the red line. I mean, I wonder if he's also got a spore line on, because he's just sat there. He doesn't have the gun impression to shoot back.
It would be interesting to see,
because we've seen a chieftain there, and for some reason they're using a 279. I think maybe just because he's got more armor.
As far as I remember, the guy from Nomi, he is sitting on K0. He is actually even having some shots there. It would be cool if we can see actually the crew of that. No, just shooting stuff.
He's just sitting there, but again, like, he, as you can see, he doesn't have the gun impression, so he's just absorbing shells, taking time away, because we said
he has angles on the center. But look at this, like, they can shoot him all that they want from that angle, they can't pen him. And he can turn his gun, and unless they shoot his turret when he turns the gun, there is no way. Only RT.
But again, Nomi have actually pushed over. You can see at K1, K2, they've decided now is the time. They're moving their chieftains up, and this is what I said, they're on the defending side, and PVS, they don't take any early advantages, so now Nomi are just going to, over time, they're going to see what advantages they can take across the map. See if they can maybe push the chieftains up a bit on the left, and they can buy more time, because again, 4.5 minutes now, and PVS actually 3k HP down. Ooh, Kawasaki just manages to save Warlander in there in the middle, and they're actually pushed in the middle, but you can see you've got multiple 907s at 260. on the H7 area, but this isn't really that good because, as we mentioned yesterday, if you have control of the south, you overlook the middle, and you know tanks usually with the higher ground have an advantage.
Well, 4 minutes till the end of the game here, we have a double force of Nomi. They're a bit split now because they're holding their chieftains on upper level where PVS had their chieftains. They had to run away, and in the process they abandoned Fakir, who was killed and left behind. And in the meantime, Evil Oscar Blind tried some solo play, and he tried to kill a medium of PVS on the middle, but he was assisted by his teammates, of course, so they lost that medium for nothing, I would say. I don't know. If you play like this, you should not even send him there. But whatever. What happened there happened. The problem for PVS is they don't have really the force needed to break the cap of Nomi. So their only play left now is actually to try to kill the chieftains because they're separated from the rest of the force. And if they manage to do that, then collide on everyone else. But as we said, like there is 3.5 minutes left, and they have only 3 chieftains available for that push on upper side. Everyone else is on the lower side. And I don't think they can break the cap by force. I think those tanks actually have HP to survive and the positions.
As you said, the only thing that they could really do, having control of this riverbed in the middle, is maybe even push through the kind of the little city area, the little town area, and isolate those chieftains that are on the left side, the 1-2-3 line. But that's not going to help them win the game. They might be able to get those kills, but obviously they then need to go all the way back to the K0 area and manage to kill a 279 and multiple chieftains who are then going to be hold down. So this is really looking quite bad for PVS. I really don't know where they can turn this game around here. You can see that they've got their tanks in the middle, but there's no real push coming in. They're not kind of lining up together, ready to take out either force that Nomi have. Whether
you know what's funny here? I haven't seen anyone try to trace in tournament like this Arty. Like when you have a map like Sand River, and Arty can be on literally 1 or 2 places. Like if you take a T92, it shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, I guess people probably just want to focus on the damage that they can see instead of take that blind gamble. I mean,
you can still have 2 arties and one can constantly do damage if you don't provide your own HP that much. You know, you just work with spotters with 1 arty, and 1 arty, like you don't even have to shoot from start. You let them shoot a couple of times to see where they are. You shoot the other targets meantime, and then in one moment you just decide, okay, they're both here. Bam, bam.
Yeah, it might be quite difficult to pinpoint the exact location. As you said, they can only be in 1 or 2 areas, but pinpointing the exact location of each RT might be difficult.
It's not, man, like it's always the same squares. It's like for RT players, like dirty clickers, they really know. There is no more to say. Like guys, they play rarely RT, they'll have problems like pinpointing. Like first shell RT players actually tell them, oh, it's coming from that angle, and he's gonna say, oh, he's in this ditch or in this position. But there is the push coming in from PVS that we already said has to happen. They managed to kill one of the chieftains, but they're paying the price for every step they make. There is a couple of 1,000 HP advantage here. Donate, YOLO, undersigned, high distraction, Yamikaze. They're trying to pressure in the Nomi lines, but they already retracted and made the fire line much more efficient. Now we need to see, will they actually manage to win by a straw like last time on Live Oaks, because I cannot say nothing can happen anymore. We've already been pretty much
proven wrong. But you can see that even if they do manage to take out Panzernik here, they've got to get all the way down to the K0 position, and they don't really have any tanks in close proximity to those guys. You've got very healthy chieftains.
Has to be a kill game. There is no time for capping here.
Yeah, but I mean, there's 907 and Donate YOLO is also going to go down. Yeah, exactly as I said. They're running out of tanks here, PVS. But so are Nomi, but I mean, it's fairly even. But the time is the most crucial factor here. And Ayati manages to pick up a low HP 907, and each kill is pushing this battle in the favor of Nomi with only 20 seconds left now.
Yeah, Nomi can just ditch the artists now. They don't care. All they need to save is someone like Open Earth Me or Soccer. They're the guys with HP, and they need to survive 12 seconds. This game is coming to much closer ending than expected. There we go. Open Earth Me actually survived. Artie didn't damage him, so he will have the back shot on Yamikaze. He falls. There is only Vic Mensa on like striver of HP, and Ichuk already not in position to shoot anyone. And it's a really tight victory for Nomi again, and even on defense. I wonder what will happen on attack then. Like, this is the second time they managed to win by straw, by hairline.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, the Nomi are better on the attacking side. We've seen that they like to be a bit more aggressive, so it might be we're still up for a 4-2 potentially, and that would be in line with my prediction, but you can see big arty damage there. I mean, 3.5,
Nomi's
3
arty
gauge.
did better than PVS, but of course they have better positions for shooting also, an easier way to predict where their targets will be. The more important thing is what the other, like this team fed, who was, if you remember, he was fed by Art in the start of the game. If you remember that 260, who was split in half, he actually did the max damage in his team almost. Like the only guy who did more is Ichuk. He was one of the chieftains on the upper side of the map, and he actually survived till the end, but it didn't help them very much.
A lot of damage at range, as you can see from that top chieftain. One shot was within 300 meters, and the rest of it was above 300
It's that kind of the game, that kind of the map, and you cannot do much more if Nomi doesn't give you the opportunity. Nomi was doing their rotations well, but there is one moment, I have a feeling toward the end of the game, sometimes Nomi kind of makes a bit confusing plays, and the games come this close because of that. Like they pushed over the chieftains and then they really overstretched a lot. I think they should have rotated back like way earlier, because it was obvious that PVS has only one play to attack those chieftains there. Like the base itself was not an option.
Yeah, I think, as you said, the pushing those chieftains over kind of in that K1, K2 area where they could have just sat back at maybe K3, K4 behind another ridgeline. I think it's just, again, it's about buying time though. I mean, Darko was pushed right up into K1 position. I think he was against 2 907s, and I think he just came down, but in return, PVS had lost 1 907. Another one went down to 1 shot. So it's about
attrition.
Yeah, exactly. If they can push forward to another ridgeline, they can maybe do another shot, one or two shots as they're approached by the 907s. They just buy a bit more time, and as you see, that's kind of what the game came down to.
Yeah, I just mean like after those chieftains pushed in one moment and killed one chieftain of PVS, they should have came back earlier, because they would have more HP, and that means more time to buy. Like they wouldn't leave some stranded tanks, they would have more focused fire, and RT fires only once in like 40 seconds anyways, so it's not like they can kill them all in last 3 minutes. So that's the only thing I meant. They could have done different by Nomi, but pushing to buy time, killing one tank and running away, that's a perfect strat for any game, not just for tanks.
Yeah, and I think we're going to jump into the final Sun River game here, where now obviously we've switched sides, so Nomi will be attacking, and we've seen that most teams obviously win their defensive side, so I wonder if Nomi will manage to kind of buck the trend, and I wonder if they will be able to win this attacking side and win the game with it.
Well, it's the match point for Nomi. It's 3-2 for them, but PVS is now on defensive side of Sand River, which can be quite a campy map if you look at it like that. 3 EBRs for PVS again with 1 RT in defense. That's really cool actually to see double RT for Nomi in attack, double EBR. We will see will these EBRs actually pay off the extra spotting compared to a double RT from the defense, because when you play like this, it means you want to play a bit more proactive. It looks like that because you can see they have far spread tanks like toward the middle, even one chieftain on up, and they can do some parallel shots maybe. Aggressive approach by chieftains from Nomi immediately, because they know they will be facing only one RT compared to the 2 they have.
Yeah, and I mean, PVS now looks like they're going to do very similar to what Nomi did in the last game, where you push a big quantity of your chieftains along the K line.
Oh, they pushed nothing in the start. They pushed on, they had them on F1 if you remember, but Nomi went straight here because they know there is only one RT shooting them, no double.
Yeah, that might be a big advantage. You said it's that difference between the light tanks and the artillery, and at the moment actually Dean is managing to kind of hold on against the 2 ABRs. He's trying to maintain kind of a location around there, because he wants to be able to see if the chieftains are pushing over as they actually are. It's exactly what happened in the last game, where the EBRs kind of act as a smoke screen. They kind of cover the main assault that you're trying to push in behind them. If you have 2 EBRs in one location, it often tells you something, that something is going on that you don't know, and that is a big factor as well. If there's something going on that you don't know, you need to try and find out what that is, but you can also make a good prediction.
Well, there is a couple of guys on E4 also from Nomi here to keep a little of the crossfire. And we even have around one chieftain around the mosque area in the city itself going for that. This is something we've seen yesterday done by 260 as far as I remember, also by PVS. They send a guy there, but this is a bit different. They want to take aggressive hold-down position by this chieftain. This is a way more proactive approach by PVS than we've seen so far. And there is a massive push coming here from H and J line. They want to actually establish their presence and maybe make sure that RT cannot easily shoot them. Demon, Donit, Liolo, Team Fed and Fakir are actually pushing here. Soccer is falling down back so his teammates can help him from the outer ridges.
It's exactly that. I think PVS obviously realized they don't have an arty advantage. They have one less artillery, so they want to push aggressively, because you can see now they've got this rock on the left side that they want to push up to. It'll hide them from the artillery. But actually, Nomi have decided to fall back, and you've got a one-shot 260 in the open here. I don't really know what Hoodie's doing as he goes down, and that's the first kill there from Undersigned. That was, I think he was caught out, but I'm not sure why he was even there in the first place.
Yeah, he was one of the guys on E4, but he should have ran away back with his teammate back on the trench on D3, not on the open side. This way, that move that Chieftain was placed on G5 makes total sense, because they had snipers from the base, him, a couple of guys from other side. This is great opening for PVS here. I would like to say, like 5,000 HP advantage, aggressive approach, like thoughtful approach, and they're pinning Nomi down back. Having two arties and being pinged down like this doesn't work well. You will have to spot for them. When you spot for them, all the angles are covered by PVS now. That's a big problem.
Exactly, but also PVS now, they've got this Tim Fed guy. He's up at F1. But that's kind of the only guy that really is spotted constantly. So Nomi can only shoot at maybe one guy, but even if they do have an artillery advantage, he can try and get safe. He's also obviously proxy spotting the two chieftains in front of him.
They can even trade him for free. If he stays there and buys them like 2 minutes of time, who cares, man? There is still the rest of the team to deal with.
Exactly, it's more than just time as well. He'll be able to trade his HP. I mean, yeah, he just took one arty shell for 400 damage, but he's spotting so many more guys that PVS can make a choice on who they actually want to go for. Whereas Nomi, they don't have a choice. They have to shoot the only guy that they can really see, because they've managed to take a good amount of control. And as you said, it's not just positional control, but 5.5k HP.
It's huge. It's huge. The only area where actually Nomi is dominating is upper AB0. So that's the only possible rotation they could do. But PVS is ahead of them in that. And you can see the trap is already laid. You can see 3 tanks in a base, set up for sniping, plus a couple of guys from the middle, 2 chieftains there. Plus, we have those chieftains who can rotate from the JK line if needed, really, which is usually not, because Nomi doesn't have a fast setup. They have only a couple of mediums, and they already lost one of the 260s.
Yeah, it's a very heavy, from PVS actually. It's a very, from Nomi, no. Yeah, a very heavy chieftain setup. You can see a lot of chieftains at B1, but as you said, they might be able to rotate, but they don't really have the speed.
Mediums.
They don't really have the speed to rotate even up to that A0 position. As you said, they do have that position, but they're not going to be able to utilize it to their advantage. And
we can see these cheeky, interesting angles here, trying to catch the chieftains from the Nomi. Team Fed lost quite a lot of HP while we were talking, but it's still 1.5 minutes since we last mentioned him.
And it's still 4k HP advantage, but I think what's more important is that Nomi, they're not going to be able to push out of this. You can see the EBRs are kind of just roaming around in the middle. Monster even making a peek, and he's actually managed to spot both of the artilleries. This could be big if they both go down. Nomi are going to lose 2 extra tanks.
Man, he actually did a solo shot on Arty, so Aronek is here on 40 HP. I don't think his Arty was even aimed there, because they have only one. Also, it's questionable, does he even have a range there? But there is who can. Other EBR, high distraction, found the target, and we have one arty down. It was a single shot on crazy easy carry, and Aronek is still on 40 HP. At least he will have a consolation. He will have an adrenaline rush on now.
But Aronek is still being spotted. That's about 30 seconds here. The artillery is surely going to have a reload, and I think he's going to go down.
Range is a problem. I'm not sure if he can actually reach there.
I think that might be the bigger problem. As you said, the range. The CGC, I think, can only shoot about 1,000 meters. So I think from A3 to K8 is probably more than that, and that's the only reason why he's still alive. He's actually unspotted now, but High Destruction showing us some silky skills here. Just jumping around, thinking this is he's playing Tony Hawk. I don't think he's playing World of Tanks.
Well, at least we can't climb goat mountains anymore, man. So this is like nothing compared to that time. Now he's been pinned bit by Tomek and a couple of other guys. His wheels were trashed, but he repaired them quickly. And he's still doing his job, just proxy spotting. Is there any attack coming this way? The attack that comes by Nomi, wherever it comes, wherever they see first tanks, that's going to be the main attack. And everyone knows it, because this kind of setup cannot rotate.
Yeah, and most of the Nomi tanks just kind of chilling up around B1, B2. They don't have too much HP either, and this is looking very good for PVS. It's a very good adaptation onto the usual Sand River defense, where we said that most teams, they don't really make too many aggressive plays. They just kind of buy time because they can use that to their advantage. But really, I actually like what they've done. As you said, they pushed out the south aggressively, and Itrick is still alive. He's only just taken a bit more damage. He was full HP, but this is the most important thing. Look at all the spots he's going to get out here. They now know what's going on, and there's only 2 minutes 50 left for Nomi to make this work, but there's still 5k HP advantage almost in the favor of PVS, but Itrick here actually doesn't have too much damage, and I really would have expected him to do maybe a bit more in this position, because it's a very important position.
It doesn't matter. He's there just to spot. He replaced already previous chieftain, Tim, who was there, and he's just now like doing his job. He already spotted the rotation, so they know that there is a main push by Nomi coming here on A line. He's gonna stay like a good trooper and try to proxy spot as much as he can, track enemy, work with his RT, work with his teammates while he's taking the one for the team.
Exactly, as Nomi push over, I mean, Panzernik is actually split from the rest of his guys because they're getting shot at from the middle. I mean, they probably got split up because I think they got tracked from the 2 or 3 chieftains that are in the middle from PVS, and Itrick is maybe going to go down here as Sokar manages to bounce him, and I think that was a surprise to everyone, including most of the Nomi team, as they eventually turned back, but it was too late, and Undersigned is going to push over here, and I think this push from Nomi on the 1-2 line is the only play they can make, but it's really not going to make a big difference in the grand scheme of the game here.
It's just finisher of the game. Parallel with that, there is a fight by PVS attacking the open part of the field to clear those triangle tanks of Nomi that are also trying to create pressure, but there is nothing Nomi can do, man. PVS brought them from start to the end into their own game, into their own mindset, and they deserve to take this win quite far, by far.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually the only game, as we said, in the series that PVS has decided to make a more aggressive kind of defensive
and it paid
hold.
off.
Exactly. I mean, maybe even caught Nomi by surprise. We haven't actually seen this this type of kind of strategy on the defense so far.
I think Nomi expected them to wait like all the other games, but PVS was actually proactive here. They showed us that they can actually do it, and I'm just sorry that they didn't do it earlier.
Darko's just backing up into the open. He realizes it's over, and that means it's 3-3. So actually,
it's a draw. We are gonna see that tiebreaker we were talking about earlier. We will see Cliff. I wonder like who will have the fastest attack. Let me check. Like both of them won attacks on Prokhorovka. That was like on Liveox, sorry. And it was both by Cap. I think the faster one was won by Nomi. And I think it's like a matter of seconds.
Yeah, a lot of these games were very long, and I mean, you can see
all of other were defenses.
The damage here, nothing too spectacular. Everyone kind of doing their part. Nothing, as we said, the 1-260 on Nomi's side got caught in the middle. I think those hoodies, 0 damage. I don't think it would have made a big difference, as PVS just tactically were just better, I think.
PVS was better from the start, so like distribution of damage on those chieftains up was really great. Spotting by EBRs, no dying on a start, working with only 1 RT. It was all perfect, man. Like that RT did 1.6. Oh, look at this Monster Yolo, 3k spotting, man.
Yeah, exactly.
He actually got a prize yesterday for best falling from the cliff while not dying.
I think everyone remembers that, yeah.
Like that was the best part of the game, anyways.
3 kills today and 3k damage, and also 2.5k damage. So that was a 3k spotting, 2.5k damage.
Well, nothing prevents people to be MVPs of a sort of several days in a row. So keep stacking that money up if you actually deserve it. Haha. Try not to suicide while doing so. I
mean, I think he probably deserves it maybe for that game, but across the series, I haven't seen too many notable performances. But yeah, exactly. We're going to go into Cliff. I don't really remember if Nomi managed to play Cliff yesterday. I don't know. We'll find that out, I guess.
No, PVS played once, and Nomi didn't. And as you said already, Nomi is picking up the side because they had that game for a couple of seconds faster than PVS. It was really ridiculous to see that both of them pretty much ended the same way.
Yeah, it's funny as well. We talk about it being the fastest attack, but again, they were kind of 9.5 minutes, 9 minutes 45 seconds. I think they managed to win it in. So it wasn't a fast attack, but it was faster.
Faster for a couple of seconds, but a couple of seconds can decide something like this. I can check like PVS played Cliff against Inville.
Okay, well, I mean, I think we can kind of discount that. It might be good. That might actually be good for them because they know how they got beaten, and maybe they actually learned from that yesterday.
I can say that PVS play on Sand River, at least on this side, improved significantly from the side before. It came close to the end, but it was still sloppy attacking side. Like this defense was way better than what we saw yesterday by them. But maybe they will take some conclusion here from loss on Invil because they lost both sides. Or they can judge on them equally.
That game is coming back to me actually. I think I remember that Invil just kind of took the middle and PVS were kind of just slowly making their way, and by the time they actually got to the middle with I think a lot of their chieftains.
And both of the games like Invil just went and took the middle. That was just pretty much it.
Yeah, but I said I think maybe...
In one game they just went straight for it, and in one game they had separate detached forces they shot from the side. Like EBR's Monsteriolo in the first game, if you remember, he tried to climb up on a cliff, and he died like in the first 30 seconds. Like pretty much, immediately, before even anything else was spotted.
But I said they should hopefully have learned from that yesterday. And but then, on the counter-argument to that is that Nomi have seen what PVS might do, so maybe they've also kind of adapted. But also, this is the tiebreaker. I don't think Nomi would have thought they would have got to this position. At least I didn't. I predicted that Nomi would have won 4-2. I thought that they might have been able to see it out on Sand River, but they haven't. So maybe they're not so prepared for this because they thought they would have clinched the game earlier.
Well, we will see what will they plan to do against Nomi very soon. I mean, the teams need some time to prepare. I think like the main conclusion for Monsteriolo will be don't climb the cliff immediately, Pizdiets. It's going to be something like that.
Maybe he'll bring in his skills of falling off the hill, then maybe he'll actually be able to use that one as well, as we saw in his play of the day, I guess.
Yeah, maybe he'll do a surviving salto now. Well, there are a couple of maps we haven't seen during this match also. Like Himmelsdorf and Ensk were also banned, although they both played it. Himmel was actually banned by PVS.
But as you said, I think they ended up banning those maps is because they played yesterday. So they played a lot of the city maps, Ensk, Himmels yesterday. Today they tried to play the open maps. Again, it's just because if you can change the map, you then don't get kind of spied on. People don't know what you've played yesterday. So you can bring something new without having to change up all of your strategies.
Oh, they didn't actually play it, sorry, but I think Nomi did, and they did rather well. Although it was 1-1 against DV2, they actually could have taken 2-0. So probably that was like a key feature. But here we go in the last game of this match. 3-3 currently, Nomi versus PVS. Nomi picking up the defense side and PVS striking.
2 EBRs for Nomi. That's interesting. I wonder what they'll do with that EBR advantage that they have here. But yeah, as you said, all of those games in the past, it doesn't matter now. It comes down to this one round of the tiebreaker.
For Nomi?
Just to stay in the game, because this is the lower bracket. And we
double STB for Nomi, mate, and single STB for PVS. It looks like both of their teams were watching respectively other matches. And this is a big split from PVS coming in the start of the game. Immediately, both of the mediums coming from the 2 line. Late heavies coming from the upper one. Monsteriolo again doing the first 30 seconds spot up. But he actually survives it and takes only one in the butt. Wow, that rhymes.
He gets away with it though, but as you can see, that they're splitting 2/3 of the tank from PVS are going towards the middle, and 1/3 you can see there's about 5 guys here on the 1 line, and they're actually gonna get over pushed. I don't think I like what PVS are doing. You can see all these 907s are just rushed across immediately, and there's a big arty shell. I think that was a penetration, but you can see that Nomi have decided, okay, we know that these tanks are over here, and they're just gonna kill them. I think this STB is gonna be caught in the open, undersigned as well, caught in the open. 6 versus 3 here.
I think this was a massive mistake here. PVS is getting deleted. Their medium force is getting chewed up one by one, while Nomi is keeping a couple of tanks around the middle just to hold the line and shoot them in the ass a bit. Like most of the forces already are overwhelming the PVS force. HP is similar, but the positions that actually Nomi has, I like more. Also, EBR is going to kill that RT in the back, and then he can even keep sniping some of the guys from the other positions. They're falling up one by one. High Distraction is the latest one on the platter. Matira, he's gonna try to take GG Costa now. He will be a flying shot. No, and Costa cannot even defend himself. He's reloading. Matira actually missed him point blank, man. Come on, bro.
But what's more importantly here is, in the middle of the map and around the donut, you can see that PVS were in worse positions, we said. Nomi had the better positions, and this is now showing through the HP. PVS are down 3k HP. They kind of caught it in the open. They don't really they have some control of the donut, but not total control, and Kawasaki is 1v1 versus Oscar here. Oscar might, oh no, he actually managed to get taken out by Donut Yolo, but Amber's there in the middle. I think he's going to actually clean up both of those chieftains.
Oh, this is actually good for PVS at the moment. They managed to take the hill up. Deem Ambrose is in a crossfire by 4 guys, and they still haven't cleared up the southern side. But once they do, they will actually have assistance from their RT, and Matriarch in his light will have some HP to deal with PVS guys. But this is way closer. There was such a sloppy ending here by Nomi. They had this game in their belt like way easier than this.
How has this happened? I'm asking myself.
Sloppy focus fire.
I think it might even be more than that. These 3 tanks on the one line, I saw that there was actually about 5 of them. They kind of moved in slowly. I guess they're on low HP. They were a bit scared, but their inactivity and their passivity, I think, has actually cost Nomi the win here. It's actually looking in PVS's favor, I would say, because you can also see that the Nomi artillery, he might be caught out in the open here, because Monster YOLO, I don't know if he'll be able to get the spot. Crazy should be behind a bush, but he might get lucky. The artillery might fire, and he might manage to get that spot off, and that would be big, because then both teams have no artillery. It just comes down to those individual trades, and I mean, Nomi are actually on the defense, but PVS, I think they have decent positions.
Yeah, PVS has a chance to win this, but Arty can pretty much be the judge of them. Matrier, he's doing the best possible thing. He's going to protect his Arty teammate. I don't think Monster YOLO has any range to be able to spot something like that.
It's not the range, I think. It's more that I thought he was going to stay in the bush there, and he might have been able to outspot the EBR, and then he would have had a free one towards the CGC. And this is a very crucial fight in the outcome of the game, because if you can manage to pick up Matrock, if he's going to make a misplay, he's going to push in towards Monster YOLO.
He just needs to stay in any bush there.
The southern side of the map is open.
Yeah, he just needs to stay in any bush there, possibly spot Monster, or prevent him from coming from Arty, and Arty can then just aim everyone else and cover their own mediums and heavies. Because they must do, because that... oh my god, that was a blind shot!
I think that was a blind shot. But actually, he managed to take him up in return, so
but it's a still good trade. It's a still good trade for Nomi, man. I mean, for PVS, sorry, because Arty cannot help the tanks now. Now they can focus up all 4 tanks just on a fight, and they know there will not be that one big shot by Arty deleting one of them from the game.
Yeah, I think what's big as well, you can see there's a 277 B5. I think he's pushing in, and I think he realizes that he can actually go behind these tanks. And look at them, they're all, well, 2 of them are a one-shot. If this 277 can manage to push around, I think it's, Rolando there. If he can get around, he might even be able to pick up Panzernik or
you need to close
Darko.
in your ranks, man. You need to close in your ranks together with your team. You should go back on F1 somewhere and stay in some bush and cover their backs, bro. Like, keeping Kev safe now is not that needed, but they are scared because they saw people actually double capping.
Exactly what I suggested. I wonder if he's going to pick up a shot. He is actually going to push all the way to this rock, and this could be big because they're going to have to turn around now. And maybe Faker and Mensa are going to push in on Darko, and he's actually not going to do a shot on the crush, which I think is massive. And Darko, look, his turret's not actually facing Faker and Mensa.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Big shot coming from EBR. 400 HP pen Walamada, man. Wow.
He's having a good game though, 3.6k damage you can see, and he's in a very crucial position now. He's behind the enemy, but it's kind of just a stalemate. No one's actually able to shoot each other. They're all just staring at each other because they're on so low HP. Pretty much everyone on the PVS side is a one-shot, so no one can take those initial shots. So it just comes down to maybe managing to snipe those cupolas on these tight engagements.
Wow, man, like this is so close down to the wire here in this match. Matrier can be a player or a loser of this match. It's such a hard burden to be such a crucial member in the last minutes, but that's the meal of the victors. If you can make another such a blow like you did a 400 on that 277 down, that will be the match decider. Kawasaki and Vic Mensa rotating from that side. They're trying to pretty much approach Panzernik and his teammate in 907 here, but the problems are they have to peek over. Then Walamada would have to do a shot from the back, but he still doesn't know where the EBR is. Makarian is dead. Panzernik needs to finish off Kawasaki, and he doesn't pen, but Matrier in his EBR does from the back. Dark on Faker, one-on-one. Who will have a fast reload?
The engagement that might decide the game. Faker there, I wonder if he's going to be able to use the wreck. He's actually in a good position. If he can use these 2 wrecks in front of him, get hauled down, I wonder if he's going to be able to make the kill. This is 1v1, and actually Kawasaki is managing to rotate. Oh my, I didn't think he would pick that. Faker, what are you doing?
Man, that's the sell of the century here. Darko, we have a lead on Matrier. He's coming closer.
Oh,
what a victory for Nomi. Wow.
Faker, please.
Unbelievable, man.
How did he
miss that? I don't know, man.
I would never miss that shot. You would never miss that shot.
Maybe I have shaky hands, but you would probably not, man. But bro, like this is from 0 to hero, back to 0, and back to hero again.
What a game. I mean, what a series.
It was fun. Like, this was really fun.
Lots of these games were very, very close, including right up to the tiebreaker.
I really thought this game is like 100% like Nomi. They had positions, advantage like HP, and then they just threw it away, like into the dumpster, down the hatch, man. And then they managed to come back by a play. Matriek is a player of this match now just because of these couple of moves, man.
But no, he played very well in the late game. He managed to do, as you said, that one shot on the 277 like Willambda, and then because he made that guy a one shot, he decided to rotate because he knew that he couldn't move. He'd locked that 277 behind the rock, and he went around and he managed to distract him. Most crucially, I think he made spots in the late game, so it allowed Nomi to react and move the tank.
It's not only that, like it's the constant talk you have with a bunch of EBR players. You're not there to be a gun in a 60 seconds player. In a second part of the game, you're actually the fastest tank on the map. Even if you have 100 HP like he does, you actually have a powerful gun. So you will be a spotter, you will be a hindrance, and you can finish off tanks. Which is exactly what happened here, man. He was just that little tip that they needed to actually come back in the game. And he played that part masterful. He killed Master YOLO when he actually managed to blind shoot the RT, which was also a brilliant thing.
Yeah, we forgot about that.
That was actually a brilliant thing by Master, but he paid the price because this EBR was set up against it. And he killed him. And he managed to do that shot on 277 down. That pen was actually ridiculous, but whatever. And then he took out one guy that Panzernik and the other 907 actually didn't pen.
There were a few decisive moments. I think there was 1.1k a pen coming onto the, I guess it must have been the engine deck.
RT in a start in the engine deck while he was climbing. That was just like not safe for broadcast. Filthy.
So yeah, we can see now that PVS will drop out of the tournament and Nomi will progress as they just managed to come through that tight series and that tight tiebreaker as well.
That was amazing game. Amazing.
And after this, I think we'll get back up into the winners bracket. And I think the two games that I've really been looking forward to today is we have Davy's first team. So obviously the team who managed to kind of win the last tournament, the last EU tournament, beating Fame in the final, versus CSA, who also have a strong history on the EU server.
It's not only that, like CSA is, I think, by far the oldest active clan at the moment on the server, with a tradition that is super long in both tournaments, clan wars. I don't think there is anyone who doesn't.
Yeah, the Czech Czech powerhouse used to be a very big.
But so we have like Davy and CSA. That's the first match next you're gonna watch. And I'm gonna remind everyone, when there was like last tournament during the summer, clan rivals, actually CSA fell out only in tiebreakers and lost to Davy. So that was like a super close match, super close game, and then Davy faced like BGB PAK Fame in final and won, and so. But that game was super close and they're facing off again now. So this should be like really cool to watch, to see which team more progressed and what happened in the current meta. And after that we have Trust against Fame. So back to the usual business. Our analyst corner, the handsome and forever gracious ones, they're ready for you guys, and let's take you to them.
Hello, welcome back everybody from the most handsome corner, the casters. Thank you very much, guys. I'm sure that was a really entertaining game for everybody. For everybody who's new, and I've got to introduce myself each and every single time, it's at the bottom, but I'm Igbu, the video content manager for World of Tanks Europe, and this time I'm joined by the one and the only tall, sultry-toned...
I'm getting told I'm tall like every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
My name's Kehan, hello.
You have that kind of voice that so the chat all commented on that they like your voice. And you're really tall. That was the two main things everybody said.
I guess they define me from now on.
Yes, pretty much. So that's going to be your characteristics throughout. And the famous solo YOLO hero reckless pushing.
Although we didn't see too much of that.
No.
In the last game actually. Yeah, it was pretty hard to pick situations apart from obviously the cliff game we just saw, because I think it was a lot of, let's call it, tactical waiting involved in all of the games we saw. It was assessing the situation, trying to find openings, thinking about what might happen, but not much of actually driving and shooting going on up until the last minutes.
It used to be called analytical reactive play. I think that's the way it used to be called in WGL.
Yes.
And so we're going to be able to go to the replay and the minimap and let you do your thing with the awesome expert analysis.
Yeah, thank you. When we see here, I mean, this is the second Live Oaks game where PVS was actually attacking down in HP. They pushed too late, in my opinion, which is something that happened every game on open maps. Between these two games, like, it was very desperate pushes every time. And here you can actually see PVS is capping with 3 or 4 tanks, I'm not even sure. And then we see individual misplays being made on the Nomi side, which loses then the game. First of all, you see the 907, that is very close to the cap. That one is actually Evil Oscar, I believe, and he's not going for the decap right away. First of all, he wants to farm the 279 for some reason. Doesn't even make sense, because the 279 has no impact on the outcome of the game anymore. He should instead focus on getting the one-shots on the cap and taking the pressure of the rest of his team, who are still on the J line and trying to get to the resets. The second, like if we can speed up the replay now a little, the second thing that happens, you will see now that every single tank from Nomi is actually going through the water. Why? They have full HP, they can just cross the bridge, that way they would be back at the decaps faster and actually be able to do decaps, which they cannot any longer. The 279E now probably double tracks Panchernik in the water, and the other two don't get back in time. This way, it is, despite all of the odds, because PVS initially pushed too late, still a win. Because, yeah, perfect shielding going on the cap, the 2 shots shielding the 1 shots that actually have the cap points. And yeah, Nomi actually have to blame this match entirely on themselves that they lost it. They had every trump card in their hand, and I don't know, they just took their sleeves and pushed them back in. Well, I don't know, like.
So would that mostly maybe getting the excitement better of them, or would that just be somebody saying rush cap and then everybody goes into automatic how they would normally play, like playing safe, conservative, keeping out of trouble, not thinking?
I would say it's individual misplays, because probably the FC said, yeah, I'll go to decap.
Yeah.
And then all the players are like, oh, I want to go to decap, but I don't want to lose HP on the bridge. Need to go through water. And that, like, I don't know, normally it should be clear that you should go back over bridge if you have full HP, and there were a couple of those tanks. But
yeah, and from me, that kind of looked like, from what you said, that people have fallen back onto just default old habits and not thought about, okay, do this sensibly.
It's random habits, where the first and foremost goal that every player normally has is preserve your own HP, because only if you're alive at the end of the game you can actually do something. But here you need to, like, this is not randoms, this is competitive play, and in the competitive play your first and foremost goal is for your team to take the victory, and if it means sacrificing your whole tank, do it without even asking, just do it.
Yeah. Okay. So while we get the next replay for you up for you to analyze, we do have the tournament tree to be able to show you all of what the result of that really close and epic game was. Okay, so we're having a minor issue with the graphic right now, so I think we're going to go back to the camera a little bit and then try that again in a minute. We will also need to remind people to click on those Gleam links, follow them, make sure you enter into the giveaways for those 100 euros. We will be giving away the one that have just ended now, so you have until the end of this segment, which is when I will then close this, like, first half of the evening's MVP voting, and then I will open up a second one. So while you're still watching this is when you can still vote and enter into that giveaway. Then I'll close it and open up a new one. So anybody that's still watching right now, here's a chance for the extra 100 euros. Make sure you follow those social media channels as well to also get those. So here's the graphic. You can see what the result of those matches are right now, where we can see that PVS have, unfortunately,
lost 2 in a row, meaning they drop out.
So we've lost PVS. That's the second team that we've lost today, the first being MVPS second team. And so, yeah, we're now moving into the more interesting matches, let's say. These are the teams that kind of secured their position very early on into the tournament.
Indeed, I'm very much looking forward to that.
And so we can expect these games to be really more high caliber, would you say?
It's harsh on the teams that already played to say high caliber, but yeah, I expect more exciting games, more exciting gameplay, and also more innovative strategies.
So from what I understand from watching these and knowing some of the teams' experiences, that a lot of the teams I see that are now in the tournament are more experienced. So I would imagine that you'd have less of those incidents like you just mentioned with Nomi falling back into random habits, and these are with people that are more used to working together.
When you have teams like the Davy players, the Fame players, I mean, all of them have been on a competitive level for years. I mean, you saw a glimpse of that yesterday when Inbil played. The core of those players also have been playing competitive for years. I mean, Piotr, first and foremost, ex-WGL player, they just know what to do. When there's a call being made, they immediately think, how do I fulfill that call? How do I do it the most effective way? And which of my actions would help my team the most?
Yep. So here we go with the next replay for you, which I know you're looking forward to.
Oh, that was such a nice situation here. You can see, first and foremost, you see the F1277. That's, I believe, Vualamada. He already didn't, the decision to go into that position is right. There's no doubt about that. However, he did a little misplay when he didn't try to connect the shot onto the 277 from Nomi, which is on E3. Killing that guy would have been a massive blow to Nomi at that point. The second mistake he makes is that he opens himself up to the EBR in the south side, near the Nomi cap, where he actually takes one shot from him, dropping to even lower HP. I think he came there at about... there we see it's 743 still. He will take a shot from him, thus dropping to one shot for the 277 from the Nomi side. I don't know why he does it. The EBR was spotted there before while he killed the PVS EBR, and if we can now start the replay, we will actually see right now it's, there you see Vualamada taking the 408 by the EBR. Right now it's sort of a stalemate. The only trump that PVS has is the other 277 in G5, which is actually advancing right now. He's on 384 HP. The two 907s had 320 alpha, so there's a high likelihood that one shot from those 907s is not going to take him out. Also, one of the 907s, Panchernik, is one shot for the 277. That means that right now, if Vic Mensa rotates around, which he does, then Kawasaki Yolo and Vic Mensa together can effectively engage the 907s, because they should be able to take both of them, or at least one tank out within one salvo and drop the other one to half HP, thus making him one shot. The only job that Faker has to do right now is occupy Darko easy, and the only job that Vualamada has right now is staying alive and waiting until the 277 turns his turret. Obviously, all of those players under a lot of pressure right now. This is the decider. They don't want to make any mistakes. They're hesitant, they're cautious, they're not really trying to engage decisively. First shot comes up from Faker. Actually, the high HP 907 dropping first, which is a mistake in my opinion. The 277 should have held his shot for Panchernik. Doesn't matter. And now the true clown fiesta for PVS starts as Darko Easy actually making the plays here really. You see them facing off, facing off, facing off. Darko Easy trying to stall the PVS players while giving the EBR the chance to come in. Actually picking up the 277 here and then still being able to juke Faker here. I don't know, he just has so much situational awareness in his position, and I think that's the first solo carry we've seen in this tournament. Like, that was exciting to watch, and I love people actually putting on clutch plays and winning the game for their team. And I think the one who threw it actually for PVS was Vualamada, because, I don't know, maybe... sorry to say, but yeah.
Some more harsh words coming. This.
I mean, if I give props to players, I also gotta say who has to improve.
No, that's
still.
true. I'm just waiting for the diplomatic moments where you have to afterwards, and it's like, so, friend, best buddy. No, it was pretty interesting to watch everybody's reaction, especially yours. Kind of at that moment, it's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I have a really big screen. Yeah, I'm watching that game. I'm thinking, oh my god, what's happening? What's like gnawing on my fingernails, and then biting into the table when everything happened, because I actually predicted PVS, and now they disappointed me. So yeah,
another false prediction. Unfortunately, coming in from Keyman.
Yeah,
I'm sure you'll get there eventually. One of them.
I'll get one one day.
We'll get one.
I mean, I still have a few matches to go, so you know.
And so we've got that, and one of the things that we did earlier was actually announced all of our winners from yesterday. We haven't picked our winners for today yet, which we will start announcing later. But we're going to share all of the winners from yesterday, so you can see those people who earned the MVP from the players, earning 100 euros each. You can see that on the left, which was Old King's Rizek. Not even a chance I can pronounce that.
And Coma.
Coma, of course.
Yeah. I want to say sorry to him, actually, because yesterday I thought it was Kalium leading, what was it, Karelia, but it was actually Coma, and I think Kalium helping. So.
And then our followers, so our 5 followers that we chose yesterday, you can see on the screen there. Make sure you see that and check it out. And you have Saber, Eric, and Robert for the MVPs voted by chat. You can make sure that you see those by following the Gleam links that you enter into before. Make sure you enter the giveaways that are taking place today so you don't miss anything that's going on. Don't miss any chance to win free stuff, of which there is lots and lots and lots and lots.
Plentiful.
There is a weekly follower that you can do. There's a daily follower you can do. There's the MVP voting you can do. If you have a clip, and I'm looking through all of the clips, if there is a clip of the day that does amazingly well, or I see that it's doing really well, we will also award that €40. And for people who have a play of the day, like yesterday with the EBR on Cliffs, I can't remember who it was, so I need to look back at that.
Monster YOLO.
Monster YOLO. So Monster YOLO having that really cool, awesome, accidentally awesome, I think it was, but awesome nonetheless play. So he's going to get himself another €40 on that. So just for doing
also
something
remember what I
interesting.
just said for Cliff. I mean,
Yeah,
there
yeah,
were some
I
nice plays and also some misplays. But I mean, a misplay can be a play of the day as well.
Yeah,
If you really throw, then
if people want to nominate people like those for play of the day, perhaps we can swing it that way. We do have 2 more matches to go, so there's a lot to take place. But I would say that clutch moment right there has probably got to be a really big incentive for that.
There got to be insane actions coming up to topple that.
There's going to have to be some serious work going in for something like this. And so we've gone through the giveaways, we've gone through some analysis, we've gone through moments like this. What are you expecting from the upcoming match, do you think?
Well, the first one is Divi against CSA, and slowly we're creeping into the regions and elos of clans where, I don't know, I think the individual gameplay starts to become fairly similar skill-wise.
Okay.
So what really will decide all of that is probably the reactions by the field commanders, partly RNG as well. I mean, if the RTs get some good shots in, those can be game deciding, obviously. Other than that, yeah, I'm really looking forward to defensive tactics prepare, because there are some nasty things you can do in some maps that really put the enemy that has to attack at that moment off. And
okay, so I'm hoping you mean good, like defensive.
I mean, I like aggression, but when I see a good camp, I'm like, someone put obvious thought into
now,
this.
that's not something I would ever have expected to hear, ever.
I mean, if it's good gameplay, it's good gameplay. Like
that's true, but a good camp, that's a new one on me.
I mean, when I lead, normally it's either YOLO rush or camp, because
that's, to be fair, I have never played in the esports scene, so I never know with this.
I can't do anything else. I'm not good enough to do
so is yours just okay, turtle it up, boys, let's get ready? Or are you more of a...
Well, the problem is, like, that's what you also have to admire. Once it gets into those long games, and Invil actually demonstrated yesterday on Sand River really well how you do it. Once it gets into those long games, the FC has to keep track of so much, so many positions that counter each other, so many plays that might happen at any point in time. And I'm personally simply, like, when I'm watching, I can take it all in, but when I'm playing and have to do it, it's simply too much.
I know a lot of people take more safer / defensive tanks in those particular moments.
The thing is, if you tell your team at the start of the game, just Davai Rush B, there's not much you have to keep track of. Like, maybe send 1 or 2 tanks back to the cab. But yeah, either it works or it doesn't, 50-50.
Would these be similar tactics to what you would expect most people, just for the wider audience, most people to be able to find in things like Clan Wars?
There is a difference, as you can see the enemy lineups here. In Clan Wars, actually, you cannot see the enemy lineups at the beginning, so there's room for a lot more funky stuff in Clan Wars, in my opinion.
Okay.
However, in the tournament, it tends to get a lot more tactical. Since you have the info what the enemy is bringing, you can adapt to that. That's what makes it more spicy, in my opinion.
No, that's good. Because I know that some people in chat have some very large comments, and you have the armchair generals that going, why aren't you just doing this? I do this every week with mine.
But then again, for us here, it's easier, because if we want to, we can see every tank at any given point.
Yes.
But you have to make, like, in-game, you have to make your decisions on limited information. That's what makes it so hard.
And yeah, it's just mostly because I'm looking in chat and I'm seeing a lot of people going, what are they doing? And
I mean, if they were as good as the people on stream, then they would probably be playing.
Yeah, that's true. You are seeing a lot of people that say they're better. They just don't want to do this, as of course you do. But speaking of better players, of course, our experts have made some predictions for the upcoming games, which we will show on the screen shortly.
That's good.
And I will run the click voting for this again. I am curious to see if you win the voting as much as Daki's did. I'm wondering if your face will receive as many votes as maybe Daki's face will, or whether people will actually click on those. Because you did come second with the most nominations on your actual vote. It's just apparently Daki's face is too strong for those predictions.
His beard is too strong for me. Like I can't.
Maybe
Sorry.
that was it. The beard is too colourful and large, voluptuous. That's the word I'm looking for.
Too much of an eye catcher.
It just catches all of the clicks. It just collects them all in.
Yeah.
Okay.
It grabs them.
So, what made you want to predict 4-2 for DV?
I think Devi is stronger right now. Since they've obviously been in Minsk, they've been preparing for that. Obviously, they've been preparing for this tournament as well. So I think, they are just sharper at the moment. Also, I haven't seen that much from CSA in the last tournaments. I mean, looking at the lineup, you know almost all of their players. Like it's not like these are new players new to the game. They've been playing the game for years and on a superb level, really. However, I think they have not been preparing as much as Davey.
Okay. So some bold claims going on there with the 4-2. It's not as bold as maybe Daki's is, and I can't see Mojo's from here, unfortunately. But 4-2. So are you expecting a comfortable one, or every moment matters? Because like you mentioned, you're expecting this.
I don't think it will be comfortable for either of the teams, because they're not going to give the other one an edge for free. Those are teams with really superb players on both sides. It will come down to tactics, tactical decisions, calls by individual players. It will be exciting to watch, I hope. And I think we're in for a treat here.
Now, would you say, and while we do this next bit, we have the bonus code that you should definitely redeem with the free stuff, and also make sure you share it with all of your friends, and then bring them to the stream so you can see Keyhan's lovely face and hear his sultry tones, and you'll enjoy it. Who would you say has the stronger map? So for like DV, what map would you say is the main one they're probably going to try and dominate on?
If we look in the picks, there we go. CSA DV, so DV actually banning Sandriver and Ensk, CSA banning Cliff, and then picking Karelia. I think CSA wants to split Karelia, and then we're gonna see Davy on Himmelsdorf, which they picked. So I think Davy on Himmelsdorf is gonna be very nice to watch.
Sounds good. So you know what to expect from these matches coming up. And we've finished our segment here. Make sure you follow all the giveaways, make sure you enter the code, and then we're going to go to the casters, the wonderful and awesome, ever stable, wonderful looking and bearded and awesome analytical duo, Mojo and Daki.
I wonder, does he make the notes of all of that?
I think he just wants to overclass me, but I can end all of his flattering by 3 words. I love you, Iggy. See? And that's all it takes, dude. That's all it takes. Simple but effective. CSA versus DV rematch, obviously from the last tournament as well.
We already mentioned they played in the semifinals of the last tournament, and Devi won in a tiebreaker match. It was a super close one by the
Serene Coast.
Yeah, on Serene Coast by the team. You can see, as Daki already mentioned during the tournament, Devi went back to the roots with this first team, and it's a Balkan core. Many of these guys were actually in the Minsk when they faced Tornado, so that was some stage experience for them. Not a long one, but it was still some, and a lesson to be learned from. We will see what they actually picked up from all of that ordeal. CSA here, I recognize most of the guys, and I can see Hi I Am bunch of guys again in a CSA line. They're kind of a stable setup that plays long together also. So by far, no one to be underestimated.
Exactly. If they perform that way, though, Karelia is going to be the first one between these two teams, and it's going to be DV on the defensive side. And oh look, it's a camp.
Oh dear. I guess Devi learned from their past experience against Mercy that camp actually can be viable and it can pay off. But CSA does have those two artists. They're playing with 2 EBRs compared to the 3 we've seen some teams take even with those. So we will see what plan actually CSA has to deal with this, because they can pinpoint most of the tanks. Where will they be?
Yep, indeed. CSA need to use those 2 RDs. We've talked about that. There's going to be a 279 going to A5. That is Killa, a standard position, Mojo. A few things to note. We've seen this camp before, right? We have seen this one before, but this is a slightly altered iteration of it.
Yeah, I can see already a couple of differences here.
So no B4 IS7 for the side of...
279.
Yeah, there's a 279. Also, no light for the side of DV. No light tank coming out. They also have an IS7 playing an F0, if you can note that.
Yeah, I saw that on the map. That's a really, really stretched forward tank.
The thing is, I was told that he is unkillable except for RD.
And enemy has 2 artists.
Yeah, but okay,
slight detail.
No. When we talked about this, I was told that he only dies after 3 to 4 minutes. Nobody else can pen him except for RD. So it takes a while to kill him. 3 to 4 minutes is what I was told. Let's see if it's actually true.
Well, we will see, because he's really open and he will be probably first target. But oh, wait, he's already on 1800 HP, but it's still a minute and a half into the game. Still, there is quite a lot of guys behind. Also, I see a difference. There is a T57 back, ready to jump down in a ditch. He is currently on A7 position. So they're keeping no one in a ditch on B6, but he's ready to go there if needed. Ooh. Let me see. Unkillable Magma doesn't have fire extinguisher.
Right? Not really sure what we need rations for in this position between us. Like, between us, I'm not sure what the rations are for.
I have no idea. He doesn't have coated optic. Like, I really have no idea.
But a good crew, you don't need rations on the I7 in a position where you're just supposed to live. Fire extinguisher may be advisable.
It's okay. It's just one shorty of RT, a shorty shot of RT, more or less.
I mean, the funny thing is, right, even when this IS7 dies, it is still a quite significant HP difference. He does die now.
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes.
I'm just marking it.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, I'm just saying what they told me, right? So they said 3 minutes to kill
I guess
him.
it was tested against worse RT players.
Maybe Magma had a fire extinguisher in that training. Well, first tank down for the side of DV. They did get a decent amount of time with it, though. You got to say it as it is. There is a lot of time that went away now. 7 minutes left for CSA. And they still have, obviously getting 1 tank for free is always nice, but they're up against Eskongs, 279s, Chieftains, no lights either.
Yeah, yesterday when we saw that the camp was actually brought to its knees by Davy 2, we also noticed that there was a lot to be desired by the guys who actually played the camp. Like, they could have done much better in a couple of positions and moments. But that's a past, and this is like 2 completely different new teams. So far, CSA is doing well. They didn't lose any HP anywhere. They know the positions of enemy, and they did take out 1 tank for free, which, in honest, I think it was more like a gift by Devi than a good play. But that is not that significant. The significant part comes now. How do you break Chomi on this position here in 279, or the upper 279 on A5, and then successfully everyone else? It's like a domino effect. Even when you break those, you need to save up enough HP so you can actually progress further in the game.
And there's also an 279 in E8, Tuxi over there. Usually we see him play at E9 instead, in front of the little hill. So that's slightly different from what the previous positions are as well. But look at CSA.
CSA is doing aggressive push, same as the Devis too. Yesterday they're trying to go below the hill and try to shoot the tanks in the back, keeping a couple of the chieftains on upper position and late A-line for close fire. 277 actually pushing on Chomi there, Daki.
Yeah, 277 pushing towards Chomi. We saw this as well from Davy International. However, Dexter goes down on the crossing, so 1 tank being taken back here for the side of Davy. The HP lead is still significant, but we know this always doesn't mean everything. We saw it yesterday as well. Now they need to deal with Tuxi in that 279. How long will he last? How long will he survive? He's tanking like a champion so far. It's really hard to deal with those 279s. Mud pushing up towards A4, facing Chomi. I'm not sure if this is the right decision yet from Mud. We'll have to see. Chomi in that 279 has a lot of HP, good position. Mud may have been a little bit too early. They still haven't taken down Tuxi in that 279, 2.3k HP.
Yeah, I don't think this will go really easy, because Arti is actually not in good position to deal neither with Tuxi nor with that 279 there, man. Like, it's almost 5 minutes up, and the game didn't progress much beside losing one tank in approach for CSA and one in defense for Devi. There is already 10,000 HP difference between them. This defense is not even scratched.
They can't really wait to kill Tuxi. That's going to take too much time now, even with Artie. It's going to take a good 2 minutes, let's be honest. 2 minutes, maybe a little bit less. Here comes an Artie shell. Finally, some pens coming out, but that's Day peeking from the back. He immediately gets shut down by the S-Kongs. Tuxi needs to be careful. He's kind of angling his armor, not that great. But here comes another peek from Tape. And yes, they're starting to take down this tank now, finally, but at what cost and what amount of time lost?
There are actually some good pens coming frontal, even not by Tabe, but it still takes a lot of time to kill this guy, and still it will be trade 1-for-1. Tabe is on one shot and Tuxi is still alive. 4 minutes till the end. It's sad that we actually have to count the timers, but 4,000 block damage here for Tuxi and buying at least another minute for his team. And we're still talking about 7 or 8,000 HP difference in them, and like...
Yeah, there's still a significant HP lead. Now they have to dig out Skurga and his chieftain. They also still need to dig out...
It's like tower defense, man. There are layers of it. Come on.
The next layer now is Skurga and Chomi in that 279. They've dealt with one. Now they have to deal with another. And it's not going that well either. They're going to take a lot of time here again to kill Chomi. That 279 on range, it's not that simple to pen. And you can see how they're just struggling with it. And in the meantime, he's constantly firing back, of course. It's not like they're just killing him for free.
Yeah, Chomi, and more importantly, what we noticed when Tuxi was under attack, the rest of his team is ready to shoot anyone who is trying to do different angles. So Chomi will deal with something that he can see with frontal of his turret, but the rest of the team will shoot anyone in other angles. But this is a really good connections here by a couple of the CSA guys here. I mean, like, it's not easy to pen a 279, especially the one wiggling like that, but they're still managing. Nalo is now doing a push with his EBR. They're going to try to proxy spot everyone sniping and do additional angles on Shifter. 460 pen on Shifter in the back. That's a good one, and he will have to fall back a little. There will be a follow-up by rest of the guys, but I know there is a T57 waiting for that, so another layer of this tower defense.
Not bad by Nalo and Seago, bringing those EBRs to the fight and actually making it work as well. The HP deficit is over 10,000 though. Yes, they have a lot of guns, 14 to be exact, but which are 2 Arties, 2 EBRs. Now Mud goes down. Killa is still the next layer of tower defense. He actually gets Will in his chieftain. That's not good there whatsoever. Now Killa can kind of face one direction because there's nobody left behind him.
Now, man, we just like finished the phase 1 of tower defense, killing like 2 of the 279s and chieftain, and they didn't even clear it fully because that one 279 is still alive. We're gonna end up in a game where CSA is trying to pin them, but they're all on such a low HP that Devi can just afford now to just counter push and kill them everywhere.
There's not enough crossfire left or HP for the side of CSA as Unji goes down and the rest will follow just soon to the grave. The tower defense strategy here from Devi slightly better than what we've seen before. I would say better shots, maybe slightly better positions with the tanks as well, especially those 279s in the middle of the map, making it extremely hard for CSA to progress. And wherever they went, wherever they go, they had to pay very, very dearly for taking those tanks out. And when you're so much HP down from the beginning, even trades, it's not good enough.
I'm just gonna name it as it is. Absolute filth. Like, seriously, we can maybe bet with Koma, can he take out this?
I do think that there was, I don't know, I was thinking and looking, I think where C5 is, I think you could maybe hug the rock and shoot Chomi from behind while being pretty safe. Like you see on C5, the little bit of the corner walk there, if you went to fully hug it, right? With one tank, if you went to fully hug it, I don't think an angle exists or a good enough angle that you can kill him before he kills the 279 for free. Because Chomi can't turn his turret.
Yeah, he can't because he'll be shot from other
side. Exactly, and there's no light to
but still, there is that 10k deficit man we're talking about.
That's just one tank, right? It's just one tank, but it all adds up. That is the last kill there. White picks up combat and DV coming in. Their first round here in this tournament picks it up against CSA on Karelia defense. Kind of expected, but still.
It was a hard game for CSA. I would say like really good try. Nice shooting on those turrets of 279s. Like that was actually way more efficient than I expected them to do. But they managed to do it just with pure player skill. But this camp is like tower defense, super hard level, man, hardcore.
Magma would have survived, let's be honest. If Magma had a fire extinguisher,
he would probably buy another minute.
It's 30 seconds to a minute extra.
Yeah.
Right? Because he burned for at least one RD shell.
Minimum.
Yeah. So that that was even a little bit of a mistake there.
And also, I don't know. I would like to point out, like, what will David do if they meet this camp? I mean, I hope they have like, I hope they have the solution for this thing that they actually set up.
They said that they know how to break it if it does happen.
Okay.
Okay, because they trained to play it and trained to break it. So well,
I mean,
to
break
talks.
It. What they
talks
do?
Talks are all like very, very big.
What they do? DDoS, the TeamSpeak of CSA.
I mean, you know, I can send them the address if they want to.
I want to see this happen actually.
We'll see. I mean, like,
but it's questionable. Will CSA even choose to play that kind of game?
Well, don't know if CSA is that kind of team. They kind of like playing their own thing.
You can always choose to play aggressive. Like some guys can choose.
Yeah, but
think like you will play the camp, and you can play something aggressive and just take them out like that.
I don't know, but like CSA doesn't feel like that kind of team. They like doing their own thing, their own style most of the time. What they feel comfortable with. And I don't know if Saka and Sigo feel comfortable with just sitting back. Especially with something
I don't like that
tried.
meta, man, at all. Like, really. Like, because you always face reality when you when you meet that one team that actually knows how to deal with it. That's always a problem. And then if you lost the track how to play aggressive, then you will always downscale as a team. But we will see what will CSA choose to do. As currently on Karelia, everyone who was defending was camping so far. Not like one or two. Everyone was camping. So that's not very promising, but we still stand to be corrected by someone in the future.
Yeah, I mean, maybe my man Shifter are poking Koma on TeamSpeak right now, be like, Koma, we need you.
To decamp?
Yeah, exactly. Like guide us quickly.
The professional guidance.
The professional guider of the decamper. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, between us, I don't think CSA is that kind of team. I hope I'm right, actually, that they actually try to play an active game. But obviously, as the attacker, you always have to be ready for both things. That's why, like, you can be like, oh, so why don't people bring a more effective lineup at breaking the camp, right?
Because you never know will it be.
Because you never know if it's gonna be.
Like what you're gonna do, you bring 3 arties and they bring aggressive setup, and you're like, oh.
Or you bring a more heavy lineup or something, and they're like, with a lot of mediums, just dragging you around the map on Karelia. That's why as attacker, you always have to kind of balance out the picks you can take, what you can need, and you know,
well, that's why defenders do have that advantage at least. They can choose their own style, and attacker has to adjust. Unless you have like that kind of a map or Unicum strategy that can go just through anything.
Yeah, that's true. What were you expecting from CSA? I guess we kind of expect them not to sit back, to be honest. Like, I think you don't expect them to sit back. I don't expect them to sit back. I don't think we'll see anything out of the ordinary from Davido.
Well, let us see, because our guys are ready to kicking. They already picked their tanks, and it does look like CSA is not going to sit back. This is a very aggressive setup. 2 EBRs, only 1 RT. In defense, only 1 Chieftain, 2 7-7s and 907s. A lot of rotation potential. Very fast setup by Devi also. 3 EBRs and 2 RTs.
Well, like, CSA has a rotational advantage, though, especially because of, like, only 2 EBRs.
It's really dangerous actually for CSA here, because number of tanks for rotation doesn't matter as much as spotters and RT potential in this kind of game.
If Sigo here takes a lot of damage in the beginning, for example, it's not going to be that great.
Oh, they are missing him, but there is a connection coming in now. Buzuk is spotted undamaged. Like, Sigo lost 2/3 of his HP. That already means that they have only 1 1/3 of the EBR. Buzuk doesn't connect this. It was a hard shot indeed. But Sigo is pretty much crippled for spotting. I'm not sure, did they actually prevent anyone from spotting this? No, Yunji and the rest of the guys are spotted here. There is 277 controlling the D4 already. RT shells are coming in. This is not starting to look well for CSA already.
Let me just point out that in the beginning, CSA had a few thousand more HP to work with.
Yeah, because they had like 1 light less than RT.
Exactly, which has already been nullified. Like, that is gone. In a slow game like this, CSA need to find an opportunity to do something, because they're already starting to trail slightly.
Well, Devi entered with their dirty RT card here. Dr. Nix, notorious Mr. 3-gun marker for RT, is not playing anything else in his life except RT and so on. So that's going to be a dire game for CSA wherever they show themselves. This guy knows the angles how to hit them.
In the meantime, you can see EBRs pushing up in the center for Devi, Buzuk, and Tuxi. Buzuk needs to be careful, though. Sakalito is within very, very short proximity. Just about not proxy spotting each other. Tuxi does figure out the 907 is over there, but he needs to be careful from the north. In the meantime, though, Mojo, look what CSA is doing on 1-2 line. They're pushing straight forward. Will they be enough?
That's it, man. They decided this is it. We already lost so much, and we need to do something about it. We cannot endlessly rotate left and right. They're pushing in. Skrga will be the first victim because I don't think he can survive this. He's actually leaning next to that rock like it's a dear life, which it is, but there is a cover from the base, couple of 907s, and there is immediate counter-attack by Devi on the CSA base itself. Bunch of mediums are rocking on a 9-0 line. It's going to be a matter of time which one will have the better position.
You can see though, CSA is actually not pushing forward with their 907s. They just about are grouping up, and now they are going. It's maybe a little too late. Combat picks up Skrga. Foley picks up Reich. This is not too bad altogether for CSA. That 1-2 line push kind of catching Davey off guard, but now it's about the base. Vadim is down and out. We can already conclude that he's dead. There is still a chieftain though on A9. That's going to be Will there. He's going to hold off the force of CSA. They're going to need at least 2 907s to go towards push him. That's going to be Magma and Corana, maybe with the EBR from Buzuk as well. They have to take down this chieftain. They have no choice. 3 on cap. To go forward.
We already saw this situation. You cannot ignore your own cap. If you have a triple cap up there, one guy is usually not enough because Devi now will push couple of guys to distract him while 3 guys in the back are capping. I don't think the GC actually from CSA has an angle to shoot their own cap. Anji, Tabe, Cosmo, Crazy and Zilka are also entering the cap of Devi. It's going to be a race of time. CSA does have more HP, but the positions will be problems. Sigo surviving on 400 HP is crucial now because he can decap. And Artie actually connected on Ziggs. This is not looking bad for CSA.
It's not looking bad. 27 seconds though for that Artie to reload again, and now it's looking good for CSA. If there's no more resets for Davey, that's going to be CSA to pick up the defensive side with a good 1-2 push coming out, back down towards 18 seconds, but only 8 seconds left for the side of CSA. Nix is about to come off reload though, but he has it all to do, and that Artie, can he even get something? No, he misses. Just about gets 1 reset though, but in this scenario, it is perfect for CSA as they are on the defending side, and a draw in essence is a win for them. They're going to be picking up their defensive side on the side of Guerrilla with a smart 1-2 play. Not too bad. Not
not even going to be draw. I think it's a victory. Yeah, it's a victory for 1 second here over the CSA side, but draw would be, as Ducky said, equal. I mean, this was an amazing game. Like, CSA was spotted from the start, right from the bed, damaged and everything, and yet they, I must say, they have like these big balls, man. They actually gathered all of that, and they just actually pushed that one line. I think Devi expected some kind of diversion there, but they actually didn't expect such a commitment from CSA, and they were caught off guard. They counter-pushed the enemy base, but it was just not enough. They were like safeguard already established on CSA side. Like, Artie could connect part of the cap. They did reach the cap with 1 or 2 907s on time,
but
and they
came back
with
with just enough. They came back. They had like
with just enough, and they had more than enough to deal with the DV base.
Exactly.
It was a good game, man. Like, this was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, Skrga there. Unluckily enough, Superman did get some reset points as well, but yeah. Tuxi kind of died for free in the middle in the EBR. I do have
What the hell? Titus only 200 damage?
Yeah, I don't really know what happened.
How many
there.
shots did he fire?
3, so it's not the greatest shooting, but no reset points either. Tuxi did kind of die for free in the middle. Pushing up in the middle it's risky when the enemy has north side. He did die there. That could have maybe helped, but still the CSA push was good. Unji taking the initial brunt of the damage, goes down into the ditch, and then combat after 1v1ing the 277 of Skrga, and the 907s providing crossfire from the back on towards the base. Not bad.
It was a good play, man. It took a lot of courage to make such a decision and just go for it. Once they did, they were like a non-stopping machine. I was very surprised. Like, when the game started, I thought Devi actually has everything under control, and actually thought Devi will play for a choking game, you know, to try to strangle slowly and then push in one moment. But actually, CSA forced their hand.
I don't fully understand why there was, like, they could have taken the hill and just went straight back, honest to God, and I think they could have won then.
Yeah, I think also because like they had double RT, they could prevent them from going back and just play the slower game.
They had that 277 in the middle, right?
Yeah.
That guy can play the bush and spot the crossing. He can kind of spot the crossing, but even then...
you have a couple of guys covering him from the hill, and you keep your base safe, you shell them a bit, and you can rotate left and right a couple of times.
And after that you immediately rotate back. They're not going to just drive back towards the hill.
They can rotate left and right because the map is theirs. They're actually effectively controlling the lower ground and everything. And that's it, man. Like, they can do whatever they want. CSA would be the one pressured to play the choke points.
Yeah, the biggest mistake for them was actually driving up on the hill, because they sat there for a good 20 seconds and then they got pushed from 1-2. They could either be 10 seconds on the way back to the base or already pushing CSA.
I wonder, man, like, Why did they do it like this? I guess they thought they will maybe clear something like a passive spot or somewhere or something like that.
I guess they didn't expect CSA to actually push.
Yeah, I think that's what we said in the start. I don't think they actually thought anyone would have balls to do this, but CSA does. Amazing. Well, it's 1-1. This really is not the kind of the opening. Actually, the opening game we had when they met last time was like 2-0 as far as I remember. Or something like that. It was like really, really one-sided, and then CSA caught up. I think it was 3-1 for Davy in one moment. And they took like both games on Himmelsdorf, which is actually Davy's pick, right? Yeah, Davy picked Himmelsdorf, and they took 2-0 from CSA last time. And the next map we will watch after that is Live Oaks, and that was actually the map where CSA played 2-0 on Davy.
Yeah, I remember that. Triple already coming out from Davy and CSA just kind of driving at them and be like, what's up, dudes? Anyways, Himmels coming out between these two. Double bot and a B for Davy, most noticeable. And CSA, no bot, but double B.
Well, a rather faster setup here for Davy. Davy is playing their attacking side, 279s only, but double bot, that's actually quite interesting. It's not like we've seen it maybe once yesterday, but Davy 2 actually played it, right?
Did it, yeah.
Okay. I wonder why that happened then. I guess they trained against each other.
It was from north. Davy 2 did it from north with the double bat, and they're doing it from south. So, anyways, look at all these tanks in the middle. Look at this. This is very aggressive. Crossing through the mid with chieftains.
This is super aggressive, man. Like there is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tanks going for the hill from Davy, and immediate spread out through the center of the map. This is something we've seen in higher matches when you usually see guys like Tornado and so on playing. This is a good setup, but now they need to be able to deal with the side shots from 1-2 line. They do have a couple of tanks that can deal with it, but will it be enough?
Do they have enough going hill though right now? I think Davy actually wins the hill off of this double ban. It's about 4 guys from CSA and 5, and I think it's 5 in total for the side of Davy. So technically they have the hill.
3.
Technically they should win the hill, right? Let's just say technically, because anything can happen. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, they also must make sure they don't lose the tanks in the center. That's also a big must, because CSA at the moment has too many tanks on the rail. I would say the Chieftain on B2 is completely redundant now, and he should start moving. But of course, CSA doesn't have the information that we do on the screen. They still don't know the numbers of Davy. They don't know that Davy has like 5 tanks there. They can just predict, Unji took a lot of damage here, man, by crossing. Whoa!
I think that may have even been from 1-2. Not certain, though. You can see, let's see. Maybe not. It's track shot coming in now as well. A good hold on 1-2. Let's say that's a shot from 1-2. You could see that coming straight from the top of the hill. That really rocked his dome. But yeah, this is a very heavy punish for a 1-2 take with 277s. And another shot coming from the hill. And Dexter also taking more damage. These cross shots are painful.
They're amazing, actually. Like, this is a huge distance by all those clippers. But CSA maybe realize what's going on, and then they can push the hill.
Will they do it on time, though? Alco only has 20 seconds left on his reload. That's a small window for you to actually do something.
There was no reaction by CSA. No order came through.
So far in this game, and it's not looking that good yet for CSA. There's an 8-line play coming out, though, from Nalo in that 279. That could be pretty nice. Chomi picks up Unji.
Down.
Expected, I guess. At some point, he was that low. HG would have probably finished him off as well. Nalo now making a good play, pushes into the 8-line, catches Ghost, catches Zeeks there as well. Nico up on that ramp there. Sakalito facing, and now Davy has to push the hill. They have to play the hill. They have to do something.
Yeah, Davy has to push that because everyone in the middle is now pressed, heavily pressed by CSA. Barchat, even Shifter came down from the hill, but he cannot play this. He can just buy some time so Nalo doesn't shoot the tanks on the middle. Vilda and the rest of the guys are counter-pushing the hill. Korana and the rest of the boys have to actually push a little back there. Soft tanks, VTBs and Barchats cannot really deal with Chieftains in a hold down. But if they have a clip together with the rest of their Chieftains, they can do something about it. It's going to be all about the crossfires on the map. Davy is leading currently for like 1300 HP, but it's just about even number of the guns. It's all details that can turn in anyone's favor still.
Rana taking a huge amount of damage there coming out. It even goes down by Sakalito. That HP lead that you were talking about, it is gone. It has evened out, and these 3 Chieftains in D-line are feeling kinda helpless. What I don't understand is why they didn't push a Chieftain of themselves into Sakalito's position. It's possible.
Now we're having a situation where all the Davy tanks that are in the middle are in deep, deep trouble.
You can say it how it is, Mojo. Yeah, they're in deep, deep trouble. That much is true. White here trying to face off, but doesn't work out. They picks him up. Where is the follow-up play here for the side of Davy? Because they are getting picked apart slowly and steadily. Saka here getting the... Can he get to Capola? No, he misses it. Will takes more damage there, but it's not looking good for Davy, actually. They need to do something, and they're just sitting here right now.
This is a really dirty angle here that Saka is using, guys. Live and learn, live and learn. You can always learn something from the better ones on the stream. Buzuk is trying to hold the hill, but he is completely alone. Saka fired amazing 3.4k damage, mainly on the guys from the hill, I think.
Yeah, Saka there, he's going to get another shot in towards Magma. They know about this position. Magma here taking 2 shots for his trouble. Only connects 1 in return. That is not what you want to do. They're 4,000 HP down now. They are losing the D-line position slowly but surely. Nalo picks up Nikot now. That's another Chieftain down. It's when you take the middle, there needs to be a follow-up. And so far, the follow-up was 0.
Oh man, Barry is laughing his ass off, I can believe that. Guys from Davy are now pretty much on the brink of defeat. They lost a lot of valuable positions here on the map, and once CSA manages to clear the rest of those tanks, like the last Chieftain gonna mill, which is General Zix, they will be able to kind of circle around and slowly choke Davy to death.
Davy, I don't think even has the amount of tanks required to continuously keep the hill at this point.
They had like 1 guy as far as I left. I saw that stay there. I'm not sure even he's there now.
You can see now, they have the bat coming back. They will have 4 again. Shifter went back up.
Yeah, because there was only 1 Chieftain in one moment, so they were trying to rotate with those butt shots and so on. But there is a counterattack by CSA coming in. Sigo and Sweetman taking slash damage. Sigo might be deleted. He's on 1 shot. Crazy Brutal actually taking a bodyguard shot for him, and they're getting punished from the hill. But the CSA guys on hill should know that.
CSA guys on hill should indeed know that and use this as an opportunity to make their own play. Right goes down in his Chieftain. Sweetman are peeking out. The brute force of CSA overrunning this position, and Mojo, the HP, it's 5,000 apart now. Shifter coming in with his clip, wants to make plays here. Zix goes down. Skurgashun to follow. Shifter picks up Will. They're trying to win the hill here. Tape gets taken down by Shifter as well. So far, so good, at least on the hill. Shifter now trying to simple a little bit for Buzuk, who's the last remaining Chieftain there. Froley still with 3 in the clip. Mud coming from the side, and I think CSA is going to be able to clean up not just the hill, but the rest of the battlefield as well.
Man, the tanks from Dam are taking out Alco Hero, and Froley still has 2 shells, which is more than enough for Shifter, unless he doesn't connect 1 shell. So he will actually have to rely on the guys from the lower part to save him. But Shifter isn't a problem here because everyone else is busy. He's alone against these 250 beasts. He will probably kill one of them, but that will not save the rest of his team, who is getting decimated on the lower side of the map.
Sakalito, most and definite MVP in this round in that position over there.
That was a good play.
In D3, it is a well-known position. It's a well-known that CSA likes playing it as well. And they had no follow-up to their play in the beginning. It was a good start, but then after, I feel like they may have left it a little too late to force something on the hill. Yeah, they were shooting towards the downside, but Shifted rotating out. Yeah, it's CSA all the way. They played it out well. They got pressured early on. They reset. Yes, they take a lot of damage for 1-2, but then recovered really nicely by cleaning up those guys in D-line.
Those shots on Unji and the rest were really, really dirty work, man. Like, they got deleted, and you could genuinely see how surprised they were by taking such damage. But the follow-up was non-existent, as you said, by Davy. That was the main problem. There was no follow-up. And CSA kind of, we already said, like, they're one of the oldest clans on the server, active ones. They're experienced people. They actually knew how to put the foot down and bring the game back to the tracks. And look at this. After that disastrous start, all Davy can say is that they killed 6 enemy tanks. 5. 5. Not even 6. 5.
And Saka doing...
Amazing damage by Saka. Amazing.
Yeah. Unbelievable that Saka actually did that at his age. Oh, damn, man.
Don't underestimate the geezers.
You know, coming in strong there. I mean, the damage from the hill was indeed significant, but there was a 5v4. I don't know how much they actually knew about this, but I do believe they could have maybe...
I look at the amount of chieftains of Davy that did like 1 shot of damage. Man.
3 of them were in the D-line, because they pushed it with 4 guys.
Yeah, 4 of them were actually down.
Yeah, there's 4 of them. It was like Nikon, Zix, White, and Kurana, I think. Those were the 4 chieftains that were down. But yeah, when you take such committed positions, you need to make a play off of that. Like
I was actually expecting follow-up on 8 line or something like that.
That would have actually
like
worked.
Maybe if they clipped from the hill and immediately go down and full push 8 line, like something like that. I was expecting that, but the game kind of prolonged, and then CSA was like, yeah, okay.
We can just like kill them from the hill, and nothing happened. I mean, they did try to push the hill, but I don't think the thing is, like, when you play on Himmelsdorf and your opponent has 1-2 and your opponent has some tanks on the hill, unless you have a significant amount of extra tanks on the hill, which they did, and there was 1, and at one point it was even 0 because Shift rotated off, you cannot push around the outside of the hill. Like, most clans know this at this point. If you push around the left side of the hill, you die.
Why Devi doesn't know that?
I have no clue, because Karana was actually not in the D-line. He was the chieftain that died up on top of the hill.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
But it's not only him who took the damage. We saw that by that point, Saka did more than 3k damage. It's mostly on all the tanks that were up, trying to rotate.
Yeah, that's why if they took all 5 tanks and pushed around the corner, CSA had what, double chieftain and double B, right?
Yeah.
With decent focus fire, you kill those 5 on 4. Let's be real.
Yeah, and they could not be really well helped.
Yeah. They had like 2 bats, a B and double chief versus 2 Bs and 2 chiefs. Yeah, it will be really rough to win, but if you make a good push, because there's always one guy playing back at B0 anyways, so he can be full HP, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that push would have to come after clipping on Unji, because like they really killed him, and whoever was next to him, he was also like on 800 HP.
They had the HP to do it though. But Shifter rotated down towards 8 line to face the 279, which is questionable to say the least.
Well, they were scared because those guys on the middle were getting decimated in that moment, I guess. But there was some gap between. But never mind, we can theorize now like as much as we want. No one is a perfect tactician or an FC. Even if you watch yourself in a mirror, the more you say it, it's not going to happen like that, you know?
I don't need a mirror for that. I just use my phone camera.
Aha.
I'm like, you're great. Right?
Yeah,
Between advanced battles, you're great. Right? Should make a recording of that.
Whenever you open your phone, you're great.
Exactly.
Oh.
Now you're putting ideas in my head. That's
dirty ass ideas. But we are ready for a second side now. CSA will be defending, and Devi will be attacking. Guys, now attacking defense on Himmel doesn't matter that much. It's like as Cliff, one of the maps we always picked for a tiebreaker maps because it's more or less 50-50. So it's all about the plays. Now we have CSA playing with 3-2-7-9s. That's a slight change. They had very few of them in the last game. Devi had 2 as far as I remember.
Yes, they still
1 bat and 2 Bs on Devi's side now. So 1 bat less, 1 bat and 2 Bs on CSA side.
Generally we see 5 tanks down as the norm for a team from the south that wants to play hell. 5 tank is the norm. I mean, sometimes 6, usually 5, maybe 4.
I've seen people leave like 3 to 4 also when they want to really do committed push, and this is exactly what Devi is doing, by the way.
Devi has 3 down. The issue is though,
this is like putting everything on a push.
I understand. Like the whole issue with this is 1 tank extra is not enough to win the hill IMO because of the position in G9, which is so hull down. It's so hard to actually make this play. It's such a committed play.
Like if you can mark it, guys, on a map like G9 is the defensive position. There is a trade here between the mediums because they want to prevent enemy team from spotting their teammates, especially Magma. Magma is trying to
block Unji off.
Yeah. This is something standard that we also... Ooh, nice shot.
Unji missed.
That we saw played in a Gold League, and Unji will not see the enemy. But by this play of Magma, CSA should be aware that that's going on.
Yeah, but they've got most of their team up on spotted though, I would say. No, actually not true. Not true. Here comes the straight push though from the boys of DV. Let's see how this goes. Tuxi, that 1 extra tank is already gone. That's that. Tuxi is now down. Karana getting focused here on the crossing right, going behind the Hurdan. Can they make this work? Kunji goes down. That's expected. Magma has to follow up there. Buzuk pushing straight in. Let's see if this actually works. They want to push past. They want to focus on 1 group. They pick up Buzuk. Buzuk goes down. Sakalito down towards the 1 shot. Gets rammed down to 14 HP, and the HP dropping significantly for both these teams. But so far, it looks like it's actually going well. Will is down. Saka is down. Skurga here in the crossfire right, holding on in dear life, and Devi has pulled the fight around the corner. And the most important part is the 50 beasts. Alco and Ghost are still alive, and when they come back in, they may just about have done it.
But still the HP's around there, and then already CSA won the 1-2 line, and they're pressuring for the cap of DV. They will have 3 guys in a cap, already 2 are pressuring the 8 line, so that chieftain, if he goes back, it's gonna be just trying solo person to decap. So even if they win this hill, they actually need to come back on time to decap all of this. They're already sending 1 tank there.
That's the biggest issue. It's only a 50B coming back for now. Chomi pushing forward, trying to make it a 1v1. The chieftain is moving back towards the cap as well. It's Chomi Chummy versus Nalo. Nalo has the HP lead. Chummy will have to reposition. In the meantime, 2 guys on the cap here. Ghost is coming back in his 50 beatings. Chieftain will be the first one to have to reset. 22 seconds left now.
He's chased already.
He won't have a choice then to commit at this point. The Chieftain is going in. That is going to be... who is that Chieftain? That's Nikor, actually. 10 seconds left now. Gets a shot from the back. Now Ghost is coming in as well. He still has the HP to peek out here. Get a reset on Spitman. At least draw the time a little bit lower. 15 seconds now. Again, Ghost is actually clipping on towards the side, trying to take out that Chieftain out of the game. He does. That's good, because now Alco is coming back in, but still 7 seconds. They need a reset on Spitman, and then they need to reset the guys around the corners. Alco, 3 seconds left now. Comes in, picks up the kill. That is good stuff. Actually gets the cap off again. The HP is all even. Ghost is now on the run away from Spitman. Alco's running as well. They just about got the reset, but at what cost? Because on the hill, it's not looking that good.
I have no idea how Chomi actually survived. He managed to kill Nalo, I think, in the middle of the field, so he's still on 600 HP. I thought he's dead, man, but he defended himself, and that's crucial. Maybe he had a help from someone, but I didn't see that. There is a fight on the hill still going on. Killa trying to take out Tabesh, Krga going down from the hill. So this is all going well for Devi at the moment. It's a turnover in a split of a second.
Krga picks up Tabe in his Chieftain. Now Froley trying to clip, trying to do what he can. It's all on Svitman though. 279 on full HP. It's very important. Radim goes down
7 HP.
to Alco. That is not good. Killa, yeah, 7 HP indeed, but like, look at Svitman. He's about to get banged in a 1-2-3 way in that 279. Shomi from the back. Kurana is also coming from the back, and that will be Ghost from the front. Svitman has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, and it's going to be Ghost clipping him out, and Dave B have actually done it, but that was a nail-biter.
It was like a really, really close game, and those 50Bs saved the game by far here. I mean, that was amazing. I think they even made a slight mistake by trying to, I don't know, shoot like the passing full HP B instead of shooting the one with the less HP.
One of the issues I feel personally is they went on through the cap with 2 guys, and Svitman at first, I don't know how much it would have changed, peeked out on A line to shoot Ghost, and then drove back onto the cap. I think in essence it wouldn't change much. I think the bigger issue is that I feel like in this scenario here, both Nalo and whoever it was in front of him, the Chieftain, I don't remember the nickname, should be chasing the Chieftain that goes back to the reset. Because the 279 on 8 line is no longer of any value, right?
Yeah, but he can go from the middle then and reset the guys behind the houses.
That is actually also
so
true.
Actually,
that was a good play from Chomi.
Yeah, it was like really important, but I thought Chomi will lose it. That's like one of the key issues.
I don't know what happened between Nalo and Chomi. That's right. That's
I would like
true.
to see a block damage there. Like it would really tell us.
The only thing I can imagine is the area where Chomi, 2.7, the area where Chomi is at.
And he has like that, and let's see like Nalo's penetrations, like and
1.3k damage, 983.
He didn't penny, man.
Yeah, the thing is where Chomi is, right? I mean, Nalo could have avoided that because he was 1 shot up. He should have just.
He had 1k, and I know he bypassed, and I know he pushed in. Like we left them when they were like parallel, like this.
Nalo has 1 shot extra. Technically, all Nalo has to do is drive around the corner and get the side of Chomi. What probably happened...
I didn't see anyone help there. I might have missed something.
Nobody helped from what I saw. What probably happened, though, is Nalo didn't actually push. Thought he could just kill him because he's 1 shot up. But the area where Chomi is playing has rubble. So Chomi elevated his 279. Nalo probably bounced. Chomi went down, gave him a shot, equalized the fight, and then won it after. Because
but
there is
he didn't take any damage. That's the HP we left the screen with.
I understand, but that's the only impossible scenario in which Nalo loses. If he doesn't push Chomi...
Maybe some Amorak, because 279 is like known for it. But
maybe he got an Amorak, but still, 8...
Theorycraft doesn't matter. Still, like, Divi saved the round in last seconds. Also, I have a feeling they should have covered that one-shot guy much better. Like, they had guy next to him with full HP. He should have, like, even standing sideways or whatever.
I don't know who the Chieftain was in 1-2. There was a Chieftain from the AV in 1-2. If you play this, the Chieftain goes there for initial spot and runs away. Now, this Chieftain didn't die in A5 like he should probably. He died in 1-2. That is... if you're playing that kind of strategy, you cannot have it... Like, he either... There's 2 things he can do. He can run to A1. Because if he runs to A1, he forces one of the 3 people that are driving towards the cap to come and face him.
He must.
They must face him. So somebody has to go, or he drives towards A4, so somebody has to drive inside.
We can actually have a map, guys. Wait, I'm gonna change it here.
I will put it up for you, Mojo, just because. Really quickly.
There you go.
Well, the thing is, like, normally this Chieftain here, this one here is supposed to run towards here, or towards here, but he died here, which is a big mistake, which in essence gave CSA the cap, if you're thinking about it. Like, usually that is a big thing to keep into account there.
Yeah, this is a lot of time that actually could have wasted. We're talking like time is always of the essence, and
that kind of play time is of the essence.
They could have like wasted it quite a lot to chase him around because they can't leave him anywhere, and could have bought him a lot, but that didn't happen. But our guys are ready. They're in the next game. A third map is up. We were already saying Live Oaks. So far, even Steven 2-2. And will this be a decider map, or we will see a tiebreaker? We shall see now.
We shall see indeed, as it is going to be Davey on the defense first on the side of Live Oaks with double 279. And on the side of CSA, only one RD. Only one.
Only one RT of CSA in the CSA attack. 2 EBRs. A setup that can be rotated quite a lot because they have quite a few of mediums, not many heavies. On Davy's side, also like double EBR man and one RT. It's okay, like I don't know, like those 2 RT games can be a big game. Whoa.
That is.
Oh, you found the enemy, okay, bro, I understand that. Whoa.
That is not the way you are supposed to go with the EBR. He was probably leading
45 seconds.
Yes.
It's not even gone in 60. It's like 45, bro.
They need to bring back their second EBR straight towards the base here. This is very bad in essence for them. Nalo, just look at Nalo. This is a very good play from Nalo. He will get spotted for that. Actually, I'm not sure how fond I am of the play of Nalo. He does spot an RD actually. He spots an RD. If Nalo takes at least one shot here, like this is drawing DV out. The 279 in J3 technically is supposed to go back to G1, FYI, if
like
you wanted to
Davy's defense is not doing so well at the moment. That loss of that TB, I really don't understand what was that, but whatever. Titus is still alive only because of, I think that Sweetman actually doesn't have a range to shoot him. And he has to move. But it's a big info to know where he is. They're actually suiciding that EBR, and you can't even call it a suicide because there is only one guy in RT who can shoot him. Now it's full HP. He's going to take out Tirtus. Killa taking massive damage from the tanks like Cosmo and Combat and Anji there. They have to return the force to defend their own cap, man, and they cannot even push on the CSA one.
They are down 5,000 HP, 6,000 HP at this point as Chomi is being focused out at double 279. That is, well, pretty much dead. Will now trying to cross. CSA keeps up the pressure here. They need to be careful with this commitment though. In the meantime, there's a zero line commit coming out from Davey to try and even out the odds.
Oh, this is massive, man. Like CSA is pinning them here and giving them lessons like last time on Live Oaks when I'm going to remind you guys, it was like 2-0. All of us were really confident and we were betting on Davey to win. I thought it's going to be a tiebreak, like 4-3, which is still a possibility. But this is like a massive, nice play by CSA and not so nice by Davey.
The HP though is starting to even out, but it's about numbers in the gun, numbers in the game at this moment in time. Gotta be careful here. It's CSA just pressuring forward, has all the angles. They have kind of given up the crossfire though in the K-line, let's be real about that. They have kind of given up the crossfire here, so they have to make the plays. Combat goes down, and this could be CSA slightly overextending. We have to find that out. Silka goes down. Alco still farming from the side here. Still a decent HP lead here for the side of CSA. They're moving on towards Ghost now. They need to be careful. EBR farming them in the meantime. Ghost goes down as expected, and yet CSA remain ahead. But Mojo, they cannot just throw this away.
Yeah, CSA still has that RT to work. You just saw the Sitman's shot on Raich in Buzuk. Crazy Brutal taking some crazy moves here, and he's getting pincered by Alco, Hero and Raich. So they can't really overcommit here. They do have HP to do that. EBR in the back can take over Sweetman. Why are CSA is throwing this, man?
CSA does look to be throwing at this moment in time. Brutal and Cosmo moving out. Radim is still full HP in the base. Alco makes a big play down towards Dexter, who's down towards the one-shot. Buzuk comes in and picks up Will. Can Reich get Dexter? No, he looks about to be safe right now. Tuxi is dueling with Nalo. Can he get it? Yes, he wins the EBR duel. CSA has to be careful here. They're starting to throw it. Dexter goes down. Their corner is dying. Mojo, Skurga, and Jockey here have it all to do for their team. That's a lot of HP here as well. Let's be realistic. That's about 1.8k HP. Nice shot there from Jockey on towards Sakalito. Skurga needs to get every single connection he can at this point. Sigo picks it up in the EBR. Skurga is now going to be focused out, but at what cost? That CSA may have pushed their advantage a little too far. Now are on the brink of defeat again.
Yes, Sigo actually has the HP to chase down the EBR from Davey, which is very important for the follow-up part of the game. And Arti is still alive. They're losing everyone on other side of the maps. Saka is on one shot here, and Radim is the only guy who can actually maneuver anything. On the other hand, we have Davey, 4 tanks plus a light. Tuxi, Light and Raich in medium, in Chieftain, are on one shot, but the rest guys can actually survive a bit. Now we have 5.5 minutes. That's a lot of time. There is some advantage here for CSN in HP.
The big issue, Mojo, with that HP?
It must make Artie work.
The big issue with that HP is 1,300 of it is on an EBR.
But in this part of the game, that's actually not bad.
Yeah, but the thing is, Tuxi still has some HP as well, though. If he plays it smart and takes a bush, you know, like EBR needs to get the info, right?
Yeah, but this is coming down to like game between Nomi and PVS. One of the EBRs can actually win a game for the other team. If Sigo dies, I don't think CSA can do anything about winning anymore. That's about it. But if Tuxi dies, it leaves all those 4 guys against EBR plus Artie. And that's not the situation you want to be in. CSA had this victory much easier. That was an overcommitment in my eyes. They could have pressured them way differently. But they chose to do so. Still, they have a way out of this. They still have an option.
Tuxi needs to be careful, though. Sigo makes a shot there, tries to connect on blind, obviously also gets spotted, which then again gives him the info. Oof.
They're trying to connect him also.
Which gives him the info that the EBR is still in G1.
I think they saw when he broke a tree.
Yes, yes. Sigo taking a forward position here. Not bad whatsoever.
They have to keep Sakalita away, but to have an ability to shoot. So he on his 300 HP has to be able to cover Sigo, but not too close, so he cannot be one-shot by one of the heavies. So the guy that we will mostly see make plays will be Radim with his armor and when he can lift his upper hull up to 7-9.
There's an opportunity here for Sigo to just go straight across into the hole of Tuxi.
And he is doing exactly that.
There goes Sigo across. This is the most dangerous play to come out. And he picks it up, doesn't even take a shot of damage. This is why I don't like Tuxi's position.
It was like too far away from the teammates.
Especially because Sigo knew he was there. Yeah. Once you have control over the F3 hole.
And you can't put a heavy there because Artie will just decimate him.
Yeah, so Sigo is now just going to be free roaming the map at this point. It's free playing, you know, in a way.
Well, Buzuk is well hidden behind the house on K2. No one can actually push him, but Artie is farming the guys they see. Couple of 100 HP at the time, fine. There is no one to spot Sigo, so they can do a couple of shots more before actually Radim approaches the enemy. There is also one guy I haven't seen in a while in tournaments. Alco Hero is back. I haven't seen him play in a longer time, actually. He was one of the key players for Devi before.
No. Sigo now moving forward. Spots out Alco. Alco is in a very committed position. Sigo gets the shot! Nice there from Sigo. 385 on towards him. He gets one in return, but Devi has less HP to work with, so 1-for-1 trade is good in this book of Sigo.
Did I just put like Alco on pedestal or on a cliff to hang from when I said that?
I think you pushed the chair underneath from his...
Probably, man. Talk about caster curse. Well, CSA is doing with what cards they have left the best they can, I think, at the moment. Like taking out EBR, that was the crucial and most important part. They did it. Doing some damage on other guys by RT and EBR, dropping their HP, very important. 279 can now pretty much freely roam. They would need to overcommit to do anything about it. And let's not forget, beside the RT, Saka is still there. He's gonna play full support now. Like full support. He is not a healer kind of support, more like kind of disabling support. If someone pushes someone, he's gonna be there to prevent it.
Well, Sigo now versus Alco Hero. Sigo is gonna make the play. He goes for it. Sigo, he gets it!
Oh my god.
Takes one in return though, but nice stuff from Sigo. Sweetman still on reload for 14 more seconds. Looks towards Reich. He wants to pick that one up as well. Can he get it though? Reich versus Sigo. Sigo smartly disengages, knows that Sweetman may have an angle, may have a shot, may be able to get the final nail in the coffin of Reich.
But Radim is coming in there and he is going to be very soon in position to shoot. Right, there we go, Sweetman with Artie, and I think there was even connection by EBR there. So Radim is now just working against 2 remaining most HP DV chieftains, Buzuk and General Zix.
Zix there really caught in a tough position. Radim takes a shot of damage
good
there.
Connection here by Buzuk.
Good connection from Buzuk indeed. Zix pushing forward. It's the 1-2 combo. Sigo and Radim to shut him down. 1 minute left, and 1 minute is more than enough.
Left hook, right hook, left hook, right hook. Come on. It was really well coordinated. Radim and Sigo are working in unison here. Artie now doing a stun shot on Buzuk. He repairs instantly, but the time is like 1 minute. There is no way to survive. 4 guys of CSA and an amazing victory by CSA here. Amazing.
They even IMO misplayed.
Yeah, and still got out of life.
Yes, like and that K-line push there was
The start of the game was amazing. Like the spot, the killing of Artie and everything.
I don't know what Shifter
but
was doing
after that was like, yeah, that start was like it never happened. Let's just forget about that. Yeah. I have no idea why did he end up in a city.
Yeah, he spotted 10 guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Average spot the Shifter up. I don't think you're winning an MVP vote with that, though, mate. Like, listen.
Well, Google explore the city, see the enemy, see the world, command a better game later. I don't know.
He was Aladdin.
Sweetman didn't do that much damage, but I guess it was like just more like a stun damage. I would like to see his stun damage.
165 seconds is not bad of total stun.
I actually thought he did way more. Of both.
Maybe. I mean, man.
Saka again, like one of the main damage dealers in the team.
Yeah, unbelievable. Saka, main damage dealer.
Shaky hands.
Endgame scenario was played out, I'm going to say it in one word, shit, by the side of Davey. Look, when Sigo is not, yes, Tito's doing 44 damage. Alco Hero doing 5.3, very nice.
The guy coming back from retirement did the best in the team.
The thing is, right, Tuxi wins the one-on-one against Nalo, all good. Shouldn't even have lost that much of HP because he got shot from somebody else while being in the hole. Gotta give criticism where it's due, right? When he's fighting a 1v1 in the hole, he should not be getting hit by anybody else, right? It should not be happening. And then after he goes into the hole, first of all, he was spotted driving into it. He spotted Sigo going up. When Sigo goes back down, that is the moment when you run away in the EBR, because when the opponent controls F3...
You cannot outplay 1300 HP EBR with your 300 by forward spotting.
You can,
like, no way.
Okay, he should be falling back to like J2.
He should be like a sneaky guy who will do some spotting close to his tanks and then trying to use the commotion in a fight, do damage, go kill Artie, kill Sakalito from back.
All the chieftains are in bushes. All the chieftains are hidden in bushes or behind buildings, like etc, etc. He needs to live there, and when he's that far alone, Sigo can just cross through F3, which he did for free.
We saw that Nomi, EBR, brought victory to his team just by surviving till the last end and then doing a couple of crucial shots in last seconds. Like, that's the play that bought his team. They survived the lower bracket.
With the amount of time that was left, Sweetman is not going to be able to kill everybody, even if somebody gets spotted and he gets a direct hit. They could force Sigo or Radim, one of the two, into making an actual play.
It's like a domino effect. Like we said even before it happened, if EBR dies first, CSA has chance to do something. If CSA EBR dies first, then they have no chance to do anything. And Tuxi died like 20 seconds after that. And it was just like then really well played consecutive actions by Sigo in EBR, like spotting slowly, doing damage, taking out low HP targets and so on, and working in unison with heavies, doing additional damage. So he did everything correct. There's nothing to say there. But on the other hand, there was a lot to be desired from Devi, but it's only first game. Maybe they will learn, and now maybe we'll have a tiebreaker.
Somehow, somewhere.
If it doesn't happen, there's still a loser bracket.
This always happens when Davey plays CSA, man. It's just unbelievable. I know what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it. And everything just fell apart after Shifter died, really. When Shifter died, everything just fell apart. The whole strat, everything about it, just insta-died with Shifter.
I still don't understand why he ended up in a city. I would actually like to know answer to that in one moment, but that's gonna have to wait.
Not just ended up in the city. He ended up in somebody's house, Mojo. There were people living inside that house, and Shifter knocked on the door with his EBR.
Well, he spotted 10 of them. Got a really good information where the enemy is. Anyways, CSA versus DV, 3-2 for CSA. It's turn for CSA to defend now, and for DV to attack.
Yeah, and all to do for the side of DV as they look on their attack to try and bring it to tiebreaker, or DV to close it out in regular time. Let's find out.
We shall see WBR on DV and GC, WBR and GC on CSA side. Titus playing a clicker and not Dr. Nix. Why is that happening, actually?
I am actually not sure. It doesn't make sense to me either. Normally...
Like, Nix is way better RP player.
Normally the clicker would be played by the better clicker, right? I guess?
Maybe because of, I don't know, some input on strats or something like that.
Okay, this is good start here from the side of DV. You can see, Mojo, a small thing as they drive through A line first. So the EBR misses the initial information. from them, spotting them between the buildings. It's a small thing, but it all helps, obviously. And look at CSA.
Immediately falling down. It looks like they read this move. They're playing from the lower side, and DV has only one medium and one EBR on the other side that can do some sort of sniping.
Not a lot of damage being done, though. And now what does Davy do? How do they react? They're going to push towards the Chieftain of Mud. Damage taking significant, though. They need to kill Mud here. They need to take him out quickly. The crossfire is there, set for the side of CSA. This is a good start for them. Zix is low already. Mud here, though. He's in a world of pain as 1, 2, 3. 907s come up and over to take him out. That's 2k HP gone in the trade for a decent amount of HP as well, but now the rotation comes out from CSA. They're coming back, mediums and F2 already reinforcing that Chieftain's position.
He actually saved Korana back there. HP-wise, CSA is still in the lead, and I like their positions, but there is a lot of potential for Devi, also because of those two stranded 907s that Aki is pointing out on the screen to me. C6, C7, they will be counter-attacked, and then it will be a world of pain for CSA, I think, because there is still a potential between those two EBRs and 907 on the other side to deal with the EBRs of CSA.
CSA now realizing the fact that they will lose 9-0 line if it comes down to it, because the 907 is out of the fight of the side of DV. They pick up Shifter, they move on towards Ghost, they want to get Killa out as well. In the meantime, DV now re-pushing on towards 4-5 line, the actions everywhere at the same time. But CSA is coming out ahead on top right now. Killa trying to do what he can, but he falls as expected. Zix now in his 260 needs to be careful. Will is still in between the buildings. Everywhere you go, there seems to be some pesky little CSA tank in the way as Zix goes down towards Radim. It looks to be all good as Titus picks up combat. Now Will still being annoying, still trying. He may even get Chomi into 279. Will, can you do it? No, he misses a crucial shot there, but here come the rest of the boys of CSA.
The cavalry is here. Froli, Sakalito, Zilka and Bananek are coming in there, banging on Alco Hero here. And I don't think Shkurga and Yaki will go better off it. Raish pulled back on full HP, so he will have some cooldown to hold here. But there is like 5 CSA tanks there, man. And everyone else pretty much from DV is deleted. Half of the HP missing there. 4k toward 8 and more. And multiple angles toward every DV tank now.
And CSA come out strong on their first match of this tournament. And DV, no at all, as CSA look to close it out in regular time, as White, 1 EBR and a GC are the last 2-3 tanks standing in between them and victory, and this is not what Davey wanted to see.
Man, this is like a last tournament, but just like with one game minor. CSA actually picking up the match now and still holding a 2-0 on Live Oaks against Davey. Nothing changed there.
There was a very quick, White there picks up Radim. Radim a little bit overconfident, but it doesn't matter in this one as there is still plenty of HP on the side of CSA. They
White,
have entered the
Buzuk
gap.
and Titus will totally be heroes of the day if they manage to do something here, man.
Minus Titus is going to have to be on White and Buzuk here. The last 2 remaining tanks for the side of DV. And they're going to be put straight down to the lower bracket in this one.
Don't forget, guys, upper side of the map is the base of Devi, not CSA. You know, those guys capping are actually capping there.
Yeah, indeed. Buzuk now the last man standing, and we have to wonder what went wrong in this one. I mean, a lot of things went wrong in this one, let's be honest about it. Zilka now coming out. There's a lot of hesitation there, it felt like. Buzuk the last one standing, puts his gun in the air. Zilka picks it up, and that's going to be CSA to close it out in regular time against Davy 4-2. And there goes everybody's prediction, except for
Kerry Berries. I'm going to say kudos to CAA and kudos to Berry for this.
He got the score wrong, so it doesn't matter. All right, listen, getting the right team, that anybody can really do this, except for you, me, and Kihan, obviously. But getting the score right, come on, man.
I thought it's going to be tiebreaker and win by a Davy, but CSA pleasantly surprised me here. Well played, well deserved. There's nothing more to say, man. The games were tense, like last time we watched these two. Really close, and it was enjoyment to watch them.
Yeah, CSA reacted very, very quickly. They seemed surprised. They seemed very surprised. They were surprised for 1 second only, when they saw all of the Davy tanks appear. They made a very quick readjustment to go under. And one thing that Davy was missing, which a lot of teams actually have, is which they didn't have in this one actually, is the building a D8.
Yes, they didn't have the cover fire from there.
Exactly, the building a D8.
Usually leave like 279 there.
Yep.
You can show it on a map if you want after this damage.
Yeah, we can do it, yeah. Okay, let's show it, Mojo. You know what? Let's just show it. All right. Usually
crayons on.
Crayons on, dude. Okay, so usually people leave a tank here.
You can draw even lines. You know.
You want me to draw lines?
Yes.
I got lines
what
for
he
you, dude.
shoots.
Right here. That's a line. That's a line there. A square formation. Okay,
this is my house. This is my house.
Okay, so CSA drove like this in the beginning, right?
Yep.
What happens here is when they're... Let me bring a different color. This is DV, right?
Yep.
What CSA did very well, I'm going to take their color again, is they left the tank here. They left the tank here.
2 actually there.
And there was one guy later here.
Yeah.
While rotating back with 907s towards here. These guys went like this, under.
And there was no one to shoot them because
they didn't have this here, with the little X. X marks
and
the
what
spot.
tank do you leave there usually?
279.
And why?
Because he cannot be penned.
Because he's on upper position there.
So CS, the DV had to push like this, but it costed them so much time and so much HP that CSA was already back with all their tanks. Everything that was on the other side came back, and then I think one of their EBRs spotted that there was a 907 there, or they already knew, and they just took everything back and they repushed. And the whole time, DV was reacting and not acting.
Oh, tomorrow's matches will be insane. CSA will actually meet David II, as you can see, in the next round, and we still have to see one great match today, Fame against Trust,
and it's
whoever wins that tomorrow plays against Invil.
Yeah, and not forgetting that it's
in
going
lower
to be
bracket Devi versus MVPS
first.
Spicy!
Yes.
That's nice.
Unexpected results.
That's the part of the charm of the tournament. Like, who cares about predictable tournaments, right?
True. But yeah, there's a lot of things to work on there for Davey.
There's still a lot to be said about this game, so I believe our analyst section is more than ready for this.
That is true.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, getting a frog in my throat. How was that game for everybody? I know Keyhand has bitten pretty much most of his fingers off right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonder they're still there. Like, holy moly, what a nail biter. And not on one map, but like multiple ones, like the Himmelsdorf rounds, the Live Oak rounds.
It's the most notes I think I've seen you write so far. Talking with Barry.
Yeah. Normally it's like one note per round, pick one good player, one bad player, and this, like, I don't know. It was so exciting to watch. Like, I'm still trying to calm down here.
You know how close it is when Daki takes to the maps sketching and starts drawing smiley faces on there to express how happy he is.
As long as he's drawing smiley faces,
as long
we're
as
all
it's just
fine.
smiley faces, we're good. Got to keep the stream family friendly and PG-13. So we finished out on that with an unfortunate misprediction, except one person.
Yes. He's sitting over there. He's pretending he can't hear us, but actually Barry.
He's gloating.
The prediction MVP here.
He is. He's definitely gloating in the chair just over there, and poor Keyhand is there, like, just jinxing the team that he wants to win.
I'm gonna start. You know.
So who do I want to lose next?
Yep, that one. You go out, have fun, man. It was nice seeing you in the tourney. Goodbye.
And so while we're here, we're actually gonna go through all of the winners again and make sure everybody knows to click those Gleam links, follow, and make sure you vote for your MVP. There's plenty, I think, of choices in those last couple of games to try and pick somebody. And make sure you've picked those. We do have the winners on the screen. I'm sure we can show up in just a second. And make sure as well that you all redeem the code while you still can. Just going to have some moments in the chat while we're here. And so, yeah, I know we're going to go to the analysis, but first, here are the winners from yesterday. We will be announcing the giveaways taking place tomorrow, so make sure you keep an eye out on those. Click on the links, follow the MVPs, and yeah, they're the winners. If you've missed it, check it out now. Otherwise, make sure that you vote for today's. We'll be picking 5 for the follow, 2 MVPs for morning and afternoon, and then 1 for the whole day. And yeah, plenty of €100 to go around for everybody. Play of the day, clip of the day with €40 each, and Keyhand is already trying to steal those for his plays. So next up is your replay analysis.
My replay analysis, yeah. First up, we have a replay from the second match, DB versus CSA on Himmelsdorf, where actually the cap pressure is on here right now for DB. Yeah, normally the thing is, first of all, the first situation is E7 is the 279s battling it out. Normally the CSA
279 is coming in there with a one-shot HP advantage, actually. So normally he should be expected to win that fight. That's not important, however, as the cap really is on, and actually the DV players need to come through B line. There's no time to actually go over the 8 line. They need to come through B line, so CSA normally has the option to, you know, pre-aim them, track them maybe, make them really bleed for coming in. But then again, there's Alco in the 50B. The 50B is a very fast tank. He's picking up speed, he's going in there, while the 279 finishes off actually the Chieftain at the B7 corner. That means he's on reload, he cannot track Alco in the 50B anymore. And when we now start the replay, yeah, this is it right now. Svitman and Nikot battling it out there. Xilka trying to help on Nikot. Then, yeah, the Chieftain gets finished out, and there we see Alco Hero coming in. Svitman just shot, so now this is the moment he tries to decap Svitman. Not important anyway, since he just got decapped. And there you go, that frontal pen on the one-shot 279 that didn't get shielded by Radim. Big misplay by him. That basically secures the game for Devi, as Chomi in the meantime in the middle in the square has finished off the enemy 279. And now it's just a case of more guns and better positioning for the Devi players. At that moment, I had the feeling that they had memorized the streets of Himmelsdorf clearly better, and they did know how to set up the crossfires more effectively. So, yeah, that's one of those big moments that I really love seeing. People just going in there, one shot, one kill, no luck, pure skill, you know. Starting to drop lines here.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So your motto is there that I'm sure you have tattooed somewhere on one of your arms.
You don't want to see where you don't want to know where it is, man.
Okay. And I know we've got another analysis coming up shortly, but did you still feel that DV could kind of swing those games there, or?
As each of the games were, except for the Corellia ones again, each of the other games were really, really close, and it really came down to decision-making, individual plays, which I really love, because when the games are walkovers, obviously you're sitting there like, if we won, yeah, we are so good, oh my god, and if you're losing, oh, why am I even playing this game? But when it's those close games, I mean, everyone is playing for those games, actually. You don't play to win 15-1, you play to win 15-13, 15-14, where you're actually involving yourself, where you're actually having fun, where it's close, where emotions are involved.
Okay.
That's what you want to see.
Now, is that the case when you're the commander and you just want everything to go really smoothly, or?
Well, as a commander, you prefer to win 15-0, but
okay, yeah.
That's not what you're looking for playing the game.
And your expectations of it being down to decision and tactical management, is that something that you're seeing so far out of these games with these two teams?
Yes, the thing is, those were two really good teams fighting each other, and they were both so good that the games got so close. Like the decision making on both sides didn't involve many mistakes. That's why the games were close each time, because so many good plays were being made and very few bad ones.
I did notice a couple of moments where you had some moments where what are you doing? Just push, just go around, what are you doing?
I mean, that big screen there really has a beautiful picture, so I can see everything that's happening. It's really engaging.
But next up is another one of your favorite moments.
Yeah, the second one is actually the last round being played in that map. CSA against DV, the second Live Oaks round. And right now we can see basically DV only having heavy tanks left, but they have more HP, like more than 2k HP difference. However, on the side of CSA, we have Seago in a full HP EBR. And the importance of such a tank on such an open map cannot be overstated, as we're about to see. Yeah, basically there's synergies going on between EBR and RT, EBR and Chieftain. They all can support him. It's all up to Seago at this moment to make it happen, because they're down in HP. In a flat out push and brawl, they're just gonna lose. So there we go. He spots out Alco Hero, first shot. That's really, really nice. Even if he takes a shot for it, as he does from Buzuk, nice aiming from him, it was still worth it, because now he knows Alco Hero, the Chieftain covering the K-line, he's on a one-shot. Yeah. Then, also, by doing this, he basically gets the information for his team that the Chieftain can take D2, D3, the 279 can push up to support the EBR. Yeah, as we are speeding it up here, the EBR is going to the other side. He's trying basically now to establish map control, to give his RT
a lot of space, a lot of time to shoot. Then we have the next engagement from Seago. Basically right now he's playing pretty safely, he's staying on the lower side of the lake, now he's going up, he's spotting Alcohero. Alcohero cannot turn as fast, Seago picks him up just like that, taking one more shot, but that was worth it. He basically traded, well, let's say two-thirds of his HP to kill one enemy tank and also secure complete map control, which basically lets CSA now decide what happens with this game. Yeah, Svitman picking up Reich, the one shot, and now it's just a case of Devi not being able to do anything because CSA just played that one too slippery. At no point in the game was there an opportunity for Devi to actually utilize their superior HP, because CSA never went close enough up until they had the opportunity to just kill him flat out.
And
so huge plays by Seago there. He basically carried that game.
So there's your big, not so subtle MVP right there, right there. That's the MVP you would be voting for. And that's where you can see that the way that those players acted is talking about that strategic and those commander points and tactics coming in there.
At that moment in time, probably Sakalito, who normally leads, didn't say a word anymore, because those players have such a long experience of playing the game. It's better to let them play, let them share their own ideas amongst themselves, and most of the time that's going to be more effective than some person that probably doesn't even see everything telling them what to do.
Okay.
So really well played. The experience carrying CSA there.
Now, I don't want to ruin it on the next one, but we do have the predictions again to show everybody. And I'm really hoping you haven't jinxed another team on this one.
Well, the Trust guys are going to thank me if I...
And so we'll be able to show those on the screen, and when they're on the screen for, again, in 10 minutes time, I will be able to click up and make sure everybody can vote on those. I will say that your face came a close second to the most accurate voting apparently on the screen.
Guys. I'm trying my best.
I think you need some more winking going on there on that one.
We'll see.
Yours came a close second to your actual vote, and then for some reason I managed to pick up some votes as well, which was interesting.
I'm not surprised though.
I have no prediction, so I did not expect this whatsoever. And yeah, so we have our predictions there. We make sure that you want to follow all of those social media links with a gleam. I can't say it enough, guys, because we have €8,500 to give away in Paysafecard vouchers. It's not an easy thing to do. It's a lot to give away, and we need to give it away. It's a pleasant thing to do, though. It is a very pleasant thing to do. But yes, you definitely need to be making sure that you follow all the instructions. Type in your MVP, pick up the €100 if you want to enter into that giveaway. If you're already following the channels, don't worry about it. You will still be entered into it once you start clicking, because it'll register that you're following, and you'll be put into the giveaway as well. I don't know what's happening in my throat. I think the sushi may be disagreeing with my throat, and I'm getting a frog there. What do you expect to see out in the next one? Because I imagine this is going to be a game that a lot of people were looking forward to.
Me as well, actually. I'm expecting... Well, the thing is, Fame banned Karelia because obviously they don't want a map split. Trust banned Cliff because they probably saw what Fame is capable to do on that map. Like, there were moments on times at Cliff when people were just... Okay, there you go. Then Fame banned Proco. They probably don't want drawn-out campy games. And then we come to the map picks, actually. The first map pick is very interesting. It's a closed map. It's Ensk by Trust, actually. So Ensk is actually known for, relying more heavily on player skill. So let's see what Trust has prepared there. Actually, I want to mention one more thing. Fame immediately after that picking Himmelsdorf. Normally the map on which Fame is at home, not during the last tourney though. So I'm actually also excited for that one. The next one would be Sand River. Let's see if we get to it.
No faith?
I predicted 4-1, I believe. So maybe one match is Sand River.
So Trust coming away with 5, right? Is that the way that goes out? Best of 7? They're just going to go one extra.
We'll see.
We'll see. Okay. Well, thank you very much, guys. So we're going to hand you back over to the wonderful, awesome duo of Steel Mojo and Dakilzor with their great tunes and analysis coming on screen.
Yeah, we're going to be singing like a bird during this one. We're going to try bird language for the next one, right?
Maybe you... Are you nesting some there?
No, I think they left.
They left. Okay.
It's winter. I guess they migrated to somebody in Spain or something.
Or maybe some of the lone moaners chased them away yesterday. Anyways, guys, we are back here. We saw that defeat from Devi done by CSA on Liveoaks again. Next, we will watch Fame versus Trust here. Josef is in Fame?
Yeah, he switched from...
Say what?
He switched from Devi.
Okay, that's new for me.
You know, the circumstances I'll leave in private, because it's not relevant.
Yeah, it's not needed.
Yeah, but you know, it's Belgian player Slaughter, not just Belgian, but also a reigning 3v3 champion, Mojo, undefeated so far.
Man, I play skirmishes with him all the time. Actually.
But yeah, the kind of usual Fame tier then, minus Maestorado.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice him here, so I don't know what happened there. And from Trust, the German lineup here, well, Benzo is here. I don't know, I know a couple of guys, but not most. You?
There's a lot of...
Yeah, I know Yakefa from the Twitch.
Killa is one of them.
Yeah.
He was Killer, what do you mean before, if I'm not wrong. Linny, I mean, obvious Twitch names for me. Lucas, what do you mean? Him as well. Maltu as well. There is a decent amount of recognizable names there. People from Trust, people from Believe, PJ, former tier VSD
Is there
commander.
enough to face a team like Fame? Like, I would actually like to see Fame lineup again, because I need to see some of the names.
I predicted 4-2, you know what I'm saying? Newcomer as well is Duck of Death.
Okay, Deha is back and playing with Fame. We haven't seen him in a while. Hulknik is there. Ely and Failware, Fairly, Duck of Death, even Nile. Wow, man, like this is a setup they didn't pull up in a long time, but the only guy I don't see is Maestora, actually, as you said.
Yeah, he is indeed not there. We're about to get on the radar with our first battle between Fame and Trust. Can we trust or believe in Trust to bring it home, or is it Fame?
Well, Ducky trusted in you and he gave you 4-2, so let's see, can you actually controverse Mayo? Oh, I almost read like wrong. Fame coming in on Ensk first as an attacker. Oh, sorry, as a defender from the northern side, and that's a side that we usually saw that actually wins the matches here. In most of the cases we watched so far.
Indeed. Most of the cases we've seen so far, Fame going mainly towards the field, Mojo. Nothing completely out of the ordinary there. We've seen this from...
Actually, in every case so far.
Yeah, we've seen this pretty much from all these teams, so no real surprise.
Fame going in with pretty much 13 out of 15 guys toward the field, leaving 2 chieftains as a backup on D4, D5, and everyone else going to the field strong. Trust on other side, keeping bunch of guys toward the middle and the other side. It looks like they didn't really watch the matches from the previous days.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how Trust deals with the relentless aggression that will come out very soon, and Sane is going to be on the charge here in his Chieftain. Failware taking some punishment, but this is the push we have seen time and time again now on Ensk. They're going towards the hold-downs. They're trying to take it towards Trust. They have 4 Chieftains left out there, out in the open, maneuvered, outnumbered even as well, and it's not looking good whatsoever from the boys from Trust as they have been forced back down, and Elisa Taylor is the first one to feel it as these chieftains are abandoned from the side of Trust, and that's not the way you want to start.
I can see we already have a new announcement on the first kill, 1 minute and 10. Elisa Taylor falling down, like the HP is dropping rapidly here for Trust, but they maintained a little of the line here, but Fame is dropping number of those guns. Like those 4 chieftains are always first to fall once other side pushes the green line, and they do it well. Yakefa is the next one, so 3rd chieftain, leaving only Ashley Benson alone, very much alone. Counterattack coming in now, but they're losing even Jack of Doom there.
Yeah, they lost Jack of Doom for this as well, and now they're starting to peek out here on towards the gun, but there's so many guns training towards this position. There is just too many players here for the side of Trust, and a little too late even to do this repush as their chieftains were already down, and it's just cleanup crew at this moment in time. Yeah, they have a decent amount of HP left, but it won't matter in this one as they seemed surprisingly underprepared for a field push.
They still have a couple of guys pushing down the rail here. I don't know why and for what certain reason, because it was very obvious what's going on, but they're trying their best. So let's see the final moments of 4 guys now, playing the rail and the city side of the Trust.
Yeah, Dr. Existence here may take out Elian. He does. Right
He actually does, man.
Right before he falls.
That was like a mortal click.
Yeah, that was. It's like a grenade that you drop on that. I forgot the nickname.
A cooked one.
Yeah, pretty much. So Linny and Noah here. He's gonna need a bigger arc to sail away from this one. He's going to have to find a lot of furry animals that are willing to help him, and it's not going to happen as he goes down. It's going to be Trust 1-0 down here. Mojo, this is all still on schedule for my prediction.
It's part of the plan. You got to give some to get some, right?
Exactly.
So they're giving quite a lot in the start.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You know, it's baiting your opponent into a false sense of confidence.
I know, man. Your 4-2 for Trust still has a merit.
For now. For now, but yeah, you can see there are low numbers coming out.
You know that guy who jumps from the building and every floor he passes, he says, so far so good, so far so good, man.
Yeah, I mean, Mojo, if you do fall from a building, you have the rest of your life to think about how you're going to save yourself.
Exactly. See, that's a positive side to see that. Anyways, maybe Trust will do something to surprise us in the future, but so far it looks like a lot to be desired. I mean, brutal punishment brought by Fame to them from the field was very obvious. From the very start.
Nothing out of the ordinary from a north side of ends pushing
we haven't seen anything new here.
No, just the field push, and Trust looked really surprised. There was no reaction. I mean, they were letting their chieftains die, and everybody else was not even in covering positions.
Like the opening match of the tournament was actually this very side of Ensk when Nomi pushed, if you remember, in the very first match, and did aggressive push on this side, and the enemy was pretty much surprised and had half of the tank, same like Trust, on other side that couldn't help. And still, the lessons were not learned.
Well, Mojo, maybe they were just, bad students in school,
Also, I remember Fame even on last tournament pushing this very same thing, just a couple of different tanks.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh well, what can you do? They will shift the sign soon, so Trust will go on defensive side, like it matters on Ensk. Like, defensive side.
We'll see. I do believe Trust is the kind of team, I mean, you can't really play with fear against an opponent like Fame. I think that's the biggest mistake to make to begin with. I, however, do feel that they are going to be playing with some fear, and they will fall back into the defensive stance that we have seen before from a decent amount of time.
Well, I think like defensive or suicidal stance against a great opponent is equally bad, to be honest, because like once the good opponent smells you that you're just trying to do some like YOLO swags to use some situation, they'll just wait for you a bit and then still end the game like that. You just have to play some your own strats and hope you can actually do something well there. That's about it. But you can't wait for them to do something, because then you're gonna just get in World of Pain.
We'll have to see how they do decide to approach that. If they go for the, I mean, I think there's only two options for Trust here. Personally, I don't think City Push really works ever.
Yeah, we didn't see that work out for anyone.
That leaves them with the field push or the defensive hold with some tanks in A0, some tanks on the field. You know what I mean? Just controlling everything of the map, but not really anything at all.
Well, let's see where they'll put their tanks, because I think they're just about ready, and let's see what lineup will they choose. I mean, there is a couple of options. They don't have to necessarily push the green line. We've seen that you can establish your presence there and have a decent positions. Consume taking 705A. Why is he taking that?
Because it works actually really well on the rails, because it can even against E3s, the 705 is a tank that can just sit there and side scrape against.
I can dig that he can side scrape when he's facing off above the wagons, you know, like the small ones, but you need to get there first.
You can play at the end of the rail though. You just the wagons itself kind of allow. There's some wagons missing here and there. For example, where Shea is a position you can put a 705 and you can side scrape and hold that angle really well.
So he's doing that. Yeah, he will do that better than 279 actually in that position.
Because he can't actually be penned. Well, 279 has the issue that it
But
does.
he also has the trashy gun, and it's really hard to pen TDs with that.
He could shoot HE, maybe. I mean, he has
HE all the way.
Alpha. He has decent HE
It's almost like a ranked battle. HE all the way.
I mean, I'm not saying it's ideal, right? But we got to think about what the tank is supposed to achieve, I guess.
Well, we'll see. Initial damage was done by Trust to Fame.
Is he tall enough to go behind the E3 and shoot above him? Because I don't know if he is.
I don't think so.
Shea should have been ready for this, by the way. I'm going to say that as a general. I don't think Shea is safe there when the 279 gets towards the end.
Oh man, they actually didn't position those TDs that well.
His E4s are dead as well, by the way. If they
yeah, they're getting fun. Like, guys, you should know there are angles on them. They're going to back off now. Okay, they still left the two heavy tanks on A0, but are they both chieftains or 1279 in chieftain? We need to see that when the time comes. Well, a lot of damage done here. A lot of damage done on Matsushi and Lucas.
I'm pretty sure Shay can be shot under the rails here, by the way. And these E4s.
Oh, this is gonna hurt, man.
Oh, this is very, very bad stuff from the side of Trust. I don't know how else to say it.
Did you guys neglect that part of the map?
It looks like that. Dr. Existence now being the next one is E3. Good stuff, good pens coming out here. He is on reloads. There's a nice pen coming out from Papa Pavian as well. That's a Facebook gamer shot if I've ever seen one.
Like, this is for Papa like a Pac-Man game, and he's just gonna eat their HP away until the end of the game. Like, every shell will pen under these angles. There we go. Dr. Existence is down and under, and the rest of the E3s are pretty much put back in submission. Like, the guys from Fame will pretty much ball up any moment, finish off Kilatsi, and then they'll push the guys on A0, and it will be over.
Shay's position over there is a very interesting one, because you can be shot under the rails.
Ow, Lucas is down also, so that's like a 30D lost. And Maltnukci is also on one shot, so he's not faring too well with his teammates. And there is like kind of a counter push by 2279s from Trust going along the one line, but it's like completely off, because Fame already has tanks there. I mean, they never left. They were there the entire time.
They can't even repush that. Technically, in this sort of defensive stance, when you do this, you're only giving your opponent an opportunity to go back and go push these guys.
This is like really strange defense. I've seen some better ones yesterday that were also passive. I think you guys should have just like watched the tournament better and see what other people do also. It's a learning curve. It doesn't have to be written in a stone.
I don't really like Duck of Death Straits either, to be honest with you. He's not doing that well either for his first appearance here. For his first appearance here, this is very mediocre trading like that, losing all your HP. Trade's just about even, and I don't think that's enough.
It's just like a big lead and careless play. That's how it looks to me. But he still has Chieftain in Failware, and Failware is the old reliable one who can support him really well. Eliza, the guy who died first in the last game, managed to take out the Shockish, the Snack, codename Snack, and Papa Pavian returning the favor and taking one of his own. About 3,000, no, actually only 1,000 HP advantage for Fame here, man.
He even managed to get these 279s out, so far, not completely terrible. Let's be realistic about it. Lenny takes a big shot on the crossing from that 705A even. Try Harder is now also taking some damage. They need to be careful from the city, because that is obviously where the next approach is coming from.
Yeah, there we go. Camille and a couple of more guys from Fame are rotating through those little streets, and they're gonna try to close in Oyakefa, Inil, and a couple of other guys from 279s we saw previously when they were facing off Duck of Death. And the question is just, there is not enough of them to stop this. There is not enough of them. There is like about 2 or 3 more tanks from Fame there.
Fab Kastanen and Yoki will be forced to come back in to this one to help them out.
Noa Nino and Tryhard cannot really help them. They're on one shot.
Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Well, look at Zero Line. Look at Zero Line. What's happening now?
What is going on
There's the push out there from the side of Trust. They want to make a play. Can they actually make that work? I think this is
suicide?
Optimistic. Suicidal, yes. I think they want to end their own lives, sadly enough. Ashley and Eliza, this is like 2 girls going to a shopping mall and buying more than they can carry, because they're definitely going to need somebody to take them home after this, because they are down and out, and that repush was optimistic. They had a chance while holding. They have no chance when...
No chance whatsoever, man.
Yeah.
Going on Nile and Deha in the same moment while they're in hold down with those 2 tanks, plus Insane shooting them in the back. Just doesn't work, and there is a final mop-up operation by the Fame squad coming in a city. Yakifa, Yoki, and Fabsten are doing their best, but still, that's like 6 guys from Fame we're talking about. As far as I can see, 4 of them were the former Gold League players, like Vale, Kaizu, Camille, and Failware.
Well, Fabcastin, the last one standing. Well, not just, well, Yoki and Yak on the other side of the map, but...
Well, even Duck played in an old format.
There's a lot of people surrounding Jack here, and there is no Rose that he can paint, so he's going to go down with the ship yet again. It's always the Jacks, man. Listen, if you're called Jack and you go on a ship, and there's a Rose with you, I'm leaving that ship, Mojo, by boat. Pedaling all the way back home, mate. All the way.
What's happening with your physical exercise never happening? That's an exception.
Good point, Mojo. I am taking a secondary man with me to row
for you. You can give him a tempo because you're good at talking, right?
Row. That's a great Mojo. You come up with the best suggestions. Honestly.
You can even take this thingy. What's it called? Like,
the speaker.
Yeah, man.
You're doing great.
And you can do that. Like, you can never miss a row. Then
that's great actually. But if Trust was a ship, it's half underwater at this moment in time.
Well, maybe they will be a submarine, but at the moment they lost Ensk to Fame 2-0. That's the current state of the match. And next map we will see will be Himmelsdorf. Oh, out here you can see that Consume did 6,000 damage in that trash of a tank. What? What?
Lucky. In his case, always lucky. Fairly did a very nice game there as well. Very, very nice. Great game for Fairly. Shockish, Mr. Reliable, 243. At least he got a kill, right? It's something.
Yeah, there you go.
9-4-1, not bad, dude.
For the first guy to die.
I mean, it's not really a surprise to see these three guys on the bottom, right, with Kaizu on top. But between that, anyways, Insane coming, like, it's kind of interesting to see Insane up there in 4.1k damage.
Well, he was one of the guys in the pushing the open field, farming the TDs from the center, and then the last two heavies.
That is such a weird thing to do with those E4s. You obviously know that Zero Line shoots those TDs.
They didn't leave any tank behind the houses, like. You can open the map, man, and show those positions. Like, what's required actually to hold.
You know what, Mojo? Just for you. Just for you.
Okay, crayons on.
Alright, okay. So the main important thing is, right? Let me dream. Like this position here, over here, gets really hard countered by this here. This is an angle that exists. Now, when Fame comes with their tanks, like Humpity Dumpity Doo, all the way here, and they're like, "Hey guys, what's up, dude?" They start shooting this as well.
Ducky. Hello.
Now, the third point is. When you come here, Ensk is one of the smallest maps in the game, right? So when you go from here to here, right? You can't really run further because these buildings, I think, were destroyed already, right? Which then again opens up another crossfire angle from here, for example, towards here, and these TDs just kind of just disintegrate. And another thing to notice, I'm just going to ping this, you saw there was an E3 here, right? You can shoot under the rail and kill him.
Yeah, he took that.
There was an E3 here.
So they left only two tanks on A2 stranded that actually could do nothing
there was two guys here, which they then had a small chance when they were controlling this. When they were controlling this, they had a small chance, after which they decided to push. And then it really was all over. Let's be realistic at that point.
Well, the only way I saw to deal with this is if you keep a couple of 279s back behind the houses on that green side. So they are somewhere between those tanks on A2.
But those don't stop the E4s from dying, though.
No, they don't stop, but they prevent them from progressing too far. So
the only issue I see with those tanks is, which we will see at some point when somebody decides to play that against a good team, is you take a high amount of tank from 7 line and you peek them with like 6-7 guys at the same time. Because those two guys from A0 can't really shoot in between the buildings.
Yeah.
You peek one, you kill him. You pick the other and you kill him as well. That's the issue I see with those guys.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you keep a couple of 279s in the buildings a little between, and majority of the team between A4 and 5, just for sniping support if there is a big push. But on the rail, in that kind of setup, you cannot actually leave tanks because they're dead meat. You simply don't have enough numbers to juggle with.
Yeah, I agree completely. But yeah, that was Ensk, done and dusted. Now moving on to Himmelsdorf. Now, look, dude, if I am Trust though, like. I don't understand why I'm banning maps like even Cliff, to be honest. Like
they had only one ban.
I understand you only have one ban, but still I don't think you want to ban a map where you can maybe win with a hard push.
But they had only one ban, and I guess they don't feel confident in a straightforward brawl like Cliff is. So they chose something like Himmel, where they can maybe, like, it's a city map, so maybe they can try to do something there. I mean, we both know the Himmelsdorf is actually super high skill map that revolves around every player, what he knows about the map. But maybe they see that as a better playing map for them.
We'll see here how many times Fame decides to have down. It is 1, 2, 3. I'm testing my counting skills, right? 4. What comes after 4 again, Mojo? 5. 5 guys down, kind of standard for the side of Fame. Let's be realistic. There's 4 down for the side of Trust. Between the two, it is a similar push to as what Davy did. Mojo. It's very similar.
Yeah, we can see like they left a couple of tanks down and everything else up, but Davey left only 3 tanks down. I remember that very well as far as I know. So as far as Fame is concerned, how much did you say? Like 5 is the normal number of tanks down?
5.
Fame left 4 as far as I can see. No more. Dark purple is hard to see. So we had a purple and dark purple.
They're sending even 2 more back, Mojo, because they don't. Because they. Ooh, this could be good for Trust. This could actually be good for Trust. They're sending 2 more down. That is now 6 in total down. Only because Trust didn't bring a bad shot. Trust could actually be baiting very well here.
But also, let's not forget, like if Fame actually doesn't commit here and Trust does, there will be tanks able to shoot Trust guys from the lower side.
Well, Trust needs to make the commitment now, and they're doing just that. They're driving up with their whole team, Mojo. They may have baited Fame into a false sense of security. Double 279 went down. That's 6 tanks down. There is only one opportunity here for the side of Trust. They have to push.
Fame actually has to use all the tanks on the lower side to pre-aim the hill somehow to be able to help their own team. I would like to see the position on K5. Are they rotating back in a panic? It does look like so, man.
Why is Trust not pushing? They have the opportunity here. They know how many tanks are down. They were even spotted. They know that it has to happen. Now, finally, it's coming, but it's so disjointed. Only now is Trust making the play, and it seems to be all around the backside of the hill. Nobody from the top so far. They're going for Insane. They're going for Hawk, Nick, Killa. They're going to be the first one to get focused out, but here they have so many extra tanks. There is no way that they should lose this engagement between these tanks, but the only way they lose is if they actually don't push in, and it doesn't look like it's happening. They have so many more guns.
Insane and Hulknik are still alive. Insane was tracked. I even thought he's gonna stay there. There is a part of the other push coming behind on Ilian and Papavian, but it should be more determined now. They're actually losing tanks, not winning them. Fame is still same on par with HP with them, and those 2 guys that went back are pedaling up slowly but steadily.
Finally, the actual push comes in. Jack of Doom gets absolutely annihilated from the guns from the back. Those are those 50 Bs coming in. It was a little too late already to push this. Why did this take so long from the side of Trust? They had a big advantage, but that has now been all equaled. Even the 279s that ran away at the beginning are now kind of back into the engagement as well. Trust very slow to come out with this.
And they're actually starting to lose, and I think they're overcommitting at the moment because those guys that went back from Fame, they came back in a game. Kamil in his budget still alive, Feely alive in his 50B. Those will be crucial, and the rest of the Fame tanks are pressuring steadily toward the 2 and 3 line, and I don't think the Trust tanks that are left back in the base will be able to hold them.
Yeah, and even Shokish is kind of behind a hold on here. I mean, they baited Fame into doing the perfect rotation for what they were doing, and then
they just didn't do it in a sync. It was lacking. They needed to do it with more grit, to just go in from both sides. First from the lower, yes, but followed from the upper tanks immediately so they can delete those tanks, shoot them in top of the turrets. But there was like that fear you were talking about earlier. Will the teams actually fear to fight Fame? And it looked like so here. This is still such a close game by HP, but Fame is already taking an upper hand.
I do fear, Mojo, that I may have gotten my prediction wrong in the end. Unbelievable. Who saw that one coming, right? But they're still fighting. They're still holding on here. The HP is only 2,000 apart. However, Duck versus Fabian there. Fabian needs to put his, well, Fabian, also known as Jakafa, needs to put his gun inside. Duck actually missing. It's not what you like to see, Mojo. Let's be real about it. But it's still 4 guns for the side of Fame versus just 3 for the side of Trust. Duck lows HE. That's better. Picks up Fabian that way because he knew he wouldn't be able to pin him otherwise. And now it leaves Linny in a one-on-one against Duck. Maltu actually picks up Camille Eater. That is good, but he's now left alone against 2 279s, and it's not looking good for Linny here as he misses the shot. Duck edges forward, tries to get it. It's not looking like Trust can close this out.
Yeah, we should see the lower side of the battlefield also. Matruxi is trying to fight off 2 Fame tanks. It came so close at the end if you look at this, man. Like, those tanks are on really low HP. Vale on 1 shot, but Deha on 1500 HP, and there is no guy that you want to face off less in the end of the game than
Duck
Deha.
even gets the high roll to finish it off on towards Linny. And I will say one thing, Trust baited Fame into what Fame didn't know, obviously, a bad rotation. We're getting double 279 off the hill. That worked perfectly for Trust. Let's
the slow play of Trust actually was okay played.
Yeah, it was okay. I think it looked semi-intentional. It looked
but
semi-intentional.
The Trust also didn't have an idea that they rotated tanks out.
No, they did. They did. That's the thing. They spotted one of the 279s.
Are you sure?
Yes, it looked like that on the minimap at least. He was crossing towards K-line, got spotted, and then was even spotted driving back towards the hill.
There is a possibility to spot them by one of those two chieftains, but I was not sure they were spotted. That's why.
On the minimap, they looked lit up, so I figured they were spotted. Right? I mean, we can always check it later, but I figured they were spotted.
If they got
because
a
if they weren't, why would
that makes sense, yes. Otherwise, like, it was a brave push.
Exactly, but if they all at the same time just press W, like, let's be real, if the thing is, you can come around the hill with some tanks, that is fine, but you need to be able, Fairly only doing 850B is not that great again, but yeah, all they had to do is press W. The first guy will die, that is fine, but then when you press W and get into the position where Insane was, you can actually turn around the hold down in their faces. If you take that position, there was only 2 guys there.
Yeah.
If you take that hold down,
Alien and Insane.
Yeah. If you take that hold down from them, you then turn
that.
Crippling
and Insane. Yeah.
You turn that hold down into one that actually works for you.
Yeah.
And then the guys from zero line, like the Fame guys, cannot shoot both left and right. They have to make a conscious decision: do we shoot left or do we shoot right? The 2 guys that are up, which was Papa Pavian and one more, then also die, because again they get crossfired from 2 sides, but it never happened. They were trading bad, they were trading even worse, and then finally they press W.
When you want to be a good guru, be a good crayon guru, man. Just show the people like that, you know, like wiggling hands doesn't really
left,
explain everything.
Right, you know,
be a nice boy.
I think everybody still kind of understands left and right, but you can show, I'll quickly explain it. Okay, so the point is, Trust has 11 guys on the hill, right? They send like 5 or 6 around like this, right? The issue for Trust is this here. This is a hold-on position for the enemy side. There is, however, only 2 tanks here.
So we have here Insane plus 1 guy.
So if you push this, and at the same time push this, you manage to take out this group of tanks here.
Because they had 2 more here.
After that, you get to this position here, with a decent amount of tanks. And the issue for Fame is the guys here on this corner cannot do both this and they cannot do this at the same time. You cannot cover both angles. So the 50Bs have to make a choice. What do they clip? Then you focus on these guys, and then again you come from 2 sides, from left and from right, onto the last remaining group, and that's how you actually take them out.
There you go, boys. 1-on-1. How to do it.
But what Trust did was trade badly. Like, they're losing trade. The 279s even came back on towards the hill, and then they pushed in. But if they just did it from the beginning,
it just looked like a bit sluggish reaction toward the Fame.
I think they were afraid to actually.
And
push
it didn't look like Fame was actually dealing with it that great in those moments.
No, they made a bad rotation. I mean, they made a bad rotation, and even then, I don't think there was enough people where Insane was either.
Yeah, there was lacking. They would need at least 1 more tank there and so on. But never mind that. We are back in possibly the last game, because this is a match point for Fame. They're leading 3-0 currently against Trust. And this is a defensive game for Trust on Himmelsdorf and attacking side for Fame. So possibly the last game that we will see in this match and today, or maybe Trust will make some turnover.
We'll have to see here. The 277 spots out a decent amount of tanks going 1-2 already. That's 4 spots for him. Even more tanks being spotted now. Most of the Fame gig is up, I would say. Fame is sending what looks to be 4 tanks towards the hill, where Trust has only 3, of which 2 are
2 batch-shots.
2 batch-shots, and 1 chieftain. If
yes,
it comes
and
down
they have a 430U on the rail.
Yeah, they don't win this. They never win this 1-2 line. They never win the hills. Sorry, 1-2 line. Of course, they should win.
I mean, Fame will just push them on a hill and hold them everywhere else, and that's it.
That looks to be indeed the case here. I mean, they can't know just yet how many.
Spoken like a true Vulcan, Ducky.
Yeah. They don't know just yet how much tanks are actually going on the hill, right? But once they figure it out, that is going to be the issue.
Well, Fame still has to count the tanks of the Trust. There is a bunch of them not spotted, so they cannot really recklessly play this out. They need to see how many of the Trust guys are on the rail and left and right. Before that happens, they will not actually charge in blindly.
It's 5 guys now, by the way.
Yeah, they send one guy already around the castle up, and Tryharderino is appearing to be left alone to hold the entire Fame team.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work out really well for him. I mean, I don't think they know about failware.
It looks like they didn't spot him with butt shots. How did that happen, man?
Because Failware hugged the inside and Insane peeked in the moment, then Failware crested.
Yeah, but still, man, like, it's heavy. He should have seen him cross.
Well,
but if they miss him, they will not miss Hulknik now. Still, what's the plan with those butt shots? And Fame is not taking a bite, like they're not pushing anywhere else. It looks like they have entire voice ready just for one thing. Push Fame if they try to push 1-2 line while we're doing this.
Luna here versus Ashley. And that for 30U, he needs to be careful, because at one point they will control the hill. And now the gig is up. Because look at the K line, the crossing from Trust. It is
8 light YOLO.
It is it's so
looks like 8 light and YOLO.
Very telegraphed though. And now the 430
and they're all spotted.
And the 279s will back off and create crossfires between them. Tryhard Reno will in the meantime also die on the hill. Like he needs to run away right now. Actually Benson's already dead. Mojo, I don't know. They all stopped now.
Okay.
They're going back.
So there is it. There is a lot of discomfort in Trust game here at the moment. They have a telegraph from all of their teammates. Okay, we're getting swarm. Benso is gonna die. Andre Ashley. Yep, Ashley was left alone and he's dead now. Fame continuing the push toward the K line. Trust converging back to the church area and the main square around their cap. Will they manage to catch a couple of guys from Fane off guard? We will see, because they don't seem to be taking the bite. They're just taking like the hold on positions.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like that as they lose another guy now. Jack of Doom is down and out, and Trust here being thrown from the center of the room back on towards the wall, and then back again. Now they're re-pushing 1-2. Let's see how this works out. They have a big part of their team here. Luna, the clicker, is going to die. That makes me very happy actually to see. He's an RD player after all. So Luna's going to be the first one to get focused out.
So they send him to spot first.
Exactly, dude. He gets exactly what he deserves, and this man Annihilator getting focused out to be the second one down. Vala goes down as well. It's still a huge lead of HP in the side of Fame though, but they are losing some people, not that many. Papa Pavian needs to channel those likes from Facebook to actually win this engagement, but he inside is going to be running away. That's not going to be working. Deja Uwu is left alone, as there are seem to be any fellow anime lovers in the team of Fame.
Full YOLO swag here by Trust, not working out well. 3 people in a cap while everyone else is playing the layers of defense from Fame. You could see every corner that actually Trust wins. They lose HP, they kill 1 tank, and they lose like HP for 1.5 or more. Yoki and Noalinho coming full speed into the cap now, trying to play some games with that budget and 50B. But it hurts even to see this. It hurts a lot.
Yeah, I think it hurts more for the Trust players though, Mojo, as they are 10 seconds away from getting 4-0 in their first appearance in this tournament. You can see the guys from Fame just about to clean up this game. I think even Failing Me have gotten some damage in this one as he dies to Linny. Linny now the last man standing in his 277, and Mercy will not be granted today. He can try again on another day to get Mercy, as Camille comes around the corner with Duck of Death. Let's see who picks it up. It's going to be Duck of Death in his 279 to close it out, and that's going to be a very quick 4-0 for Trust. I think this is a complete and utter upset, not expected whatsoever.
Well, that was a stomp. There is no other way to say. These guys from Trust will be playing tomorrow on a loser bracket, and that's going to be their further progress in a tournament. Feely doing the top damage in Fame team now, finally around 3k, which is quite an improvement compared to last couple of games.
I think now he has like average of 900 instead of 300.
Stuff happens, you know how it goes.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes
gotta give some to get some.
Sometimes you're like on one side of the map and you just do nothing the whole game, and it's like, I had a fun game.
Well, Lini and No Hit and Controverse doing a bit more than 2k.
At least they have matching badges, dude. I like that. I like that. At least they have matching badges. Fame can't have matching badges because all Consume has is the silver badge.
I guess that's something between you guys, so I'm gonna leave it in that. That pretty much ends it for us for today. These guys played out last. I mean, tomorrow we will see, as far as I can see, from loser bracket, MVP S1
versus Devi.
Versus Devi. That's gonna be definitely the highlight of loser bracket.
Yes, and then it's
and
going
we
to
have
be
Nomi versus Trust.
And Invil, Fame, and CSA Devi's second is the matches that we have now.
There we go. You guys have it on a screen now. It's gonna be a couple of amazing matches, like Invil versus Fame. Personally, I can't wait to see that one. That's gonna be a clash.
Well, they both 4-0 their respective opponents.
And it's gonna be a huge clash.
I think maybe CSA versus Davy 2 might be kind of interesting as well, I guess. I mean,
it should, but
CSA
played really well today, like really well, and DV the second. To be honest, they didn't play their matches the bad either. Actually, they played better than I expected. And if they don't go in some progressive YOLO actions, they actually have a chance to take maps from CSA. They actually have that chance. So we'll see. That match is not written off. In Will Fame, God knows what's going to happen there. Davy versus MVPS, I think that MVPS has to put in a higher gear, man.
The funny part is, though, no matter who loses match 12, right, goes on to match 13. So whoever wins between Davy and MVPS has to fight either Invil or Fame.
I don't know what's worse.
Yeah, with it all to do, obviously.
Yeah, it's a really hard path that Davy and MVPS fell to now.
Well, that was it from us from today, from me and Mojo. But however, there are two lovely, wonderful, and ever-excited human beings that want to take you through all the action that happened once more.
Thank you, Daki and Mojo. Absolute pleasure, and awesome casting again on those games. Really amazing. I don't think I've ever seen Barry so excited and bouncing around, jumping up on his seat as he was in that game, and he was just like, yeah.
That's not so accurate, but you know, it's fair to say that every time I see Fame play in these big tournaments, there's definitely a smile on my face. You know, it's good to see all the players that I've played with myself over the years. You know, just in one team and dominating the battlefield. I mean, 4-0. I predicted that. You know, I was standing strong.
Just saying.
Yeah, just gonna put that in there. You know, got another prediction right again. I mean, I'm kind of the prediction king. I think even Daki mentioned that. That not my words, by the way, not my words.
Yep, I'm sure everybody in chat would also agree.
Every compliment you get, you know.
You should always, especially from Twitch chat, because yeah, they're not always so flattering. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching and joining in. Make sure you activate all of those links on the Gleam that we have. Make sure you get the best possible chances you have to win those Paysafecard vouchers. We don't actually have that much to analyze from that last game, unfortunately.
No, I mean, there's not too many things to talk about. I mean, common themes, I would say, is the trust, or trust, however we're pronouncing that. I mean, they were just, sometimes I was questioning a few things that they did, like on Ensk, when they had control of the zero line and decided, you know, we're in defensive positions, we're defending, let's just push out, and then lost 2 tanks for free, and then kind of just, that's just one piece of the jigsaw that they lose that, and then it kind of just rolls very quickly. So that was just one major thing, and then at the end, as we saw in the last game, it was kind of like almost Benny Hill. It's just 15 tanks, just like go one way and then turn around, go the other way, and then they'll go the other way, and I just feel like, I don't really know, but I mean, it was 3-0 at that point. Maybe they kind of just accepted their fate. I'm not too sure.
Okay.
It was a bit confusing for me.
And so we just showed you the schedule taking place for tomorrow. We don't have any replays to really kind of show or highlight.
That schedule, I think, is a good thing as well. Like, as we mentioned, or the commentator just mentioned, we've got Invil and Fame. Quite a lot of people think that Invil are kind of a really big, team in this tournament. As we mentioned, they're now top on ELO on the advances. Like, they're really showing some good performances recently, and that is kind of maybe even a final game, but we're now having it in kind of the upper bracket quarterfinal, so that is big. We might even see that game again in the final, for example, if one of the teams does win and the other team might go on to win the lower bracket final. So I mean, good games tomorrow and good games today.
We're looking forward to the predictions, and maybe we can handicap you a little bit with some of those. We'll see if we can nerf the winning streak and stop the rigging.
I need to be nerfed.
Yes.
So in the next patch, nerf Carry Barrier.
Absolutely. And so everybody's saying that clearly you've been rigging the games in chat, of course, so you need nerfing. No replays, we've got through everything that we want to kind of go through. We have the schedule. I do want to just highlight the winners again, just so everybody can kind of see from yesterday who won. We will be announcing the winners again tomorrow for all of today's Gleam campaigns. It's not too late to click those, share them, get the best possible chances you can. So every person on that screen right there won €100 in Paysafecard vouchers, which of course you all want to spend in the World of Tanks store. Everybody knows this. Carrie Barry has even endorsed it himself and has said everybody should do that, or yeah, Santa may deliver some coal. I think that's the way that goes. So thank you thank you everyone very much for joining in and tuning in. Thank you very much for Barry. Thank you very much to Daki and Mojo and Kihan for being awesome and all the analysis and casting going on. We will be returning again tomorrow, as you saw with the schedule. And right now, we're going to pass over and raid somebody in the World of Tanks category. So make sure you stay tuned. Spam all you can on that, because Swedish Lady C loved it yesterday. So we're going to try and find somebody new for this one. And we will all see you tomorrow for some awesome games.